Section 1 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Preface by Robert Drew Hicks. A new translation of this author, though long overdue, may yet appear premature at the present moment when new editions of the text are promised. However, a most valuable portion of the work, the Epistles of Epicurus, has appeared in a new recension, and the text of the biographies is hardly likely to undergo radical reconstruction. There is substantial agreement that the manuscripts are late, that the scribe of the best, the Borbonicus, did not know Greek, that the mistakes which all share most likely came from their common archetype. To reconstruct the text of an author from such sources would have been in any case difficult. The difficulty is increased by the misfortune that the Editio Princeps was printed not from the Borbonicus or Parisiensis, but from a worthless interpolated later manuscript. The efforts of early editors to remove the grossest blunders lasted more than a century and resulted in the edition of Marcus Meibomius, which has the commentary of Aegidius Menagius. After the publication of this edition, our author fell into neglect until the 19th century brought fuller study of better manuscripts initiated by Kobé and carried on especially by Usener for Book 10. If anyone hold that the present is too early a time for a translator who has not first revised the text of the author, I quite agree. But I see no immediate prospect of any finality in the revision of the text. A new editor will be set the task at which Kobé and Usener and von der Mühl have already labored, his advantage being that he can stand on their shoulders. I know of but 2 previous attempts to translate my author into English. One version appeared in the series published by Bohn. The other, of the 17th century, was the work of 10 translators, each of whom contributed 1 book. Of renderings in other European languages, I know of only 2 which can be recommended to students, and these have appeared quite recently. I mean the German version by Appelt, 1921, and Bignone's Italian version of Epicurus in Book 10, published in 1920. I desire to acknowledge the kindness of Dr. J.P. Postgate, who called my attention to the readings of the latest editors of the Palatine Anthology, besides giving me valuable help to an appraisement of the readings of Thales. Professor Pearson was so good as to read the proofs of the account of Stoicism in Book 7. Mr. Duff has given me unstinted help in the reading of the proofs in the introduction and in the revision of Book 10. The late Mr. Vasey Hope gave me valuable assistance for more than a year, revising the version of Books 6 and 7, as well as the index. The translation of the remaining 7 books was revised and the whole of the proofs corrected by my brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Heath. To all these friends I owe my obligations, but they are not responsible for errors which may have escaped them. The work as a whole is entirely my own. Robert Drew Hicks. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Introduction by Robert Drew Hicks. 1. the book and its author. The Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers is commonly ascribed to Diogenes Laertius, but who he was, when and where he was born, is nowhere recorded. It is not quite certain that he is rightly named. Eustathius calls him Laertes. In some ancient authorities he is styled Laertius Diogenes, and among modern scholars there are those who have adopted this order of the two names as the more correct. Yet while the author remains thus obscure, his work has by a lucky accident become famous. It professes to give an account of the chief Greek thinkers and in this way to unfold the course of speculative thought in Greece. Many books had been written on the subject before. This, by the caprice of fortune, alone remains. It is idle to set bounds to the vanity of authors, but surely the writer of this book, in his fondest dreams, can scarcely have imagined that he would outlast his predecessors, that he, Diogenes Laertius, would survive when Hermippus and Socion had perished, and with them the long procession of respectable authorities whom he punctiliously parades at every turn. Yet so it is. Habent sua fata libelli. Although allusions to this work in later writers are but scanty, we can yet in some measure follow by their aid the fortunes of a literary venture which turned out a success. We learn from the omnivorous Photius that Sopater referred to this work. In the 6th century of our era, Stephanus of Byzantium cites it 3 times. Next comes the lexicon of Suidas, which is also a dictionary of biography, containing certain articles generally attributed to Hesychius of Miletus, who wrote about A.D. 590. It would seem at first sight as if Hesychius were acquainted with the work. At any rate, he has repeatedly made all but identical extracts, presumably from the self-same authors. Not only Photius in the 9th century, but Eustathius and Tzetzes in the 12th have heard of it. The foregoing notices come from the Eastern Empire. When Constantinople fails us, the book has traveled to the West. In the 13th century, when scholasticism was at its height and rude Latin translations of Aristotle were being made, curiosity was roused concerning the other great philosophers mentioned by Aristotle. An Englishman, Walter de Burleigh, 1275 to 1357, a disciple of Duns Scotus, endeavored to satisfy this curiosity by a Latin work, De Vita et Moribus Philosophorum, drawing his materials principally from Diogenes Laertius. When the 15th century brought the revival of learning and the invention of printing, there appeared a Latin translation by Ambrosius, and half a century later the Greek text was printed at Basel. Our author became fashionable and usurped more authority than was his due. He was a prime favorite with Montaigne. Among others, Casaubon and Stephanus, Henri Estienne, Menagius, Menage, and Gassendi became his editors or interpreters. Before long, histories of philosophy began to be written, and pioneers like Stanley and Brücke did little more than rearrange and amplify the contents of his work. How great was the credit he enjoyed is shown by a trifling fact. Some editors actually inserted in the text of Homer the hexameter line cited by him, 663, in his life of Diogenes the Cynic, although the verse is not found in any of our manuscripts of the Iliad and was apparently unknown to the scholiasts. And even when his authority had somewhat waned, sober critics still realized how much treasure was contained in this earthen vessel. The editors of the Palatine Anthology and its appendix had long ago ransacked him for epigrams. When Meineke collected the fragments of the comic poets, he found in our author much spoil, and there are in him many fragments of Timon, too. Last but not least, the epistles and fragments of Epicurus, which form so large a part of Book 10, have unique value. To return to the author, whom we agree to call Laertius, trustworthy conclusions may, in default of other testimony, be drawn from the internal evidence afforded by his book. Something may thus be gleaned regarding his date, his poems, his mistakes and weaknesses, and his general method of working. He is clearly not writing from personal knowledge. From the nature of the case, he is borrowing, copying, making excerpts and citations. It is therefore only just to mention such traits of initiative or individuality as can be discovered, in order to avoid the mistake of regarding him as a mere unintelligent compiler or mechanical copyist. The date of the work may provisionally be fixed in the earlier decades of the 3rd century A.D., for the latest philosopher mentioned is the otherwise unknown Saturninus, a pupil of Sextus Empiricus, 9-116. Sextus is supposed to have flourished towards the end of the 2nd century A.D. Thus Laertius would be a younger contemporary of, or at any rate not much later than, such authors as Lucian, Galen, Philostratus, and Clement of Alexandria, not far removed in time from Apuleius, even near to Athenaeus. There are good grounds for not placing Laertius as late as the 4th century. He never alludes to the rise of Neoplatonism, and although not much dependence can be placed on his omissions, since he drew his materials very largely from authors who lived centuries before his time, yet in this instance, had the revival of Platonism already begun, he might have been expected to notice it when writing his Life of Plato, for one who was deeply interested in the Platonic philosophy. This was not his first work. He had already put forth a medley of meter, pammetros, in at least 2 books, since he quotes, 139, from the quote-unquote first book. This consisted of epitaphs on eminent men, many of which he cites with amusing complacency in the lives. Truth to say, they are but sorry stuff. Yet his own compositions apart, we cannot deny that he had taste. 8 lines of Callimachus, which he has preserved, 9:17, on the flimsiest pretext, obviously because he admired them, outweigh all the insipid or even flippant verses which he wrote himself, and which are duly enshrined in the Palatine Anthology or its appendix. Many of them, by a singular error of judgment, are made to turn on the final scene, the circumstances in which a man died, a barren, unprofitable theme. For, with rare and splendid exceptions, his philosophers, unlike Plutarch's heroes, were to outward seeming just ordinary mortals who lived uneventful lives and died in their beds. Their conflicts and triumphs, the discoveries they made, and the revolutions they wrought belong to the world of letters and of ideas. From every author we expect some acquaintance with his subject. But this biographer of philosophers nowhere claims that he had himself studied philosophy, nor does he give any hint that he belonged to one of the recognized schools. In one passage he has been thought by some to speak as if he belonged to the later skeptics. Others argue that what has really happened is this: he has used an excerpt from a skeptic's work without clearly indicating that it is a citation. In modern parlance, we might call this leaving out inverted commas. Neither can Laertius be pronounced an Epicurean on the strength of the encomium on Epicurus, 10:9. For this is most likely not his own. He may again be merely quoting one of his sources. And even if it be his own, that does not prove him to be of the school. Lucian, in his account of the arch-impostor Alexander of Abonoteos, pays a high tribute to Epicurus and his writings, whence it might hastily be inferred that Lucian was an adherent of the sect, did we not know his real sentiments from his other works. Celsus, to whom he dedicated his Alexander Pseudomantis, was a Roman Epicurean, and the laudation of the system was intended for him. And another writer, less witty and more serious-minded than Lucian, might nonetheless occupy a position of detachment. Diogenes Laertius could not have been at the same time a skeptic and an Epicurean, but he treats both these sects with genuine sympathetic interest. The impression left upon the unprejudiced reader by close acquaintance with our author is that he is dealing with a dry as dust, vain and credulous, of multifarious reading, amazing industry, and insatiable curiosity. Of his industry there can be no question. When he tells us that he had found something in the memorabilia of Favorinus, 853, ego deuron, we cannot help believing that he had searched for it himself, and perhaps enjoyed the search as much as the discovery. To countless good stories he has added decrees, epitaphs, epistles, among other documents, the last will and testament of no less than 6 philosophers. It is hard to realize at first how much in the work is borrowed. The numerous references give it an air of erudition, until it dawns upon us that many of these may come from an earlier writer whom Laertius is copying. How many of the 200 sources cited he had read himself, we have no means of determining. But it is reasonable to assume that he had read the most famous among them, such as Hermippus, Sotion, Apollodorus, Demetrius Magnus, whom he cites so freely. The same, or at all events a similar, tale was told from generation to generation. The later compiler had the greater number of predecessors upon whom to draw. Much the same thing happens in modern times, e.g. with the histories of Greece and Rome, which are always being rewritten. Originality comes out in selection and arrangement rather than in research. The materials are in the main the same, but the structure varies with the fashion of the day. Now, in our author's day, the fashion favored personal details, anecdotes, and witty sayings. Of these there are choice specimens in books 6 and 7. This fashion encouraged in authors a peculiar species of research, which is best exemplified in Athenaeus, though Aelian and the biographer of the 10 orators are also tinged with it. These writers would seem to have ransacked earlier literature in order to discover anything novel and startling, a variant on an old story, a fresh presentment of events, unpublished memoirs, surprising episodes. It has been said that Plutarch would willingly exchange a whole dull volume of annals for a single golden anecdote. In his judgment, quote, an action of no moment, a remark, a jest, revealed character better than sieges or battles and the like great achievements, end quote. Laertius was of the same mind, only he is sometimes content with baser metal. He was uncritical and wrote for an uncritical age. He accepts the legend of the 7 wise men who exchanged formal visits and letters. He accepts even their verses as enumerated by that exact historian Lobon. Aristippus on ancient luxury, a dialogue of Heraclitus of Pontus, a forensic speech of Dinarchus are all good evidence for him. Yet it must be allowed that the admixture of error is seldom obtrusive. Rarely do the added details mar an otherwise consistent portrait. The insertion of extraneous matter which disturbs the context is a too common fault, of which the trial of Socrates, 238 SQQ, the education of Plato, 3:5 SQQ, the death of Empedocles, 862-72, and the Garden of Epicurus, 10:10, are typical instances. Where the patch does not suit the stuff, the rent is made worse. This is particularly true of the marginal notes or scholia interspersed in the text of Epicurus in Book 10. In a similar way, in the Lives, the main narrative followed may suffer or be in part effaced by the intrusion of untrustworthy or inconsistent detail. There are also mistakes due to careless handling of the vast mass of excerpts, so that some seem to have got into the wrong quote-unquote life. E.g., in 2:1, Anaximander is credited with a discovery of Anaxagoras. This is only the first of many such slips. Thus he successively confounds Archelaus with Anaxagoras, Xenophanes with Xenophon, and Protagoras with Democritus. Noticeable, too, are the historical allusions, which become especially frequent when we reach the events of the 3rd century BC. Some of these present problems which puzzle the professed historian. What, for example, was the naval battle, upon the result of which Arcesilaus would not offer congratulations, 439? What were the events which led to the bankruptcy of Hipparchus, 555? What is the truth about the alleged decree of the Athenians conferring on Zeno a golden crown, 7, 10, 12? Other passages also can only be cleared up by reference to the political conditions of the time. Interest in philosophical questions becomes indeed often almost a secondary consideration with Laertius, yet he shows concern here and there to gain credit for not neglecting this branch of his subject. On the philosophy of the Cyrenaics, Book 2, the Cynics, Book 6, and the Stoics, Book 7, he runs on at length. Epicurus is allowed to speak for himself. To sum up, the lives and opinions of the philosophers belongs rather to literature than to philosophy. It is a contribution to the biography of men of letters who happen to be philosophers. It has unique value because so little ancient biography of this sort has come down to us. Its attractiveness and importance are the greater just because there is so little of Laertius in it. In the main, he reproduces what he has received. We are able to compare his Pythagoras with those of Iamblichus and Porphyry, his Plato with that of Olympiodorus, his Solon with Plutarch's, and in none of these comparisons has he any reason to be ashamed. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1 by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Introduction by Robert Drew Hicks. 2. Plan and Contents of the Work. The title, in brief, is Lives and Opinions of the Philosophers. More exactly, in Codex P, Bioi kai gnomai ton en philosophois eudokimesanton, kai ton hekaste haerese ariskonton en epitomoi synagoge. It is called by Photius Philosophon Bioi, and by Eustathius Sophiston Bioi. There is no dedication. But Book 1 begins with a kind of prelude, mentioning systems of thought, if such they can be called, outside Greece, those of the Magians in Persia, the Chaldeans, the Gymnosophists or Fakirs of India, and the Druids, some of whom had been supposed, not without cause, to be more ancient than any philosophers of Greece. Here it may be convenient to explain a difference of terminology, trifling in itself, but not without serious consequences. Where we talk of a school or schools of philosophy, the Greeks preferred to speak of a succession or successions, diadohai, of philosophers. The work before us professes to trace two such successions, the Ionian in the east and the Italian in the west, certain stragglers bringing up the rear for whom no place could be found in either. The same word succession is used of rulers, as Amurath to Amurath succeeds, so in the schools each master hands down doctrine and authority to his disciple, the line of scholarchs being thus assimilated to a pedigree or genealogical table. It is a result of this method that we are apt to separate thinkers and influences upon thought, which, to be properly understood, must be studied in conjunction. Instead of exploring a new country, we cut a geological section across it. Thus, Laertius deals with the pre-Socratics in books 1, 2, 8, 9, making the transition from Thales to Plato at express speed, but with 4 or 5 intermediate stages, while the Pythagoreans and Eleatics, Heraclitus and Empedocles, stand over to be introduced much later in an entirely different setting. The first book proper has, to be sure, little to do with philosophy. It treats of Thales, Solon, and those other shrewd men of affairs who lived in the 6th century BC, and about whom a web of romance had been woven. With Book 2, the Ionian succession, which started with Thales, advances from Anaximander through Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, and Archelaus to Socrates, 2 c. 5. Having carried philosophy to Athens, our author remains at Athens or in its immediate neighborhood throughout books 2 cc 517, 3 Plato, 4 the Academy, 5 Peripatetics, 6 Cynics, 7 Stoics. The Ionian succession having thus been traced into many divergent branches, the Italian succession is next unfolded in Book 8, Empedocles and Eudoxus being included. There remain various thinkers, less successful as founders of schools, but of undeniable importance, and these are taken in some sort of affiliation in Books 9 and 10. In Book 9, Heraclitus is followed by the Eleatics, the Atomists, and the Skeptics. Diogenes of Apollonia, quote, a belated Ionian, end quote, and the sophist Protagoras being included. Lastly, to Epicurus, as to Plato, a whole book is devoted. A common name, sporadics, is given to the very dissimilar schools crowded into the 2 concluding books. The 10 books are of unequal length. The 7th is the longest, and yet it has come down to us in a sadly mutilated condition. The evidence for this is the index to the lives prefixed by the scribe of the Paris manuscript known as P. The philosophers there given agree with our text for the other books, but the list of Book 7 contains 22 names, of which only the first 3 are extant in P or in any other known manuscript. The titles of the lost lives are Zeno of Tarsus, Diogenes, Boethus, Apollodorus, Mnesarchides, Mnesagoras, Nestor, Basilides, Dardanus, Antipater, Heraclides, Sosigenes, Panatius, Cato, Poseidonus, Athenodorus, a second Antipater, Arius Cornutus. If all these were treated with even average fullness, the book would be doubled in size. Whether this in any way accounts for the mutilation is matter of conjecture. The disproportionate treatment of Plato and Epicurus is not due so much to a mass of biographical detail as to the insertion of supplementary matter. Book 3 includes a sort of introduction, very much like that of Albinus to the philosophy of Plato, followed by a summary of Platonic doctrine, while Book 10 is made up largely of extracts from the writings of Epicurus, by far the most precious thing preserved in this collection of odds and ends. The lives of Pythagoras and Empedocles are relatively valuable contributions, owing to the use made of the Sicilian historian Timaeus for Empedocles and of Alexander Polyhistor for Pythagoras. The summary of Stoic doctrine in Book 7, 39 to 160, is comprehensive and trustworthy. The lives of Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and the three great Stoics make articles which would not be unworthy of an encyclopedia. As literary portraits, the lives of Polemo, Crantor, Crates, and Arcesilaus have high merit, and this applies in a less degree to the articles on Lyco, Menedemus, Pyrrho, and Timon. On the other hand, the earlier thinkers, whether Ionian or Eleatics, are treated in a perfunctory manner wholly unworthy of their great influence and reputation. Heraclitus is a caricature. Parmenides, Zeno of Elea, Diogenes of Apollonia received the most meager of memoirs. Even of Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Democritus, how little are we told. Within certain arbitrary limits of time, the successions traced are complete. There are few notable omissions, but Eudemus, Metrodorus of Caius, and Nausiphanes are barely mentioned. The Academy leaves off with Clitomachus, so that nothing is said of Philo of Larissa, of Antiochus of Ascalon. The Peripatetics end with Lyco. For the later skeptics, our author gives the line of succession from master to disciple without either life or summary of views. The catalogue of Aristotle's writings follows that of the Alexandrian Library, ignoring the new edition of Aristotle prepared by Andronicus of Rhodes in the reign of Augustus. Apart from omissions, some have found indications that the book, as it stands, does not present the final form intended by its author. In 1029, as well as in 347, the reader is addressed in the singular, and it is a natural inference that the lady deeply interested in Platonism was the patroness for whom not only the life of Plato, but the whole work was intended. Accordingly, we should expect a dedication, but circumstances may have interfered. Suppose, for instance, the lady had died before the work was finished, or had ceased to regard Laertius with favor. As to her identity, conjecture has, in the general dearth of information about the early years of the 3rd century, proposed no more than 2 names, an Arria, mentioned by Galen, and the wife of Septimus Severus, the Empress Julia Domna, who died A.D. 217. On the whole, the suggestion that the work is unfinished does not seem to be made out. Certainly the last 6 lines of 10:138, the last in the book where the author is speaking in his own person, seem to point clearly to the opposite conclusion. Quote, "Come then, let me now set the seal on my entire work as well as on this philosopher's life, by citing his sovereign maxims, therewith bringing the whole work to a close, and making the end of it to coincide with the beginning of happiness." End quote. In any case, the last book was brought to its intended conclusion. The amount of padding in Book 10 may seem strange, but the cause lies rather in the sources used by Laertius than in his manner of using them. This brings us to the consideration of his use of authorities and to the general question of his indebtedness to his predecessors. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert True Hicks. Introduction by Robert True Hicks. 3. Authorities for the Lives. The chief authorities date from the 3rd century BC, and the inquiry respecting them opens a neglected chapter in Greek literature. It is true that Plato and the other authors of Socratic dialogues had brought the art of the biographer under one aspect to perfection, but the genius and charm, the originality and spirit of inquiry, so justly extolled by Aristotle, admit, nay, require, an admixture of artistic fiction foreign to a faithful narrative. Aristoxenus, again, and the historian Neanthes indulged freely in anecdote. But the true pioneer is probably Antigonus of Carystus, circa 290 to 239 BC. Born in Euboea, and a pupil of Menadimus of Eretria, he came to Athens about 270 BC, and thence to Pergamum. He was himself an artist and wrote on sculpture and painting, but his chief work was the lives of some contemporary philosophers. To Laertius he was the primary source, in Book 4, not only for Arcesilaus, but for his predecessors Polymo, Crantor, and Crates. It is probable that the lives of Menadimus 2 c. 17, Lyco 5 c. 4, Zeno 7 c. 1, Dionysius 7 c. 4, Pyrrho 9 c. 11, and Timon 9 c. 12 are drawn largely from the same source. On all these there is stamped the impress of a peculiar style, piquant, fluent, periodic, and a distinctive mode of treatment. Antigonus seems to have aimed at drawing literary portraits or character sketches of the men whom he knew or about whom he had learned in conversation. He notices particularly their favorite poets, their taste in literature, and of course their writings, with attention to their style. Their philosophical opinions were of secondary importance and were only touched upon by him as influencing their conduct. His reputation ranked high. A born narrator with a knack of picking out the most credible version of a story, either at first hand or from oral testimony, he was a quarry for various compilers before Laertius. Hermippus of Smyrna, a pupil of Callimachus at Alexandria, is a writer even more frequently cited than Antigonus. His Bioi, which dealt with eminent men of letters in general, were remarkable for their fullness of detail. He was fond of fables, stories of adventure, and malicious gossip. For all his learning, historic accuracy was not his sole aim, to judge by some highly colored accounts of the deaths of his subjects. As he had access to the library at Alexandria, he gave careful catalogues of writings. As a peripatetic, he availed himself of the wills of Aristotle and Theophrastus. There were also special biographies of another sort. The reverence felt for the founder of a school sometimes sought expression in a memorial volume, such as that upon Plato by Speusippus 3:2, or the life of Epicurus by Apollodorus 10:2. With the 2nd century BC, we come to a new development. Hermippus and his imitators had taken their subjects indiscriminately. The next step was to select one class: poets, historians, or orators. Solon of Alexandria confined himself to philosophers, and between 200 and 170 BC produced his great work entitled Diadoche or Diadochai. For this purpose he used an abridgment of the physical opinions of Theophrastus. Solon's work was probably in 13 books, and from a comparison of our author's citations, no definite idea of the arrangement can be formed, but as his second book dealt with Aristippus, 274-85, his fourth book with Plato or Diogenes the Cynic, 626, his seventh with Diogenes the Cynic, 680, his eighth with Chrysippus, 7-183, and his 11th with Timon, 9-110, 112, he would seem to have given the same prominence as Laertius gives to the line of succession from Socrates to the Cynics and Stoics. It is significant, too, that apart from those of later Stoics, now lost, and the academics Carneades and Cleomachus, very few of the lives in Diogenes Laertius are later than Solon. In two instances, 285 and 680, judgments of Solon on the genuineness of writings of which a catalogue is given, perhaps from the library at Alexandria, are cited by our author. Another biographer who posed as a critic was Satyrus, whom Diogenes cites 9 times. In 680, he is said to have rejected certain works attributed to Diogenes the Cynic, but as he retailed the story that Socrates had 2 wives, 226, and regarded Aristippus's work on the luxury of the ancients as trustworthy history, his standard of credible evidence was by no means too severe. Solon's work, whether in 23 or 13 books, must have been deemed too long, for Heraclides Lambus, circa 181 to 146 BC, brought out his Diadoche in 6 books. Sassicrates of Rhodes, who also belongs to the 2nd century BC, wrote a Diadoche, cited 12 times by Laertius, 3 citations being from the 3rd book. Antisthenes of Rhodes, again, wrote a Diadoche, which is cited 10 times. His history of his native city, Rhodes, was considered by Polybius an important work. He carried the history of philosophy at least as far as Cleanthes. Apollodorus of Athens was another writer indispensable to any later compiler of a biographical history. About 140 BC he published Chronica, a compendium of chronology in comic trimeters. With all its faults, it marked a distinct advance in the arrangement and orderly survey of the past. A favorable specimen of Apollodorus's method is furnished by a passage, 852, where he refutes the mistake into which some had fallen who made Empedocles contemporary with the Athenian expedition to Sicily. Footnote, quote, Apollodorus the grammarian says in his chronology that Empedocles was the son of Meton, and Glaucus says that he came to Thurii quite shortly after it was founded. End quote. Then, a little lower, he adds, those who relate that he left his home for Syracuse and there fought against the Athenians seem to me to show entire ignorance of the facts, for either he was then no longer living, or at all events was extremely old, which makes the story improbable. Add a footnote. His Chronica won lasting approval. The dates given in it are cited for the earlier and more doubtful figures in Greek philosophy by Laertius, as no doubt they had been by preceding writers. In short, if modern research and recent controversy can be said to have established anything, it is that Antigonus of Carystus, Sesicrates of Rhodes, and Apollodorus of Athens are primary sources for our author. In contrast with the labors of the writers above mentioned, who must be credited with some desire, at any rate, of ascertaining the truth, Lobon of Argos, twice cited by Laertius, 134, 112, must be set down as a deliberate forger. In his work upon poets, he attributed 200 lines to Thales, but gave Epimenides credit for 2 long poems of 5,000 and 6,500 lines respectively, besides a prose work of 4,000 lines. If such works ever existed, Lobon may fairly be credited with their authorship. To the 1st century BC belongs Alexander Polyhistor and 2 scholars of Magnesia, Demetrius and Diocles, of whom Laertius has made considerable use. Demetrius, a contemporary of Cicero and a friend of Atticus, to whom he dedicated his work on Concord, struck out a new line of investigation, or rather compilation, in a work on cities which have the same name. This was followed by a still more useful work on poets and prose writers of the same name, briefly cited by Laertius thus: Entois homonymous 138, etc. The confusion which Demetrius thus sought to remove is illustrated by the work before us. Laertius cites at one time Sesicrates and at another time Sesicrates of Rhodes, and often leaves the reader uncertain which Alexander, Antisthenes, Demetrius, or Heraclides is intended. Diocles, a friend of the poet Meleager, with whom he lived in his youth in Kos, wrote a compendium of the history of philosophy, Diadrome ton Philosophon. Of the 15 citations in our author, 8 occur in Book 6, and refer to the Cynics, in whom Diocles seems to have taken a peculiar interest. It was upon Diocles that Friedrich Nietzsche fastened when, in 1868, he took up the problem, quote, "What was the authority followed by Laertius?" End quote. From passages like 748, he rashly inferred that Laertius was a mere copyist, owing all to Diocles except his own epigrams and a few annotations. Alexander, the celebrated polymath, among his multitudinous writings included a history of philosophy, Entais diadochais ton Philosophon, 824. Under the Empire, as we pass from Alexandrian to Roman times, authorities become rarer, or Laertius may exercise greater reserve in mentioning them. Pamphile, who lived in the reign of Nero, wrote a work entitled, according to Photius, Summicton historicon hypomnematon logoi. Laertius is content with a briefer reference, quote, in her commentaries, end quote, entois hypomnemasin. She seems to have kept a sort of commonplace book, and made entries in it upon points of antiquarian research in which she took an interest. Laertius refers to her 8 times, citing books 2, 5, 7, 25, and 32 of her work, which, according to Suidas, included 33 books. That our author read Plutarch is proved beyond doubt not only by citations, but by material evidently drawn from the same source, though Plutarch's name is not mentioned. For an instance, see 4.5 on the historical work of Timonides. The last of his predecessors, to whom Laertius really acknowledges considerable obligations, is Favorinus, the most eminent sophist of his day. Born at Arles in Gaul, and famed for his learning and eloquence, he was the intimate friend of Plutarch and Herodes Atticus, of Fronto and Demetrius the Cynic. Gellius was his devoted admirer. He enjoyed the favor of the Emperor Hadrian, but subsequently fell into disgrace, whereupon the Athenians destroyed the bronze statue which they had raised to him. He wrote much. Laertius quotes his miscellaneous history, Pantodape Historia, or Hyli. Perhaps miscellaneous research would be a better rendering. 324, 812, 47, as also the various books of his memorabilia, Apomnemoneumata, 179, 45, 340, 62. Like his friend Plutarch, he wrote partly on history and partly on philosophy. From the article Europeis in Stephanus of Byzantium, it may be inferred that he made an abstract of Pamphyla's historical work. The attempt has been made to identify Favorinus as the single authority whom Laertius unintelligently copied, but the attempt signally fails. On the whole, it is not very likely that Laertius did blindly follow any single preceding compilation, and if he had done so, it would have been unwise in him to reveal the secret by naming his source. Indeed, skepticism itself now tends to admit that beyond all doubt he read certain authors for himself and made excerpts from them expressly for his own work. This is all but certain as regards Favorinus and Diocles. We will add Pamphila, in spite of the hypothesis that Favorinus may have abridged her work. Here it will be well to pause. Speculation, indeed, has been busy with what we may call the secrets of the workshop. I mean the methods by which the information collected by so many authors found its way into the work before us. When the charge of dishonest plagiarism was dropped, the approved theory of compilation, adopted, for example, by Usiner in his Epicurea, reduced the compiler to a mere cipher or shadow. The following is a summary, so far as Book 10 is concerned. Quote, "The compilation presupposes as its basis an older book of lives, dating presumably from the 1st century of our era. Some reader, then, we may call him Laertius or not, as we will, supplemented his copy by various additions, adding to the chapter on Epicurus, for instance, the 3 letters, etc., much in the same way as we now sometimes in an interleaved copy of a book insert on the blank pages any addenda that happen to interest us. In the 3rd stage, this copy with its heterogeneous matter, i.e. the original text and supplementary accretions, fell into the hands of a copyist who transcribed the contents of the book as they stood in the manuscript, without any thought of redaction or literary form. Our Laertius is certainly just such a formless and unconnected whole as would arise in the way supposed." End quote. On the contrary, throughout this introduction, it has been assumed that the quote-unquote biographer was also the annotating quote-unquote reader and the eventual quote-unquote transcriber. This is the simpler assumption, the common feature or connecting link throughout being a persistent and inveterate habit of citation. Nor is there any good reason why the writer who cites his own epigram in 139 should not be the same who triumphantly brings his task to a close in 10:138, who has prefixed the explanation of the different views taken in schools, sects, and successions, 113 SQ, to his own arrangement of the lives under the Ionian and Italian successions, with the supplement of quote-unquote sporadics, which he explains in 891. Further, nothing elsewhere suggests that he was so lacking in curiosity, industry, or ability that he cannot possibly be credited with the scholia or marginal notes which cumber the epistles and sovereign maxims of Epicurus. If now we turn from the lives to the doctrines of philosophers, it is equally clear that the way had been smoothed for an honest and industrious compiler. The tenets of the schools and of separate philosophers, the points of agreement and difference in conflicting systems, had greatly interested the scholars of Alexandria, many of whom owed nominal allegiance to the peripatetic school. Theophrastus had carried the inquiry down to his own time in his epoch-making work on physical opinion, Physicae Doxae. The Stoic Posidonius, 2 centuries later, embraced a much wider range of speculations in a similar work, which must have been used by Cicero and Seneca. In the time of Augustus, Arius Didymus, an eclectic, wrote an epitome of the ethical and physical doctrines of Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics. From it, the similar eclogae of Stobaeus are principally derived, and Eusebius also is indebted to it in his work Preparatio Evangelica. The collection Periton Ariskonton Philosophois Physikon Dogmaton has come down to us under the name of Plutarch. It would be more accurate to assign it, as Thales has done in his Doxographie Graeci, to a certain Aetius, who is known to have made such an epitome about A.D. 100. Now, it cannot be proved that Laertius did draw directly upon any of these works, all of which were at his disposal. Yet his summaries of doctrine were undoubtedly derived from these or similar compendia, even where there is no decisive evidence by which we can discover his particular source or sources. We are left in the same ignorance or uncertainty in regard to the sayings, apophthegmata, of the philosophers. Collections of these had been made before his time, but we are not sufficiently informed about them to be able to state whence, directly or indirectly, he derived his own selection. One feature of our author's work needs to be emphasized. Like all ancient historians of philosophy, he dwells in the past, scarcely any allusion being made to the changes of the 3 centuries from 100 BC to AD 200. Compared with the revolutionary movements of earlier times, these changes were no doubt unimportant, for Greece produced no great thinker, not even a teacher of second-rate ability, in the interval between Posidonius and Plotinus. No wonder, then, that those who from time to time told and retold the story of a great past thought themselves obliged to dig and delve in the quarries of antiquity. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Introduction by Robert Drew Hicks. 4. Text and Additions. The scholars of Western Europe, as was stated above, page 8, first made our author's acquaintance in a Latin dress. Walter de Burleigh's De Vita et Moribus Philosophorum was an adaptation rather than a transcript, but Ambrosius Traversarius Camalduensis came better equipped to his task. He belonged to the order of Camaldoli, founded in A.D. 1012 by Romualdinus, and rose to be general of his order. He had learned Greek from Manuel Chrysoloras, the Byzantine professor, who in the intervals of state employment lectured at Florence, Rome, and Pavia between 1390 and 1415. The translation of Ambrosius, completed in 1431, for an extant copy is dated February 1432, was printed first at Rome without date, then at Venice in 1475, at Nuremberg the next year, and several times reprinted at other places, with the alterations due to successive improvements of the Greek text. The Lives of Aristotle and Theophrastus, Book 5, CC 1 and 2, were the first part of the Greek text to be printed. They appeared in the second volume of the Aldine Aristotle in Venice in 1497. The whole of the Greek text, as already mentioned, page 10, was printed at Basel in 1533 with the dedication Hieronymus Frobenius et Nicolaus Episcopos Studiosis SPD. In 1566 there appeared at Antwerp another edition with the title Laertius Diogenes de Vita et Moribus Philosophorum Libri Decem, plusquam mille in locis restituti et emendati et fidedignis vetustis exemplaribus Grecis, ut inde Grecum exemplum possit restitui. Opera Ioannis Sambuci Tirnaviensis Pannonii, cum indice locupletissimo, ex officina Christophori Plantini. This editor tells us that he used older manuscripts, naming the Venetus and the Vaticanus, that he had also some reading peculiar to the Bourbonicus has been shown by Usener, Epicurea, page 16. In 1570, Stephanus Henri Estienne published an edition in 2 volumes at Paris, with notes extending over the first 9 books and a revision of Ambrosius's Latin version. A second edition, Cum Isaci causa boni notis multo auctior, was published in 1593 at Paris. A third followed at Geneva in 1615. The fault of these editions, as of Froben's, is that they are based on inferior manuscripts, such as the Marcianus, and, strangely enough, Stephanus seems to have been unaware of the edition of Sambucus, issued 4 years before his own. Meanwhile, under the auspices of Cardinal Aldobrandino, there appeared at Rome an edition, with a revised text and a much improved Latin version, in which emendations of the text not infrequently lurk. This had been preceded 30 years earlier by the Cardinal's uncle, Thomas Aldobrandinus, who had used the Bourbonicus and had annotated the first 9 books. Nor was the 10th book left much longer without a commentator. In due time the energies of Gassendi were concentrated upon it. Both the physical speculations and the ethical doctrine of Epicurus attracted him, and there appeared at Leiden in 1649 Animadversiones in Librum Decem Diogenes Laertius, with a companion volume De Vita et Moribus Epicuri. A second edition followed, and a third, Leiden 1675, in which the 2 parts, Epicuri Philosophiae Perpetrum Gassendum, Tomus Primus, and Epicuri Ethicae Perpetrum Gassendum, Tomus Secundus, were united. Gassendi depended less upon manuscripts than upon common sense and his own reasoning powers. Nevertheless, to him, as to his predecessors, Stephanus, Casaubon, and Aldobrandinus, are due some conjectural restorations of the text, which subsequent editors accept without reserve. For example, there are 3 such in 1083. A variorum edition of the whole work was published by Meibomius in 1691-92. This included the valuable commentary of Ménage and other illustrative matter. In the 18th century, hardly anything of note can be chronicled, except perhaps the edition of Longolius, Schur, 1791. In the 19th century appeared the edition of Hübner, Leipzig, 1828-31, with a preface by Godfrey Hermann, some critical notes, and the annotations of Casaubon and Ménage. Lastly, there is the edition of the Didot series, Paris, 1850, bearing the name of Courbet. From the Avis des éditeurs, dated August 1st, 1850, we learn that the young Courbet was introduced to the publishers in 1842, traveled in Italy to collate manuscripts, and had completed his revision of the text in 1844, but for some unexplained reason neglected to write the Prolegomena, which he had promised in a letter dated October 5th, 1843. The result is that no reasons are assigned and no authorities are cited for the extensive alterations which mark this edition as a great advance upon its predecessors. If now we turn from printed copies to older sources of the text, there are numerous manuscripts, but none very old or trustworthy. By far the best is Codex Bourbonicus, B, of the National Library at Naples. GR3B29 is the class mark. This manuscript is dated about AD 1200. The scribe obviously knew no Greek. Itacisms abound. There are some 150 instances in Book 3 alone. Breathings and accents are sometimes omitted. Words are sometimes wrongly divided, especially in citations of poetry. Yet the spelling of certain words is unusually good. In a recent edition of Book 3, Vita Platonis, the editors give, page 4, 30 examples of bad readings, some of which suggest conjectural emendation. Nevertheless, all critics agree that B is the most faithful to the archetype. Next to the Bourbonicus comes the Paris Codex, GR 1759, known as P, probably written a century later, circa 1300. Quite recently, von der Meulle has advocated the claims of two other manuscripts, one CO of the 13th or 14th century from the library of Old Seraglio at Constantinople, and the other W from the Vatican, GR 140 of the 14th century. Both these may be said to side with P rather than with B. Lastly, there is the Florentine manuscript F, GR Plut 4913, for which letter Martini and Bywater substitute L. The superiority of BPF is laid down in Usener's Epicurea, pages 6 SQQ, 22 SQQ. 10 years later, in 1877, Bonnet has dealt with P, and the conclusion of these two scholars and Wachsmuth has since been generally accepted. Experts are not in entire agreement as to the age of the three manuscripts, but all three must have been written between the 12th and the 14th centuries. Usener collated in part another Paris Codex, GR 1758Q, which had been copied from P before it was interpolated, as well as another Florentine Codex, Laurentianus, GR Plut 4928G, but these are merely subsidiary. By ill fortune, the Editio Princeps of 1533 was printed from an inferior manuscript, the identity of which has been discovered by von der Meulle, who calls it Z. It is the Raudnitz manuscript, now in the library of Prince Lobkowitz. What is most necessary now is an edition such as has been long promised, showing the true tradition of the text, when BPFCO and any other good manuscript has been stripped of the interpolations introduced by Byzantine or Italian scholars. The effect of interpolation, superimposed on multifarious errors due to careless copyists, is a diversity more apparent than real, which deceives only superficial examination. For we may reasonably assume that a single stray copy, brought to light in the 9th century, was the parent of all extant manuscripts. The true text, it is agreed, is often preserved by B alone, yet F, on which Courbet relied, is not seldom right, though it also palms off makeshift conjectures. Whether the class of inferior or interpolated manuscripts supplies any genuine readings independent of BPF is a question sometimes raised. In any case, not much is to be expected from this quarter. All that can be done by the most careful collation of manuscripts has already been done for the most valuable part of Laertius. I mean the fragments of other authors with which his work is filled. Thus, Usener has edited Book 10 in Epicurea, 1887. Most of Book 7 is incorporated in von Arnim's Stoicorum Veterum Fragmenta. A still larger installment of fragments will be found in the works published by Thales, Poetarum Philosophorum Fragmenta, Berlin, 1901, and Die Fragmente der Vorsokratica, 3rd edition, Berlin, 1912. A separate edition of Book 3, Vita Platonis, appeared in 1907, edited by Breitenbach, Budenhagen, de Bruna, and von der Mühl. The last named is the editor for the Bibliotheca Tubneriana of Epicuri Epistolae 3 et Ratae Sententiae a L. de Servatae, Leipzig, 1922. In presenting to the reader an eclectic text based largely on the Didot edition, the present writer feels confident that, whatever the less important parts may lose or gain by later revision, the text of what is most valuable, namely the fragments, will undergo little alteration, failing the discovery of fresh manuscript material. Of readings subsequent to Courbet here adopted, some are long overdue, e.g. Timonides for Simonides, 4.5, Kineisthai for Keisthai, 368, from Plutarch and Plato, respectively. Others date from recent years, e.g. Areton for Eton, 448, due to late Herbert Richards, Classical Review 16, page 395, Oiktisdomeno for Oikisdomeno, 867, due to Appelt, ad loc, Kineses for Kinetai, 1062, due to Bignone, Epicuro, page 100, who has elsewhere stoutly defended the manuscript tradition against Usener's alterations. On comparing this passage with 1043, however, he has seen the necessity of emendation to save Epicurus, if not from a flat contradiction, at least from a misleading, because elliptical, mode of expression. The errors of the earlier editions printed in the 16th century have been by slow degrees in large measure removed, the main instrument being conjectural emendation. Now we have access to better manuscripts, and for 3 of the 10 books there is a tolerable apparatus criticus. But even if we were as well informed for the other 7 books, the result, instead of precluding, would in all probability invite the attention of scholars who can supply sane and cautious criticism to a corrupt text. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Prologue. There are some who say that the study of philosophy had its beginning among the barbarians. They urge that the Persians have had their Magi, the Babylonians or Assyrians their Chaldeans, and the Indians their Gymnosophists. And among the Celts and Gauls there are the people called Druids or Holy Ones, for which they cite as authorities the Magicus of Aristotle and Sotion in the 23rd book of his Succession of Philosophers. Also, they say that Mochus was a Phoenician, Zamolcus a Thracian, and Atlas a Libyan. If we may believe the Egyptians, Hephaestus was the son of the Nile, and with him philosophy began, priests and prophets being its chief exponents. Hephaestus lived 48,863 years before Alexander of Macedon, and in the interval there occurred 373 solar and 832 lunar eclipses. The date of the Magians, beginning with Zoroaster the Persian, was 5,000 years before the fall of Troy, as given by Hermodorus the Platonist in his work on mathematics. But Xanthus, the Lydian, reckons 6,000 years from Zoroaster to the expedition of Xerxes. And after that event he places a long line of Magians in succession, bearing the names of Ostanus, Astrampsychos, Gobryas, and Pesatas, down to the conquest of Persia by Alexander. These authors forget that the achievements which they attribute to the barbarians belong to the Greeks, with whom not merely philosophy but the human race itself began. For instance, Musaeus is claimed by Athens, Linus by Thebes. It is said that the former, the son of Eumolpus, was the first to compose a genealogy of the gods and to construct a sphere, and that he maintained that all things proceeded from unity and are resolved again into unity. He died at Phalerum, and this is his epitaph. Musaeus to his sire Eumolpus dear, in Phalerean soil lies buried here. And the Eumolpidae at Athens get their name from the father of Musaeus. Linus, again, was, so it is said, the son of Hermes and the muse Urania. He composed a poem describing the creation of the world, the courses of the sun and moon, and the growth of animals and plants. His poem begins with the line, "Time was when all things grew up at once." And this idea was borrowed by Anaxagoras when he declared that all things were originally together until mind came and set them in order. Linus died in Euboea, slain by the arrow of Apollo, and this is his epitaph. Here Theban Linus, whom Urania bore, the fair-crowned muse, sleeps on a foreign shore. And thus it was from the Greeks that philosophy took its rise. Its very name refuses to be translated into foreign speech. But those who attribute its invention to barbarians bring forward Orpheus the Thracian, calling him a philosopher of whose antiquity there can be no doubt. Now, considering the sort of things he said about the gods, I hardly know whether he ought to be called a philosopher. For what are we to make of one who does not scruple to charge the gods with all human suffering, and even the foul crimes wrought by the tongue amongst a few of mankind? The story goes that he met his death at the hands of women, but according to the epitaph at Dium in Macedonia, he was slain by a thunderbolt. It runs as follows: Here have the Muses laid their minstrel true, the Thracian Orpheus, whom Jove's thunder slew. But the advocates of the theory that philosophy took its rise among the barbarians go on to explain the different forms it assumed in different countries. As to the Gymnosophists and Druids, we are told that they uttered their philosophy in riddles, bidding men to reverence the gods, to abstain from wrongdoing, and to practice courage. That the Gymnosophists at all events despise even death itself is affirmed by Pittacus in his 12th book. He also says that the Chaldeans apply themselves to astronomy and forecasting the future, while the Magi spend their time in the worship of the gods, in sacrifices and in prayers, implying that none but themselves have the ear of the gods. They propound their views concerning the being and origin of the gods, whom they hold to be fire, earth, and water. They condemn the use of images, and especially the error of attributing to the divinities difference of sex. They hold discourse of justice, and deem it impious to practice cremation. But they see no impiety in marriage with a mother or daughter, as Solon relates in his 23rd book. Further, they practice divination and forecast the future, declaring that the gods appear to them in visible form. Moreover, they say that the air is full of shapes which stream forth like vapour and enter the eyes of keen-sighted seers. They prohibit personal ornament and the wearing of gold. Their dress is white, they make their bed on the ground, and their food is vegetables, cheese, and coarse bread. Their staff is a reed, and their custom is, so we are told, to stick it into the cheese and take up with it the part they eat. With the art of magic they were wholly unacquainted, according to Aristotle in his Magicus and Dinon in the 5th book of his history. Dinon tells us that the name Zoroaster, literally interpreted, means star worshipper, and Hermodorus agrees with him in this. Aristotle, in the 1st book of his dialogue On Philosophy, declares that the Magi are more ancient than the Egyptians, and further, that they believe in 2 principles, the good spirit and the evil spirit, the one called Zeus, or Oromastes, the other Hades, or Arimaneus. This is confirmed by Hermippus in his 1st book about the Magi, Eudoxus in his Voyage around the World, and Theopompus in the 5th book of his Philippica. The last-named author says that according to the Magi, men will live in a future life and be immortal, and that the world will endure through their invocations. This is again confirmed by Eudemus of Rhodes, but Hecataeus relates that according to them, the gods are subject to birth. Cleobulus of Soli, in his tract On Education, further makes the Gymnosophists to be descended from the Magi, and some trace of the Jews also to the same origin. Furthermore, those who have written about the Magi criticize Herodotus. They urge that Xerxes would never have cast javelins at the sun, nor have let down fetters into the sea, since in the creed of the Magi, sun and sea are gods. But that statues of the gods should be destroyed by Xerxes was natural enough. The philosophy of the Egyptians is described as follows so far as relates to the gods and to justice. They say that matter was the first principle, next the 4 elements were derived from matter, and thus living things of every species were produced. The sun and the moon are gods, bearing the names of Osiris and Isis, respectively. They make use of the beetle, the dragon, the hawk, and other creatures as symbols of divinity, according to Manetho in his Epitome of Physical Doctrines, and Hecataeus in the 1st book of his work on the Egyptian philosophy. They also set up statues and temples to these sacred animals because they do not know the true form of the deity. They hold that the universe is created and perishable, and that it is spherical in shape. They say that the stars consist of fire, and that, according as the fire in them is mixed, so events happen upon earth. That the moon is eclipsed when it falls into the earth's shadow. That the soul survives death and passes into other bodies. That rain is caused by change in the atmosphere. Of all other phenomena they give physical explanations, as related by Hecataeus and Aristagoras. They also laid down laws on the subject of justice, which they ascribed to Hermes, and they deified those animals which are serviceable to man. They also claimed to have invented geometry, astronomy, and arithmetic. Thus much concerning the invention of philosophy. But the first to use the term, and to call himself a philosopher, or lover of wisdom, was Pythagoras. For, said he, no man is wise but God alone. Heraclides of Pontus, in his De Mortua, makes him say this at Sicyon in conversation with Leon, who was the prince of that city, or of Lius. All too quickly the study was called wisdom, and its professor a sage, to denote his attainment of mental perfection, while the student who took it up was a philosopher or lover of wisdom. Sophists was another name for the wise men, and not only for philosophers, but for the poets also. And so Crantius, when praising Homer and Hesiod in his Archilochi, gives them the title of sophist. The The men who were commonly regarded as sages were the following: Thales, Solon, Periander, Cleobulus, Chilon, Bias, Pittacus. To these are added Anarchises, the Scythian, Myson of Chen, Pherecydes of Syros, Epimenides the Cretan, and by some even Pisistratus the tyrant. So much for the sages or wise men. But philosophy, the pursuit of wisdom, has had a twofold origin. It started with Anaximander on the one hand, with Pythagoras on the other. The former was a pupil of Thales. Pythagoras was taught by Pherecydes. The one school was called Ionian because Thales, a Milesian, and therefore an Ionian, instructed Anaximander. The other school was called Italian, from Pythagoras, who worked for the most part in Italy. And the one school, that of Ionia, terminates with Clitomachus and Chrysippus and Theophrastus, that of Italy with Epicurus. The succession passes from Thales through Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, Archelaus to Socrates, who introduced ethics or moral philosophy, from Socrates to his pupils the Socratics, and especially to Plato, the founder of the Old Academy. From Plato through Pseupius and Xenocrates, the succession passes to Polemo, Crantor, and Crates. Arcesilas, founder of the Middle Academy, Lacydes, founder of the New Academy, Carneades, and Clitomachus. This line brings us to Clitomachus. There is another which ends in Chrysippus, that is to say, by passing from Socrates to Antisthenes, then to Diogenes the Cynic, Crates of Thebes, Zeno of Citium, Cleanthes, Chrysippus. And yet again, another ends with Theophrastus. Thus from Plato it passes to Aristotle, and from Aristotle to Theophrastus. In this manner the school of Ionia comes to an end. In the Italian school, the order of succession is as follows. First Pherecydes, next Pythagoras, next his son Telauges, then Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno of Elea, Leucippus, Democritus, who had many pupils, in particular Nausiphanes and Nausicides, who were teachers of Epicurus. Philosophers may be divided into dogmatists and skeptics. All those who make assertions about things assuming that they can be known are dogmatists, while all who suspend their judgment on the ground that things are unknowable are skeptics. Again, some philosophers left writings behind them, while others wrote nothing at all, as was the case, according to some authorities, with Socrates, Stilpo, Philippus, Menedemus, Pyrrho, Theodorus, Carneades, Bryson. Some add Pythagoras and Aristo of Chios, except that they wrote a few letters. Others wrote no more than one treatise each, as Melissus, Parmenides, and Anaxagoras. Many works were written by Zeno, more by Xenophanes, more by Democritus, more by Aristotle, more by Epicurus, and still more by Chrysippus. Some schools took their name from cities, as the Eleans and the Megarians, the Eretrians and the Cyrenaics. Others from localities, such as the Academics and the Stoics. Others from incidental circumstances, such as the Peripatetics. Others again from derisive nicknames, such as the Cynics. Others from their temperaments, such as the Eudemonists or Happiness School. Others from a conceit they entertained as truth-lovers, refutationists, and reasoners from analogy. Others again from their teachers, as Socratics, Epicureans, and the like. Some take the name of physicists from their investigation of nature, others that of moralists because they discuss morals, while those who are occupied with verbal jugglery are styled dialecticians. Philosophy has three parts: physics, ethics, and dialectic, or logic. Physics is the part concerned with the universe and all that it contains. Ethics, that concerned with life and all that has to do with us, while the processes of reasoning employed by both form the province of dialectic. Physics flourished down to the time of Archelaus. Ethics, as we have said, started with Socrates, while dialectic goes as far back as Zeno of Elea. In ethics there have been 10 schools: the academic, the Cyrenaic, the Elean, the Megarian, the Cynic, the Eritrean, the Dialectic, the Peripatetic, the Stoic, and the Epicurean. The founders of these schools were, of the Old Academy, Plato, of the Middle Academy, Arcesilaus, of the New Academy, Lycides, of the Cyrenaic, Aristippus of Cyrene, of the Elean, Phaedo of Elis, of the Megarian, Euclides of Megara, of the Cynic, Antisthenes of Athens, of the Eritrean, Menedemamus of Eritrea, of the Dialectical school, Clitomachus of Carthage, of the Peripatetic, Aristotle of Stagira, of the Stoic, Zeno of Citium, while the Epicurean school took its name from Epicurus himself. Hippobotus, in his work On Philosophical Sects, declares that there are 9 sects or schools, and gives them in this order: 1. Megarian, 2. Eritrean, 3. Cyrenaic, 4. Epicurean, 5. Anisarian, 6. Theodorian, 7. Zenonian or Stoic, 8. Old Academic, 9. Peripatetic. He passes over the Cynic, Elean, and Dialectical schools. For as to the Pyrrhonians, so indefinite are their conclusions that hardly any authorities will allow them to be a sect. Some allow their claim in certain respects, but not in others. It would seem, however, that they are a sect, for we use the term of those who in their attitude to appearance follow or seem to follow some principle, and on this ground we shall be justified in calling the sceptics a sect. But if we are to understand by sect a bias in favour of coherent positive doctrines, they could no longer be called a sect, for they have no positive doctrines. So much for the beginnings of philosophy, its subsequent developments, its various parts, and the number of the philosophic sects. One word more. Not long ago, an eclectic school was introduced by Potamo of Alexandria, who made a selection from the tenets of all the existing sects. As he himself states in his Elements of Philosophy, he takes as criteria of truth, 1. That by which the judgment is formed, namely the ruling principle of the soul; 2. The instrument used, for instance, the most accurate perception. His universal principles are matter and the efficient cause, quality, and place. For that out of which, and that by which a thing is made, as well as the quality with which and the place in which it is made, are principles. The end to which he refers all actions is life made perfect in all virtue, natural advantages of body and environment being indispensable to its attainment. It remains to speak of the philosophers themselves, and in the first place, Thales. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew, Hicks. Chapter 1. Thales. Herodotus, Duris, and Democritus are agreed that Thales was the son of Xamias and Cleobulina, and belonged to the Telidae, who are Phoenicians, and among the noblest of the descendants of Cadmus and Agenor. As Plato testifies, he was one of the 7 sages. He was the first to receive the name of sage in the archonship of Damasius at Athens, when the term was applied to all the 7 sages, as Demetrius of Phalerum mentions in his list of archons. He was admitted to citizenship at Miletus when he came to that town along with Neleus, who had been expelled from Phoenicia. Most writers, however, represent him as a genuine Milesian and of a distinguished family. After engaging in politics, he became a student of nature. According to some, he left nothing in writing, for the nautical astronomy attributed to him is said to be by Phocus of Samos. Callimachus knows him as the discoverer of the Ursa Minor, for he says in his iambics, quote, "Who, first of men, the course made plain of those small stars we call the Wain, whereby Phoenicians sail the main." End quote. But according to others, he wrote nothing but 2 treatises, one on the solstice, and one on the equinox, regarding all other matters as incognizable. He seems by some accounts to have been the first to study astronomy, the first to predict eclipses of the sun and to fix the solstices, so Eudemus in his History of Astronomy. It was this which gained for him the admiration of Xenophanes and Herodotus, and the notice of Heraclitus and Democritus, and some, including Coerulus, the poet, declare that he was the first to maintain the immortality of the soul. He was the first to determine the sun's course from solstice to solstice, and, according to some, the first to declare the size of the sun to be 1/720th part of the solar circle, and the size of the moon to be the same fraction of the lunar circle. He was the first to give the last day of the month the name of 30th, and the first, some say, to discuss physical problems. Aristotle and Hippias affirm that, arguing from the magnet and from amber, he attributed a soul or life even to inanimate objects. Pamphila states that, having learnt geometry from the Egyptians, he was the first to inscribe a right-angled triangle in a circle, whereupon he sacrificed an ox. Others tell this tale of Pythagoras, amongst them Apollodorus, the arithmetician. It was Pythagoras who developed to their furthest extent the discoveries attributed by Callimachus in his iambics to Euphorbus, the Phrygian. Scalene triangles, and whatever else has to do with theoretical geometry. Thales is also credited with having given excellent advice on political matters. For instance, when Croesus sent to Miletus offering terms of alliance, he frustrated the plan, and this proved the salvation of the city when Cyrus obtained the victory. Heraclides makes Thales himself say that he had always lived in solitude as a private individual and kept aloof from state affairs. Some authorities say that he married and had a son Cybisthus, others that he remained unmarried and adopted his sister's son, and that when he was asked why he had no children of his own, he replied, because he loved children. The story is told that when his mother tried to force him to marry, he replied it was too soon, and when she pressed him again later in life, he replied that it was too late. Hieronymus of Rhodes, in the second book of his Scattered Notes, relates that in order to show how easy it is to grow rich, Thales, foreseeing that it would be a good season for olives, rented all the oil mills and thus amassed a fortune. His doctrine was that water is the universal primary substance, and that the world is animate and full of divinities. He is said to have discovered the seasons of the year and divided into 365 days. He had no instructor, except that he went to Egypt and spent some time with the priests there. Hieronymus informs us that he measured the height of the pyramids by the shadow they cast, taking the observation at the hour when our shadow is of the same length as ourselves. He lived, as Minyas relates, with Thrasybulus, the tyrant of Miletus. The well-known story of the tripod found by the fishermen and sent by the people of Miletus to all the wise men in succession runs as follows. Certain Ionian youths having purchased of the Milesian fishermen their catch of fish, a dispute arose over the tripod which had formed part of the catch. Finally, the Milesians referred the question to Delphi, and the god gave an oracle in this form, quote, "Who shall possess the tripod?" Thus replies Apollo, "Whosoever is most wise." End quote. Accordingly, they give it to Thales, and he to another, and so on until it comes to Solon, who, with the remark that the god was the most wise, sent it off to Delphi. Callimachus, in his iambics, has a different version of the story, which he took from Meandrius of Miletus. It is that Bathicles, an Arcadian, left at his death a bowl with the solemn injunction that it should be given to him who had done most good by his wisdom. So it was given to Thales, went the round of all the sages, and came back to Thales again, and he sent it to Apollo at Didyma with this dedication according to Callimachus. Quote, "Lord of the folk of Neleus' line, Thales of Greeks adjudged most wise, brings to thy Didymaean shrine his offering, a twice won prize." End quote. But the prose inscription is, quote, Thales, the Milesian son of Examias, dedicates this to Delphinian Apollo after twice winning the prize from all the Greeks. End quote. The bowl was carried from place to place by the son of Bathocles, whose name was Tyrion, so it is stated by Eleusis in his work on Achilles, and Alexo the Myndian in the 9th book of his legends. But Eudoxus of Cnidos and Euanthes of Miletus agree that a certain man who was a friend of Croesus received from the king a golden goblet in order to bestow it upon the wisest of the Greeks. This man gave it to Thales, and from him it passed to others, and so to Chilon. Chilon laid the question, "Who is a wiser man than I?" before the Pythian Apollo, and the god replied, "My son." Of him we shall have more to say presently. In the list of the 7 sages given by Eudoxus, my son takes the place of Cleobulus. Plato also includes him by omitting Periander. The answer of the oracle respecting him was as follows, quote, "My son of Chen in Oeta, this is he who for wise-heartedness surpasseth thee." End quote. And it was given in reply to a question put by Anacharsis. Dimachus, the Platonist, and Clearchus alleged that a bowl was sent by Croesus to Pittacus and began the round of the wise men from him. The story told by Andron in his work on the tripod is that the Argives offered a tripod as a prize of virtue to the wisest of the Greeks. Aristodemus of Sparta was adjudged the winner, but retired in favor of Chilon. Aristodemus is mentioned by Alcaeus thus, quote, "Surely no witless word was this of the Spartan, I deem. Wealth is the worth of a man, and poverty void of esteem." End quote. Some relate that a vessel with its freight was sent by Periander to Thrasybulus, tyrant of Miletus, and that when it was wrecked in Coan waters, the tripod was afterwards found by certain fishermen. However, Phanauticus declares it to have been found in Athenian waters and thence brought to Athens. An assembly was held and it was sent to Bias, for what reason shall be explained in the life of Bias. There is yet another version, that it was the work of Hephaestus, presented by the god to Pelops on his marriage. Thence it passed to Menelaus, and was carried off by Paris along with Helen, and was thrown by her into the Coan Sea, for she said it would be a cause of strife. In process of time, certain people of Lebedos, having purchased a catch of fish thereabouts, obtained possession of the tripod, and quarrelling with the fishermen about it, put into Cos, and when they could not settle the dispute, reported the fact to Miletus, their mother city. The Milesians, when their embassies were disregarded, made war upon Cos. Many fell on both sides, and an oracle pronounced that the tripod should be given to the wisest. Both parties to the dispute agreed upon Thales. After it had gone the round of the sages, Thales dedicated it to Apollo of Didyma. The oracle which the Coans received was on this wise, quote, "Hephaestus cast the tripod in the sea. Until it quit the city there will be no end to strife, until it reach the seer whose wisdom makes past, present, future clear." End quote. That of a Milesian's beginning, "Who shall possess the tripod?" has been quoted above. So much for this version of the story. Hermippus, in his Lives, refers to Thales the story which is told by some of Socrates, namely, that he used to say there were 3 blessings for which he was grateful to fortune. Quote, "First, that I was born a human being, and not one of the brutes. Next, that I was born a man, and not a woman. Thirdly, a Greek, and not a barbarian." End quote. It is said that once when he was taken out of doors by an old woman in order that he might observe the stars, he fell into a ditch, and his cry for help drew from the old woman the retort, "How can you expect to know all about the heavens, Thales, when you cannot even see what is just before your feet?" Timon, too, knows him as an astronomer, and praises him in the Silly, where he says, Thales among the seven, the sage astronomer. His writings are said by Lobon of Argos to have run to some 200 lines. His statue is said to bear this inscription, Pride of Miletus and Aeonian lands, wisest astronomer, here Thales stands. Of songs still sung, these verses belong to him. Many words do not declare an understanding heart. Seek one sole wisdom. Choose one sole good, for thou wilt check the tongues of chatterers, prating without end. Here too are certain current apophthegms assigned to him. Of all things that are, the most ancient is God, for he is uncreated. The most beautiful is the universe, for it is God's workmanship. The greatest is space, for it holds all things. The swiftest is mind, for it speeds everywhere. The strongest, necessity, for it masters all. The wisest, time, for it brings everything to light. He held there was no difference between life and death. Why then, said one, do you not die? Because, said he, there is no difference. To the question which is older, day or night, he replied, night is older by one day. Someone asked him whether a man could hide an evil deed from the gods. No, he replied, nor yet an evil thought. To the adulterer who inquired if he should deny the charge upon oath, he replied that perjury was no worse than adultery. Being asked what is difficult, he replied, to know one's self. What is easy? To give advice to another. What is most pleasant? Success. What is the divine? That which has neither beginning nor end. To the question what was the strangest thing he had ever seen, his answer was, an aged tyrant. How can one best bear adversity? If he should see his enemies in worse plight, how shall we lead the best and most righteous life? By refraining from doing what we blame in others. What man is happy? He who has a healthy body, a resourceful mind, and a docile nature. He tells us to remember friends, whether present or absent, not to pride ourselves upon outward appearance, but to study to be beautiful in character. Shun ill-gotten gains, he says. Let not idle words prejudice thee against those who have shared thy confidence. Whatever provision thou hast made for thy parents, the same must thou expect from thy children. He explained the overflow of the Nile is due to the Etesian winds, which, blowing in the contrary direction, drove the waters upstream. Apollodorus, in his chronology, places his birth in the first year of the 35th Olympiad, 640 B.C. He died at the age of 78, or, according to Sosicrates, of 90 years, for he died in the 58th Olympiad, being contemporary with Croesus, whom he undertook to take across the Halys without building a bridge, by diverting the river. There have lived 5 other men who bore the name of Thales, as enumerated by Demetrius of Magnesia in his Dictionary of Men of the same name. 1. A rhetorician of Calatia with an affected style. 2. A painter of Sicyon of great gifts. 3. A contemporary of Hesiod, Homer, and Lycurgus in very early times. 4. A person mentioned by Duras in his work on painting. 5. An obscure person in more recent times who is mentioned by Dionysius in his critical writings. Thales, the sage, died as he was watching an athletic contest, from heat, thirst, and the weakness incident to advanced stage, and the inscription on his tomb is, Here in a narrow tomb great Thales lies, yet his renown for wisdom reached the skies. I may also cite one of my own from my first book, Epigrams in Various Metres. As Thales watched the games one festal day, the fierce sun smote him, and he passed away. Zeus, thou didst well to raise him. His dim eyes could not from earth behold the starry skies. To him belongs the proverb, Know thyself, which Antisthenes in his Successions of Philosophers attributes to Pheimonoi, though admitting that it was appropriated by Chilon. This seems the proper place for a general notice of the 7 sages, of whom we have such accounts as the following. Damon of Cyrene in his History of the Philosophers carps at all sages, but especially the 7. Anaximenes remarks that they all applied themselves to poetry. Dicaearchus that they were neither sages nor philosophers, but merely shrewd men with a turn for legislation. Archetimus of Syracuse describes their meeting at the court of Cypselus, on which occasion he himself happened to be present, for which Ephorus substitutes a meeting without Thales at the court of Croesus. Some make them meet at the Pan-Ionian festival at Corinth and at Delphi. Their utterances are variously reported, and are attributed now to one, now to the other. For instance, the following, Chilon of Lacedaemon's words are true, nothing too much, good comes from measured due. Nor is there any agreement how the number is made up. For Meandrius, in place of Cleobulus and Myson, includes Leophantus, son of Gorgiadas, of Lebedus or Ephesus, and Epimenides, the Cretan, in the list. Plato, in his Protagoras, admits Myson and leaves out Periander. Ephorus substitutes Anacharsis for Myson. Others add Pythagoras to the 7. Dicaearchus hands down 4 names fully recognized, Thales, Bias, Pittacus, and Solon, and appends the names of 6 others, from whom he selects 3, Aristodemus, Pamphilus, Chilon the Lacedaemonian, Cleobulus, Anacharsis, Periander. Others add Acusilaus, son of Cabas or Scabras, of Argos. Hermippus, in his work on the sages, reckons 17, from which number different people make different selections of 7. They are Solon, Thales, Pittacus, Bias, Chilon, Myson, Cleobulus, Periander, Anacharsis, Acusilaus, Epimenides, Leophantus, Pherexides, Aristodemus, Pythagoras, Lassos, son of Charmantides or Sisimbrinus, or, according to Aristoxenus of Chabrinus, born at Hermione, Anaxagoras. Hippopotus, in his list of philosophers, enumerates Orpheus, Linus, Solon, Periander, Anacharsis, Cleobulus, Myson, Thales, Bias, Pittacus, Epicharmus, Pythagoras. Here follow the extant letters of Thales. Thales to Pherexides. I hear that you intend to be the first Ionian to expound theology to the Greeks, and perhaps it was a wise decision to make the book common property without taking advice, instead of entrusting it to any particular persons whatsoever, a course which has no advantages. However, if it would give you any pleasure, I am quite willing to discuss the subject of your book with you, and if you bid me come to Syros, I will do so. For surely Solon of Athens and I would scarcely be sane if, after having sailed to Crete to pursue our inquiries there, and to Egypt to confer with the priests and astronomers, we hesitated to come to you. For Solon too will come, with your permission. You, however, are so fond of home that you seldom visit Ionia, and have no longing to see strangers, but, as I hope, apply yourself to one thing, namely writing, while we, who never write anything, travel all over Hellas and Asia. Thales to Solon. If you leave Athens, it seems to me that you could most conveniently set up your abode at Miletus, which is an Athenian colony, for there you incur no risk. If you are vexed at the thought that we are governed by a tyrant, hating as you do all absolute rulers, you would at least enjoy the society of your friends. Bias wrote inviting you to Priene, and if you prefer the town of Priene for a residence, I myself will come and live with you. End of section 7. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 8 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 8, Book 1, Chapter 2. Solon. Archon, 594 BC. Solon, the son of Execastides, was born at Salamis. His first achievement was the Sesakhtia, or law of release, which he introduced at Athens. Its effect was to ransom persons and property. For men used to borrow money on personal security, and many were forced from poverty to become serfs or day laborers. He then first renounced his claim to a debt of 7 talents due to his father, and encouraged others to follow his example. This law of his was called Sesakhtia, and the reason is obvious. He next went on to frame the rest of his laws, which would take time to enumerate, and inscribe them on the revolving pillars. His greatest service was this: Megara and Athens laid rival claims to his birthplace Salamis, and after many defeats the Athenians passed a decree punishing with death any man who should propose a renewal of the Salaminian War. Solon, feigning madness, rushed into the agora with a garland on his head. There he had his poem on Salamis read to the Athenians by the herald, and roused them to fury. They renewed the war with the Megarians, and, thanks to Solon, were victorious. These were the lines which did more than anything else to inflame the Athenians. Would I were citizen of some mean isle, far in the Sporades, for men shall smile, and mock me for Athenian. Who is this? An Attic slave who gave up Salamis. And, then let us fight for Salamis and fair fame, win the beloved isle, and purge our shame. He also persuaded the Athenians to acquire the Thracian Chersonesus. And lest it should be thought that he had acquired Salamis by force only, and not of right, he opened certain graves and showed that the dead were buried with their faces to the east, as was the custom of burial among the Athenians. Further, that the tombs themselves faced the east, and that the inscriptions graven upon them named the deceased by their demes, which is a style peculiar to Athens. Some authors assert that in Homer's catalogue of the ships, after the line, Ajax 12 ships from Salamis commands, Solon inserted one of his own, and fixed their station next the Athenian bands. Thereafter the people looked up to him, and would gladly have had him rule them as tyrant. He refused, and, early perceiving the designs of his kinsman Pisistratus, so we are told by Sosicrates, did his best to hinder them. He rushed into the assembly armed with spear and shield, warned them of the designs of Pisistratus, and not only so, but declared his willingness to render assistance, in these words: Men of Athens, I am wiser than some of you and more courageous than others, wiser than those who fail to understand the plot of Pisistratus, more courageous than those who, though they see through it, keep silence through fear. And the members of the council, who were of Pisistratus's party, declared that he was mad, which made him say the lines, A little while, and the event will show to all the world if I be mad or no. That he foresaw the tyranny of Pisistratus is proved by a passage from a poem of his. On splendid lightning thunder follows straight, clouds the soft snow and flashing hailstones bring, so from proud men comes ruin, and their state falls unaware to slavery and a king. When Pisistratus was already established, Solon, unable to move the people, piled his arms in front of the general's quarters and exclaimed, My country, I have served thee with my word and sword. Thereupon he sailed to Egypt and to Cyprus, and thence proceeded to the court of Croesus. There Croesus put the question, Whom do you consider happy? And Solon replied, Tellus of Athens, and Cleobulus and Beton, and went on in words too familiar to be quoted here. There is a story that Croesus in magnificent array sat himself down on his throne and asked Solon if he had ever seen anything more beautiful. Yes, was the reply, cocks and pheasants and peacocks, for they shine in nature's colors, which are 10,000 times more beautiful. After leaving that place, he lived in Cilicia and founded a city which he called Soli after his own name. In it he settled some few Athenians, who in process of time corrupted the purity of Attic and were said to solicize. Note that the people of this town are called Solenses, the people of Soli in Cyprus Solii. When he learnt that Pisistratus was by this time tyrant, he wrote to the Athenians on this wise: If ye have suffered sadly through your own wickedness, lay not the blame for this upon the gods, for it is you yourselves who gave pledges to your foes and made them great. This is why you bear the brand of slavery. Every one of you treadeth in the footsteps of the fox, yet in the mass ye have little sense. Ye look to the speech and fair words of a flatterer, paying no regard to any practical result. Thus Solon. After he had gone into exile, Pisistratus wrote to him as follows: Pisistratus to Solon, I am not the only man who has aimed at a tyranny in Greece, nor am I, a descendant of Codrus, unfitted for the part. That is, I resume the privileges which the Athenians swore to confer upon Codrus and his family, although later they took them away. In everything else I commit no offense against God or man, but I leave to the Athenians the management of their affairs according to the ordinances established by you, and they are better governed than they would be under a democracy, for I allow no one to extend his rights, and though I am tyrant, I arrogate to myself no undue share of reputation and honor, but merely such stated privileges as belonged to the kings in former times. Every citizen pays a tithe of his property, not to me, but to a fund for defraying the cost of the public sacrifices or any other charges on the state or the expenditure on any war which may come upon us. I do not blame you for disclosing my designs. You acted from loyalty to the city, not through any enmity to me, and further, in ignorance of the sort of rule which I was going to establish. Since, if you had known, you would perhaps have tolerated me and not gone into exile. Wherefore return home, trusting my word, though it be not sworn, that Solon will suffer no harm from Pisistratus. For neither has any other enemy of mine suffered, of that you may be sure, and if you choose to become one of my friends, you will rank with the foremost, for I see no trace of treachery in you, nothing to excite mistrust, or if you wish to live at Athens on other terms, you have my permission, but do not, on my account, sever yourself from your country. So far Pisistratus. To return to Solon, one of his sayings is that 70 years are the term of man's life. He seems to have enacted some admirable laws. For instance, if any man neglects to provide for his parents, he shall be disfranchised. Moreover, there is a similar penalty for the spendthrift who runs through his patrimony. Again, not to have a settled occupation is made a crime for which any one may, if he pleases, impeach the offender. Lysias, however, in his speech against Nicias, ascribes this law to Draco, and to Solon another depriving open profligates of the right to speak in the assembly. He curtailed the honors of athletes who took part in the games, fixing the allowance for an Olympic victor at 500 drachmae, for an Isthmian victor at 100 drachmae, and proportionately in all other cases. It was in bad taste, he urged, to increase the rewards of these victors and to ignore the exclusive claims of those who had fallen in battle, whose sons ought, moreover, to be maintained and educated by the state. The effect of this was that many strove to acquit themselves as gallant soldiers in battle, like Polyzelus, Cynaegirus, Callimachus, and all who fought at Marathon, or again like Harmodius and Aristogeiton, and Miltiades and thousands more. Athletes, on the other hand, incur heavy costs while in training, do harm when successful, and are crowned for a victory over their country rather than over their rivals. And when they grow old, they, in the words of Euripides, are worn threadbare, cloaks that have lost the nap. And Solon, perceiving this, treated them with scant respect. Excellent, too, is his provision that the guardian of an orphan should not marry the mother of his ward, and that the next heir who would succeed on the death of the orphans should be disqualified from acting as their guardian. Furthermore, that no engraver of seals should be allowed to retain an impression of the ring which he has sold, and that the penalty for depriving a one-eyed man of his single eye should be the loss of the offender's 2 eyes. A deposit shall not be removed except by the depositor himself, on pain of death. That the magistrate found intoxicated should be punished with death. He has provided that the public recitations of Homer shall follow in fixed order. Thus, the second reciter must begin from the place where the first left off. Hence, as Diogenes says in the 5th book of his Megarian history, Solon did more than Pisistratus to throw light on Homer. The passage in Homer more particularly referred to is that beginning, "Those who dwelt at Athens." Solon was the first to call the 30th day of the month the Old and New Day, and to institute meetings of the 9 archons for private conference, as stated by Apollodorus in the 2nd book of his work on legislators. When civil strife began, he did not take sides with those in the city, nor with the plain, nor yet with the coast section. One of his sayings is, "Speech is the mirror of action," and another, that the strongest and most capable is king. He compared laws to spiders' webs, which stand firm when any light and yielding object falls upon them, while a larger thing breaks through them and makes off. Secrecy he called the seal of speech, and occasion the seal of secrecy. He used to say that those who had influence with tyrants were like the pebbles employed in calculations. For, as each of the pebbles represented now a large and now a small number, so the tyrants would treat each one of those about them at one time as great and famous, at another as of no account. On being asked why he had not framed any law against parricide, he replied that he hoped it was unnecessary. Asked how crime could most effectually be diminished, he replied, "If it caused as much resentment in those who are not its victims as in those who are," adding, "Wealth breeds satiety, satiety outrage." He required the Athenians to adopt a lunar month. He prohibited Thespis from performing tragedies on the ground that fiction was pernicious. When, therefore, Pisistratus appeared with self-inflicted wounds, Solon said, "This comes from acting tragedies." His counsel to men in general is stated by Apollodorus in his work on the philosophic sects as follows: "Put more trust in nobility of character than in an oath. Never tell a lie. Pursue worthy aims. Do not be rash to make friends, and, when once they are made, do not drop them. Learn to obey before you command. In giving advice, seek to help, not to please, your friend. Be led by reason. Shun evil company. Honor the gods. Reverence parents." He is also said to have criticized the couplet of Mimnermus: "Would that by no disease, no cares oppressed, I in my 60th year were laid to rest," and to have replied thus: "Oh, take a friend's suggestion, blot the line, grudge not if my invention better thine. Surely a wiser wish were thus expressed, at 80 years let me be laid to rest." Of the songs sung, this is attributed to Solon: "Watch every man and see whether, hiding hatred in his heart, he speaks with friendly countenance, and his tongue rings with double speech from a dark soul." He is undoubtedly the author of the laws which bear his name, of speeches and of poems in elegiac meter, namely, counsels addressed to himself, on Salamis and on the Athenian constitution, 5,000 lines in all, not to mention poems in iambic meter and epodes. His statue has the following inscription: "At Salamis, which crushed the Persian might, Solon the legislator first saw light." He flourished, according to Sosicrates, about the 46th Olympiad, in the 3rd year of which he was archon at Athens. It was then that he enacted his laws. He died in Cyprus at the age of 80. His last injunctions to his relations were on this wise: that they should convey his bones to Salamis, and, when they had been reduced to ashes, scatter them over the soil. Hence, Cratinus, in his play The Chirons, makes him say, "This is my island home, my dust, men say, is scattered far and wide o'er Ajax land. An epigram of my own is also contained in the collection of epigrams in various meters mentioned above, where I have discoursed of all the illustrious dead in all meters and rhythms, in epigrams and lyrics. Here it is. Far Cyprian fire his body burnt, his bones, turned into dust, made grain at Salamis. Wheel-like, his pillars bore his soul on high, so light the burden of his laws on men. It is said that he was the author of the apothegm, Nothing Too Much, Ne Quid Nimis. According to Dioscurides in his Memorabilia, when he was weeping for the loss of his son, of whom nothing more is known, and someone said to him, "It is all of no avail," he replied, "That is why I weep, because it is of no avail." The following letters are attributed to Solon. Solon to Periander. You tell me that many are plotting against you. You must lose no time if you want to get rid of them all. A conspirator against you might arise from a quite unexpected quarter, say one who had fears for his personal safety, or one who disliked your timorous dread of anything and everything. He would earn the gratitude of the city who found out that you had no suspicion. The best course would be to resign power, and so be quit of the reproach. But if you must at all hazards remain tyrant, endeavor to make your mercenary force stronger than the forces of the city. Then you have no one to fear, and need not banish anyone. Solon to Epimenides. It seems that after all, I was not to confer much benefit on Athenians by my laws, any more than you by purifying the city. For religion and legislation are not sufficient in themselves to benefit cities. It can only be done by those who lead the multitude in any direction they choose. And so, if things are going well, religion and legislation are beneficial. If not, they are of no avail. Nor are my laws nor all my enactments any better, but the popular leaders did the commonwealth harm by permitting license, and could not hinder Pisistratus from setting up a tyranny, and, when I warned them, they would not believe me. He found more credit when he flattered the people than I when I told them the truth. I laid my arms down before the general's quarters, and told the people that I was wiser than those who did not see that Pisistratus was aiming at tyranny, and more courageous than those who shrank from resisting him. They, however, denounced Solon as mad, and at last I protested. My country, I, Solon, am ready to defend thee by word and deed, but some of my countrymen think me mad. Wherefore I will go forth out of their midst as the sole opponent of Pisistratus, and let them, if they like, become his bodyguard. For you must know, my friend, that he was beyond measure ambitious to be tyrant. He began by being a popular leader. His next step was to inflict wounds on himself and appear before the court of the Heliaea, crying out that these wounds had been inflicted by his enemies, and he requested them to give him a guard of 400 young men. And the people, without listening to me, granted him the men, who were armed with clubs, and after that he destroyed the democracy. It was in vain that I sought to free the poor amongst the Athenians from their condition of serfdom, if now they are all the slaves of one master, Pisistratus. Solon to Pisistratus. I am sure that I shall suffer no harm at your hands, for before you became tyrant I was your friend, and now I have no quarrel with you beyond that of every Athenian who disapproves of tyranny. Whether it is better for them to be ruled by one man or to live under a democracy, each of us must decide for himself upon his own judgment. You are, I admit, of all tyrants the best, but I see that it is not well for me to return to Athens. I gave the Athenians equality of civil rights. I refused to become tyrant when I had the opportunity. How then could I escape censure if I were now to return and set my approval on all that you are doing? Solon to Croesus. I admire you for your kindness to me, and, by Athena, if I had not been anxious before all things to live in a democracy, I would rather have fixed my abode in your palace than at Athens, where Pisistratus is setting up a rule of violence. But in truth, to live in a place where all have equal rights is more to my liking. However, I will come and see you, for I am eager to make your acquaintance. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 9, Book 1, Chapter 3, Chilon, circa 560 BC. Chilon, son of Damagetius, was a Lacedaemonian. He wrote a poem in elegiac meter, some 200 lines in length, and he declared that the excellence of a man is to divine the future so far as it can be grasped by reason. When his brother grumbled that he was not made ephor as Chilon was, the latter replied, "I know how to submit to injustice, and you do not." He was made ephor in the 55th Olympiad. Pamphila, however, says the 56th. He first became ephor, according to Sosicrates, in the archonship of Euthydemus. He first proposed the appointment of ephors as auxiliaries to the kings, though Satyrus says this was done by Lycurgus. As Herodotus relates in his first book, when Hippocrates was sacrificing at Olympia and his cauldrons boiled of their own accord, it was Chilon who advised him not to marry, or, if he had a wife, to divorce her and disown his children. The tale is also told that he inquired of Aesop what Zeus was doing and received the answer, "He is humbling the proud and exalting the humble." Being asked wherein lies the difference between the educated and the uneducated, Chilon answered, "In good hope." What is hard? To keep a secret, to employ leisure well, to be able to bear an injury. These again are some of his precepts: to control the tongue, especially at a banquet. Not to abuse our neighbors, for if you do, things will be said about you which you will regret. Do not use threats to anyone, for that is womanish. Be more ready to visit friends in adversity than in prosperity. Do not make an extravagant marriage. De mortuis nil nisi bonum. Honor old age. Consult your own safety. Prefer a loss to a dishonest gain. The one brings pain at the moment, the other for all time. Do not laugh at another's misfortune. When strong, be merciful, if you would have the respect, not the fear, of your neighbors. Learn to be a wise master in your own house. Let not your tongue outrun your thought. Control anger. Do not hate divination. Do not aim at impossibilities. Let no one see you in a hurry. Gesticulation in speaking should be avoided as a mark of insanity. Obey the laws. Be restful. Of his songs, the most popular is the following: "By the whetstone gold is tried, giving manifest proof, and by gold is the mind of good and evil men brought to the test." He is reported to have said in his old age that he was not aware of having ever broken the law throughout his life. But on one point he was not quite clear. In a suit in which a friend of his was concerned, he himself pronounced sentence according to the law, but he persuaded his colleague, who was his friend, to acquit the accused, in order at once to maintain the law and yet not to lose his friend. He became very famous in Greece by his warning about the island of Cythera off the Laconian coast. For, becoming acquainted with the nature of the island, he exclaimed, "Would it had never been placed there, or else had been sunk in the depths of the sea." And this was a wise warning, for Demaratus, when an exile from Sparta, advised Xerxes to anchor his fleet off the island, and if Xerxes had taken the advice, Greece would have been conquered. Later, in the Peloponnesian War, Nicias reduced the island and placed an Athenian garrison there, and did the Lacedaemonians much mischief. He was a man of few words, hence Aristagoras of Miletus calls this style of speaking Chilonian. Is of Broncus, founder of the temple at Bronchidae. Chilon was an old man about the 52nd Olympiad, when Aesop the Fabulist was flourishing. According to Hermippus, his death took place at Pisa, just after he had congratulated his son on an Olympic victory in boxing. It was due to excess of joy coupled with the weakness of a man stricken in years, and all present joined in the funeral procession. I've written an epitaph on him also, which runs as follows: "I praise thee, Pollux, for that Chilon's son, by boxing feats the olive chaplet won, nor at the father's fate should we repine. He died of joy, may such a death be mine. The inscription on his statue runs thus: Here Chilon stands, of Sparta's warrior race, who of the sages 7 holds highest place. His apothegm is, Give a pledge and suffer for it. A short letter is also ascribed to him. Chilon to Periander. You tell me of an expedition against foreign enemies, in which you yourself will take the field. In my opinion, affairs at home are not too safe for an absolute ruler, and I deem the tyrant happy who dies a natural death in his own house. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 10, Book 1, Chapter 4, Pittacus, circa 600 BC. Pittacus was the son of Herodias and a native of Mytilene. Durus calls his father a Thracian. Aided by the brothers of Alcaeus, he overthrew Melancrus, tyrant of Lesbos. And in the war between Mytilene and Athens for the territory of Achilles, he himself had the chief command on the one side, and Phrynon, who had won an Olympic victory in the Pancratium, commanded the Athenians. Pittacus agreed to meet him in single combat. With a net which he concealed beneath his shield, he entangled Phrynon, killed him, and recovered the territory. Subsequently, as Apollodorus states in his chronology, Athens and Mytilene referred their claims to arbitration. Periander heard the appeal and gave judgment in favor of Athens. At the time, however, the people of Mytilene honored Pittacus extravagantly and entrusted him with the government. He ruled for 10 years and brought the constitution into order, and then laid down his office. He lived another 10 years after his abdication and received from the people of Mytilene a grant of land, which he dedicated as sacred domain, and it bears his name to this day. So Xicrates relates that he cut off a small portion for himself and pronounced the half to be more than the whole. Furthermore, he declined an offer of money made him by Croesus, saying that he had twice as much as he wanted, for his brother had died without issue, and he had inherited his estate. Pamphila, in the second book of her Memorabilia, narrates that, as his son Tereus sat in a barber's shop in Semi, a smith killed him with a blow from an axe. When the people of Semi sent the murderer to Pittacus, he, on learning the story, set him at liberty and declared that it is better to pardon now than to repent later. Heraclitus, however, says that it was Alcaeus whom he set at liberty when he had got him in his power, and that what he said was, "Mercy is better than vengeance." Among the laws which he made is one providing that for any offense committed in a state of intoxication, the penalty should be doubled. His object was to discourage drunkenness, wine being abundant in the island. One of his sayings is, "It is hard to be good," which is cited by Simonides in this form: Pittacus's maxim, "Truly to become a virtuous man is hard." Plato also cites him in the Protagoras: "Even the gods do not fight against necessity." Again, office shows the man. Once, when asked what is the best thing, he replied, "To do well the work in hand." And when Croesus inquired what is the best rule, he answered, "The rule of the shifting wood," by which he meant the law. He also urged men to win bloodless victories. When the Phocian said that we must search for a good man, Pittacus rejoined, "If you seek too carefully, you will never find him." He answered various inquiries thus: what is agreeable? Time. Obscure? The future. Trustworthy? The earth. Untrustworthy? The sea. It is the part of prudent men, he said, before difficulties arise, to provide against their arising, and of courageous men to deal with them when they have arisen. Do not announce your plans beforehand, for if they fail, you will be laughed at. Never reproach anyone with a misfortune for fear of nemesis. Duly restore what has been entrusted to you. Speak no ill of a friend, nor even of an enemy. Practice piety, love temperance, cherish truth, fidelity, skill, cleverness, sociability, carefulness. Of his songs, the most popular is this: With bow and well-stored quiver, we must march against our foe. Words of his tongue can no man trust, for in his heart there is a deceitful thought. He also wrote poems in elegiac meter, some 600 lines, and a prose work on laws for the use of the citizens. He was flourishing about the 42nd Olympiad. He died in the archonship of Aristomenes in the 3rd year of the 52nd Olympiad, having lived more than 70 years, to a good old age. The inscription on his monument runs thus: Here holy Lesbos, with a mother's woe, bewails her Pittacus, whom death laid low. To him belongs the apotheme, Know thine opportunity. There was another Pittacus, a legislator, as is stated by Favorinus in the first book of his Memorabilia, and by Demetrius in his work on men of the same name. He was called the Less. To return to the sage, the story goes that a young man took counsel with him about marriage, and received this answer, as given by Callimachus in his Epigrams. A stranger of Aturnius thus inquired of Pittacus, the son of Herodias, Old sire, 2 offers of marriage are made to me. The one bride is in wealth and birth my equal. The other is my superior. Which is the better? Come now and advise me which of the 2 I shall wed. So spake he, but Pittacus, raising his staff, an old man's weapon, said, See there, yonder boys will tell you the whole tale. The boys were whipping their tops to make them go fast, and spinning them in a wide open space. Follow in their track, said he. So he approached near, and the boys were saying, Keep to your own sphere. When he heard this, the stranger desisted from aiming at the lordlier match, assenting to the warning of the boys. And even as he led home the humble bride, so do you, Dion, keep to your own sphere. The advice seems to have been prompted by his situation, for he had married a wife superior in birth to himself. She was the sister of Draco, the son of Pentheus, and she treated him with great haughtiness. Alcaeus nicknamed him Serapus and Serapos, because he had flat feet and dragged them in walking. Also Chilblains, because he had chapped feet, for which their word was keras, and Braggadocio, because he was always swaggering. Paunch and Potbelly, because he was stout, a diner in the dark, because he dispensed with a lamp, and the Sloven, because he was untidy and dirty. The exercise he took was grinding corn, as related by Clearchus the philosopher. The following short letter is ascribed to him. Pittacus to Croesus, You bid me come to Lydia in order to see your prosperity, but without seeing it I can well believe that the son of Aliates is the most opulent of kings. There will be no advantage to me in a journey to Sardis, for I am not in want of money, and my possessions are sufficient for my friends as well as myself. Nevertheless, I will come to be entertained by you and to make your acquaintance. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 5, Bias, circa 570 BC. Bias, the son of Teutomes, was born at Priene, and by Satyrus is placed at the head of the 7 sages. Some make him of a wealthy family, but Juris says he was a labourer, living in the house. Phanodicus relates that he ransomed certain Messenian maidens captured in war and brought them up as his daughters, gave them dowries, and restored them to their fathers in Messenia. In course of time, as has been already related, the bronze tripod with the inscription, To him that is wise, having been found at Athens by the fishermen, the maidens, according to Satyrus, or their father, according to other accounts, including that of Phanodicus, came forward into the assembly and, after the recital of their own adventures, pronounced Bias to be wise. And thereupon the tripod was dispatched to him. But Bias, on seeing it, declared that Apollo was wise, and refused to take the tripod. But others say that he dedicated it to Heracles in Thebes, since he was a descendant of the Thebans who had founded a colony at Priene, and this is the version of Phenodicus. A story is told that while Alytes was besieging Priene, Bias fattened 2 mules and drove them into the camp, and that the king, when he saw them, was amazed at the good condition of the citizens actually extending to their beast of burden. And he decided to make terms, and sent a messenger. But Bias piled up heaps of sand with a layer of corn on the top, and showed them to the man. And finally, on being informed of this, Alytes made a treaty of peace with the people of Priene. Soon afterwards, when Alytes sent to invite Bias to his court, he replied, "Tell Alytes, from me, to make his diet of onions," that is, to weep. It is also stated that he was a very effective pleader, but he was accustomed to use his powers of speech to a good end. Hence, it is to this that Demodocus of Phleros makes reference in the line, "If you happen to be prosecuting a suit, plead as they do at Priene," and Hipponax, thus, more powerful in pleading causes than Bias of Priene. This was the manner of his death. He had been pleading in defense of some client in spite of his great age. When he had finished speaking, he reclined his head on his grandson's bosom. The opposing counsel made a speech. The judges voted and gave their verdict in favour of the client of Bias, who, when the court rose, was found dead in his grandson's arms. The city gave him a magnificent funeral, and inscribed on his tomb, "Here Bias of Priene lies, whose name brought to his home and all Ionia fame." My own epitaph is, "Here Bias rests, a quiet death laid low, the aged head which years had strewn with snow. His pleading done, his friend preserved from harms, a long sleep took him in his grandson's arms." He wrote a poem of 2,000 lines on Ionia and the manner of rendering it prosperous. Of his songs, the most popular is the following: "Find favour with all the citizens, in whatever state you dwell, for this earns most gratitude. The headstrong spirit often flashes forth with harmful bane." The growth of strength in man is nature's work, but to set forth in speech the interests of one's country is the gift of soul and reason. Even chance brings abundance of wealth to many. He also said that he who could not bear misfortune was truly unfortunate, that it is a disease of the soul to be enamoured of things impossible of attainment, and that we ought not to dwell upon the woes of others. Being asked what is difficult, he replied, "Nobly to endure a change for the worse." He was once on a voyage with some impious men, and when a storm was encountered, even they began to call upon the gods for help. "Peace," said he, "lest they hear and become aware that you are here in the ship." When an impious man asked him to define piety, he was silent, and when the other inquired the reason, "I am silent," he replied, "because you are asking me questions about what does not concern you." Being asked what is sweet to men, he answered, "Hope." He said he would rather decide a dispute between 2 of his enemies than between 2 of his friends, for in the latter case, he would be certain to make one of his friends his enemy, but in the former case, he would make one of his enemies his friend. Asked what occupation gives a man most pleasure, he replied, "Making money." He advised men to measure life as if they had both a short and a long time to live, to love their friends as if they would someday hate them, the majority of mankind being bad. Further, he gave this advice: "Be slow to set about an enterprise, but persevere in it steadfastly when once it is undertaken. Do not be hasty of speech, for that is a sign of madness. Cherish wisdom. Admit the existence of the gods. If a man is unworthy, do not praise him because of his wealth. Gain your point by persuasion, not by force. Ascribe your good actions to the gods. Make wisdom your provision from the journey from youth to old age, for it is a more certain support than all other possessions. Bias is mentioned by Hipponax as stated above, and Heraclitus, who is hard to please, bestows upon him especial praise in these words. In Priene lived Bias, son of Teutomes, a man of more consideration than any. And the people of Priene dedicated a precinct to him, which is called the Teutonium. His apothegm is, most men are bad. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 6. Cleobulus. Circa 600 BC. Cleobulus, the son of Euagoras, was born at Lindus, but according to Duris he was a Carian. Some say that he traced his descent back to Heracles, that he was distinguished for strength and beauty, and was acquainted with Egyptian philosophy. He had a daughter, Cleobuline, who composed riddles in hexameters. She is mentioned by Cratinus, who gives one of his plays her name in the plural form, Cleobulinae. He is also said to have rebuilt the temple of Athena, which was founded by Danaus. He was the author of songs and riddles, making some 3,000 lines in all. The inscription on the tomb of Midas is said by some to be his. I am a maiden of bronze, and I rest upon Midas' tomb. So long as water shall flow, and tall trees grow, and the sun shall rise and shine, and the bright moon and rivers shall run, and the sea wash the shore, here, abiding on his tear-sprinkled tomb, I shall tell the passers-by, Midas is buried here. The evidence they adduce is a poem of Simonides, in which he says, Who, if he trusts his wits, will praise Cleobulus, the dweller at Lindus, for opposing the strength of a column to ever-flowing rivers, the flowers of spring, the flame of the sun, and the golden moon and the eddies of the sea. But all things fall short of the might of the gods. Even mortal hands break marble in pieces. This is a fool's devising. The inscription cannot be by Homer, because he lived, they say, long before Midas. The following riddle of Cleobulus is preserved in Pamphila's collection. One sire there is, he has 12 sons, and each of these has twice 30 daughters different in feature. Some of the daughters are white, the others again are black. They are immortal, and yet they all die. And the answer is the year. Of his songs, the most popular are, It is want of taste that reigns most widely among mortals and multitude of words, but due season will serve. Set your mind on something good, do not become thoughtless or rude. He said that we ought to give our daughters to their husbands, maidens in years, but women in wisdom, thus signifying that girls need to be educated as well as boys. Further, that we should render a service to a friend to bind him closer to us, and to an enemy in order to make a friend of him. For we have to guard against the censure of friends and the intrigues of enemies. When anyone leaves his house, let him first inquire what he means to do, and on his return let him ask himself what he has effected. Moreover, he advised men to practice bodily exercise, to be listeners rather than talkers, to choose instruction rather than ignorance, to refrain from ill-omened words, to be friendly to virtue, hostile to vice, to shun injustice, to counsel the state for the best, not to be overcome by pleasure, to do nothing by violence, to educate their children, to put an end to enmity, avoid being affectionate to your wife, or quarrelling with her in the presence of strangers, for the one savours of folly, the other of madness. Never correct a servant over your wine, for you will be thought to be the worse for wine. Mate with one of your own rank, for if you take a wife who is superior to you, her kinsfolk will become your masters. When men are being bantered, do not laugh at their expense, or you will incur their hatred. Do not be arrogant in prosperity. If you fall into poverty, do not humble yourself. Know how to bear the changes of fortune with nobility. He died at the ripe age of 70, and the inscription over him is, "Here the wise Rhodian Cleobulus sleeps, and o'er his ashes see proud Lindus weeps." His apothegm was, "Moderation is best," and he wrote to Solon the following letter. Cleobulus to Solon. You have many friends, and a home wherever you go, but the most suitable for Solon will, say I, be Lindus, which is governed by a democracy. The island lies on the high seas, and one who lives here has nothing to fear from Pisistratus, and friends from all parts will come to visit you. End of section 12. Section 13 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 8. Periander, Tyrant, 625 to 585 BC. Periander, the son of Cypselus, was born at Corinth, of the family of the Heraclidae. His wife was Lysida, whom he called Melissa. Her father was Proclus, tyrant of Epidaurus, her mother Aristhenia, daughter of Aristocrates and sister of Aristodemus, who together reigned over nearly the whole of Arcadia, as stated by Heraclides of Pontus in his book on government. By her he had 2 sons, Cypselus and Lycophron, the younger a man of intelligence, the elder weak in mind. However, after some time, in a fit of anger, he killed his wife by throwing a footstool at her, or by a kick when she was pregnant, having been egged on by the slanderous tales of concubines, whom he afterwards burned alive. When the son whose name was Lycophron grieved for his mother, he banished him to Corcyra, and when well advanced in years, he sent for his son to be his successor in the tyranny, but the Corcyraeans put him to death before he could set sail. Enraged at this, he dispatched the sons of the Corcyraeans to Aliates, that he might make eunuchs of them. But when the ship touched at Samos, they took sanctuary in the temple of Hera, and were saved by the Samians. Periander lost heart, and died at the age of 80. Sosicrates' account is that he died 41 years before Croesus, just before the 49th Olympiad. Herodotus, in his first book, says that he was a guest friend of Thasybulus, tyrant of Miletus. Aristippus, in the first book of his work On the Luxury of the Ancients, accuses him of incest with his own mother Cratia, and adds that, when the fact came to light, he vented his annoyance in indiscriminate severity. Ephorus records his vow that, if he won the victory at Olympia in the chariot race, he would set up a golden statue. When the victory was won, being in sore straits for gold, he despoiled the women of all the ornaments which he had seen them wearing at some local festival. He was thus enabled to send the votive offering. There is a story that he did not wish the place where he was buried to be known, and to that end contrived the following device. He ordered 2 young men to go out at night by a certain road, which he pointed out to them. They were to kill the man they met and bury him. He afterwards ordered 4 more to go in pursuit of the 2, kill them and bury them. Again he dispatched a larger number in pursuit of the 4. Having taken these measures, he himself encountered the first pair and was slain. The Corinthians placed the following inscription upon a cenotaph. In Mother Earth here Periander lies, the prince of sea-girt Corinth, rich and wise. My own epitaph on him is, Grieve not because thou hast not gained thine end, but take with gladness all the gods may send. Be warned by Periander's fate, who died of grief that one desire should be denied. To him belongs the maxim, Never do anything for money, Leave gain to trades pursued for gain. He wrote a didactic poem of 2,000 lines. He said that those tyrants who intend to be safe should make loyalty their bodyguard, not arms. When someone asked him why he was tyrant, he replied, "Because it is as dangerous to retire voluntarily as to be dispossessed." Here are other sayings of his. Rest is beautiful. Rashness has its perils. Gain is ignoble. Democracy is better than tyranny. Pleasures are transient. Honors are immortal. Be moderate in prosperity, prudent in adversity. Be the same to your friends, whether they are in prosperity or in adversity. Whatever agreement you make, stick to it. Betray no secret. Correct not only the offenders, but also those who are on the point of offending. He was the first who had a bodyguard and who changed his government into a tyranny, and he would let no one live in the town without his permission, as we know from Ephorus and Aristotle. He flourished about the 38th Olympiad, and was tyrant for 40 years. Sosion and Heraclides and Pamphila, in the 5th book of her commentaries, distinguish two Perianders, one a tyrant, the other a sage who was born in Ambracia. Neanthes of Cyzicus also says this, and adds that they were near relations. And Aristotle maintains that the Corinthian Periander was the sage, while Plato denies this. His apothegm is, "Practice makes perfect." He planned a canal across the isthmus. A letter of his is extant. Periander to the wise man. Very grateful am I to the Pythian Apollo that I found you gathered together, and my letters will also bring you to Corinth, where, as you know, I will give you a thoroughly popular reception. I learn that last year you met in Sardis at the Lydian court. Do not hesitate, therefore, to come to me, the ruler of Corinth. The Corinthians will be pleased to see you coming to the house of Periander. Periander to Procles. The murder of my wife was unintentional, but yours is deliberate guilt when you set my son's heart against me. Either therefore put an end to my son's harsh treatment, or I will revenge myself on you. For long ago I made expiation to you for your daughter by burning on her pyre the apparel of all the women of Corinth. There is also a letter written to him by Thrasybulus, as follows. Thrasybulus to Periander. I made no answer to your herald, but I took him into a cornfield, and with a staff smote and cut off the overgrown ears of corn, while he accompanied me. And if you ask him what he heard and what he saw, he will give his message. And this is what you must do if you want to strengthen your absolute rule. Put to death those among the citizens who are preeminent, whether they are hostile to you or not. For to an absolute ruler, even a friend is an object of suspicion. End of section 13. Section 14 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 8, Anacharsis. Anacharsis the Scythian was the son of Gneurus and brother of Cadwidas, king of Scythia. His mother was a Greek, and for that reason he spoke both languages. He wrote on the institutions of the Greeks and the Scythians, dealing with simplicity of life and military matters, a poem of 800 lines. So outspoken was he that he furnished occasion for a proverb, to talk like a Scythian. Sosicrates makes him come to Athens about the 47th Olympiad, in the archonship of Eucrates. Hermippus relates that on his arrival at the house of Solon, he told one of the servants to announce that Anacharsis had come and was desirous of seeing him and, if possible, of becoming his guest. The servant delivered his message, and was ordered by Solon to tell him that men as a rule choose their guests from among their own countrymen. Then Anacharsis took him up and said that he was now in his own country and had a right to be entertained as a guest. And Solon, struck with his ready wit, admitted him into his house and made him his greatest friend. After a while Anacharsis returned to Scythia, where, owing to his enthusiasm for everything Greek, he was supposed to be subverting the national institutions, and was killed by his brother while they were out hunting together. When struck by the arrow, he exclaimed, "My reputation carried me safe through Greece, but the envy it excited at home has been my ruin." In some accounts it is said that he was slain while performing Greek rites. Here is my own epitaph upon him. Back from his travels Anacharsis came, to Hellenize the Scythians all aglow. Ere half his sermon could their minds inflame, a winged arrow laid the preacher low. It was a saying of his that the vine bore 3 kinds of grapes, the first of pleasure, the next of intoxication, and the third of disgust. He said he wondered why in Greece experts contend in the games, and non-experts award the prizes. Being asked how one could avoid becoming a toper, he answered, "By keeping before your eyes the disgraceful exhibition made by the drunkard." Again, he expressed surprise that the Greek lawgivers should impose penalties on wanton outrage, while they honor athletes for bruising one another. After ascertaining that the ship's side was 4 fingers' breadth in thickness, he remarked that the passengers were just so far from death. Oil he called a drug which produced madness, because the athletes, when they anoint themselves with it, are maddened against each other. How is it, he asked, that the Greeks prohibit falsehood, and yet obviously tell falsehoods in retail trade? Nor could he understand why at the beginning of their feasts they drink from small goblets, and when they are full, from large ones. The inscription on his statues is, "Bridle speech, gluttony, and sensuality." Being asked if there were flutes in Scythia, he replied, "No, nor yet vines." To the question what vessels were the safest, his reply was, "Those which have been hauled ashore." And he declared the strangest thing he had seen in Greece to be that they leave the smoke on the mountains and convey the fuel into the city. When someone inquired which were more in number, the living or the dead, he rejoined, "In which category, then, do you place those who are on the seas?" When some Athenian reproached him with being a Scythian, he replied, "Well, granted that my country is a disgrace to me, you are a disgrace to your country." To the question, "What among men is both good and bad?" his answer was, "The tongue." He said it was better to have one friend of great worth than many friends worth nothing at all. He defined the market as a place set apart where men may deceive and overreach one another. When insulted by a boy over the wine, he said, "If you cannot carry your liquor when you are young, boy, you will be a water carrier when you are old." According to some, he was the inventor of the anchor and the potter's wheel. To him is attributed the following letter: Anacharsis to Croesus. I have come, O king of the Lydians, to the land of the Greeks to be instructed in their manners and pursuits. And I am not even in quest of gold, but am well content to return to Scythia a better man. At all events, here I am in Sardis, being greatly desirous of making your acquaintance. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 9, Myson. Circa 600 BC. Myson was the son of Strymon, according to Sosicrates, who quotes Hermippus as his authority, and a native of Chen, a village in the district of Oeta or Laconia. And he is reckoned one of the 7 sages. They say that his father was a tyrant. We are told by someone that, when Anacharsis inquired if there were anyone wiser than himself, the Pythian priestess gave the response which has already been quoted in the life of Thales, as her reply to a question by Chilon. Myson of Chen in Oeta, This is he who for wise-heartedness surpasses thee. His curiosity aroused, Anacharsis went to the village in summer-time, and found him fitting a share to a plough, and said, "Myson, this is not the season for the plough." "It is just the time to repair it," was the reply. Others cite the first line of the oracle differently, Myson of Chen in Etis, and inquire what Myson of Etis means. Parmenides indeed explains that Etis is a district in Laconia, to which Myson belonged. Sosicrates, in his Successions of Philosophers, makes him belong to Etis on the father's side, and to Chen on the mother's. Euthyphro, the son of Heraclides of Pontus, declares that he was a Cretan, Aetia being a town in Crete. Anaxilaus makes him an Arcadian. Myson is mentioned by Hipponax, the words being, "And Myson, whom Apollo self-proclaimed wisest of all men." Aristoxenus, in his historical gleanings, says he was not unlike Timon and Epaminondas, for he was a misanthrope. At any rate, he was seen in Lacedaemon laughing to himself in a lonely spot, and when someone suddenly appeared and asked him why he laughed when no one was near, he replied, "That is just the reason." And Aristoxenus says that the reason why he remained obscure was that he belonged to no city but to a village, and that an unimportant one. Hence, because he was unknown, some writers, but not Plato the philosopher, attributed to Pisistratus the tyrant what properly belonged to Myson. For Plato mentions him in the Protagoras, reckoning him as one of the seven, instead of Periander. He used to say we should not investigate facts by the light of arguments, but arguments by the light of facts. For the facts were not put together to fit the arguments, but the arguments to fit the facts. He died at the age of 97. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drake Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 10, Epimenides. Epimenides, according to Theopompus and many other writers, was the son of Phestius. Some, however, make him the son of Dosiadas, others of Agesarchus. He was a native of Knossos in Crete. Though from wearing his hair long, he did not look like a Cretan. One day he was sent into the country by his father to look for a stray sheep, and at noon he turned aside out of the way, and went to sleep in a cave, where he slept for 57 years. After this he got up, and went in search of the sheep, thinking he had been asleep only for a short time. And when he could not find it, he came to the farm, and found everything changed, and another owner in possession. Then he went back to the town in utter perplexity, and there, on entering his own house, he fell in with people who wanted to know who he was. At length he found his younger brother, now an old man, and learned the truth from him. So he became famous throughout Greece, and was believed to be a special favorite of heaven. Hence, when the Athenians were attacked by pestilence, and the Pythian priestess bade them purify the city, they sent a ship commanded by Nicias, son of Niceratus, to Crete, to ask the help of Epimenides. And he came in the 46th Olympiad, purified the city, and stopped the pestilence in the following way. He took sheep, some black and others white, and brought them to the Areopagus. And there he let them go whither they pleased, instructing those who followed them to mark the spot where each ship lay down and offer a sacrifice to the local divinity. And thus, it is said, the plague was stayed. Hence, even to this day, altars may be found in different parts of Attica with no name inscribed upon them, which are memorials of this atonement. According to some writers, he declared the plague to have been caused by the pollution which Chilon brought on the city, and showed them how to remove it. In consequence, 2 young men, Cratinus and Ctesibius, were put to death, and the city was delivered from the scourge. The Athenians voted him a talent in money and a ship to convey him back to Crete. The money he declined, but he concluded a treaty of friendship and alliance between Knossos and Athens. So he returned home, and soon afterwards died. According to Plagon, in his work on longevity, he lived 157 years, according to the Cretans 299 years. Xenophanes of Colophon gives his age as 154, according to Hersey. He wrote a poem on the birth of the Curetes and Corybantes and a Theogony, 5,000 lines in all, another on the building of the Argo and Jesus' voyage to Colchis in 6,500 lines. He also compiled prose works on sacrifices and the Cretan constitution, also on Minos and Radamanthus, running to about 4,000 lines. At Athens again he founded the temple of the Eumenides, as Lobon of Argos tells us in his work on poets. He is stated to have been the first who purified houses and fields, and the first who founded temples. Some are found to maintain that he did not go to sleep, but withdrew himself for a while, engaged in gathering simples. There is extant a letter of his to Solon, the lawgiver, containing a scheme of government which Minos drew up for the Cretans, but Demetrius of Magnesia, in his work on poets and writers of the same name, endeavors to discredit the letter on the ground that it is late and not written in the Cretan dialect, but in Attic, and New Attic too. However, I have found another letter by him which runs as follows. Epimenides to Solon. Courage, my friend, for if Pisistratus had attacked the Athenians while they were still serfs, and before they had good laws, he would have secured power in perpetuity by the enslavement of the citizens. But, as it is, he is reducing to subjection men who are no cowards, men who with pain and shame remember Solon's warning, and will never endure to be under a tyrant. But even should Pisistratus himself hold down the city, I do not expect that his power will be continued to his children, for it is hard to conceive that men brought up as free men under the best laws should be slaves. But instead of going on your travels, come quietly to Crete to me, for here you will have no monarch to fear, whereas, if some of his friends should fall in with you while you are travelling about, I fear you may come to some harm. This is the tenor of the letter, but Demetrius reports a story that he received from the nymphs food of a special sort and kept it in a cow's hoof, that he took small doses of this food, which was entirely absorbed into his system, and he was never seen to eat. Timaeus mentions him in his second book. Some writers say that the Cretans sacrificed to him as a god, for they say that he had superhuman foresight. For instance, when he saw Munichia at Athens, he said the Athenians did not know how many evils that place would bring upon them, for if they did, they would destroy it even if they had to do so with their teeth, and this he said so long before the event. It is also stated that he was the first to call himself Hicks, that he foretold to the Lacedaemonians their defeat by the Arcadians, and that he claimed that his soul had passed through many incarnations. Theopompus related in his Mirabilia that, as he was building a temple to the nymphs, a voice came from heaven, Epimenides, not a temple to the nymphs but to Zeus, and that he foretold to the Cretans the defeat of the Lacedaemonians by the Arcadians as already stated, and in very truth they were crushed at Orchomenus. And he became old in as many days as he had slept years, for this too is stated by Theopompus. Myronianus, in his Parables, declares that the Cretans called him one of the Curetes. The Lacedaemonians guard his body in their own keeping in obedience to a certain oracle. This is stated by Sosibius the Laconian. There have been two other men named Epimenides, namely the genealogist and another who wrote in Doric Greek about Rhodes. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 1, Chapter 11. Pherecydes. Flourished circa 540 BC. Pherecydes, the son of Babis and a native of Syros, according to Alexander in his Successions of Philosophers, was a pupil of Pittacus. Theopompus tells us that he was the first who wrote in Greek on nature and the gods. Many wonderful stories are told about him. He was walking along the beach in Samos and saw a ship running before the wind. He exclaimed that in no long time she would go down, and even as he watched her, down she went. And as he was drinking water, which had been drawn up from a well, he predicted that on the third day there would be an earthquake, which came to pass. And on his way from Olympia he advised Periander, his host in Messene, to move thence with all belonging to him. But Periander could not be persuaded, and Messene was afterwards taken. He bade the Lacedaemonians set no store by gold or silver, as Theopompus says in his Mirabilia. He told them he had received this command from Heracles in a dream, and the same night Heracles enjoined upon the kings to obey Pherecydes. But some fasten this story upon Pythagoras. Hermippus relates that on the eve of war between Ephesus and Magnesia, he favored the cause of the Ephesians, and inquired of someone passing by where he came from, and on receiving the reply, "From Ephesus," he said, "Drag me by the legs and place me in the territory of Magnesia, and take a message to your countrymen that after their victory they must bury me there, and that this is the last injunction of Pherecydes." The man gave the message. A day later the Ephesians attacked and defeated the Magnesians. They found Pherecydes dead and buried him on the spot with great honors. Another version is that he came to Delphi and hurled himself down from Mount Corycus. But Aristoxenus in his work On Pythagoras and His School affirms that he died a natural death and was buried by Pythagoras in Delos. Another account again is that he died of a verminous disease, that Pythagoras was also present and inquired how he was, that he thrust his finger through the doorway and exclaimed, "My skin tells its own tale," a phrase subsequently applied by the grammarians as equivalent to "getting worse," although some wrongly understand it to mean "all is going well." He maintained that the divine name for table is Theoros, or that which takes care of offerings. Andron of Ephesus says that there were two natives of Syros who bore the name of Pherecydes. The one was an astronomer, the other was the son of Babis and a theologian, teacher of Pythagoras. Eratosthenes, however, says that there was only one Pherecydes of Syros, the other Pherecydes being an Athenian and a genealogist. There is preserved a work by Pherecydes of Syros, a work which begins thus: Zeus and time and earth were from all eternity, and earth was called Ge, because Zeus gave her earth, Ge, as Gurden, Geras. His sundial is also preserved in the island of Syros. Duris, in the second book of his Horai, gives the inscription on his tomb as follows: All knowledge that a man may have had I, yet tell Pythagoras were more thereby, that first of all Greeks is he, I speak no lie. Ion of Chios says of him, With manly worth endowed and modesty, though he be dead, his soul lives happily. If wise Pythagoras indeed saw light, and read the destinies of men aright. There is also an epigram of my own in the Pherecratian meter. The famous Pherecydes, to whom Syros gave birth, when his former beauty was consumed by vermin, gave orders that he should be taken straight to the Magnesian land, in order that he might give victory to the noble Ephesians. There was an oracle which he alone knew enjoining this, and there he died among them. It seems then it is a true tale. If any one is truly wise, he brings blessings both in his lifetime and when he is no more. He lived in the 59th Olympiad. He wrote the following letter: Pherecydes to Thales. May yours be a happy death when your time comes. Since I received your letter, I have been attacked by disease. I am infested with vermin and subject to a violent fever with shivering fits. I have therefore given instructions to my servants to carry my writing to you after they have buried me. I would like you to publish it, provided that you and the other sages approve of it, and not otherwise, for I myself am not yet satisfied with it. The facts are not absolutely correct, nor do I claim to have discovered the truth, but merely such things as one who inquires about the gods picks up. The rest must be thought out, for mine is all guesswork. As I was more and more weighed down with my malady, I did not permit any of the physicians or my friends to come into the room where I was, but as they stood before the door and inquired how I was, I thrust my finger through the keyhole and showed them how plague-stricken I was. And I told them to come tomorrow to bury Pherecydes. So much for those who are called the sages, with whom some writers also class Pisistratus the tyrant. I must now proceed to the philosophers, and start with the philosophy of Ionia. Its founder was Thales, and Anaximander was his pupil. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1 by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 1, Anaximander. 611 to 546 BC. Anaximander, the son of Praxiteles, was a native of Miletus. He laid down as his principle and element that which is unlimited, without defining it as air or water or anything else. He held that the parts undergo change, but the whole is unchangeable, that the earth, which is of spherical shape, lies in the midst, occupying the place of a center, that the moon, shining with borrowed light, derives its illumination from the sun. Further, that the sun is as large as the earth and consists of the purest fire. He was the first inventor of the gnomon and set it up for a sundial in Lacedaemon, as is stated by Favorinus in his miscellaneous history, in order to mark the solstices and equinoxes. He also constructed clocks to tell the time. He was the first to draw on a map the outline of land and sea, and he constructed a globe as well. His exposition of his doctrines took the form of a summary which no doubt came into the hands, among others, of Apollodorus of Athens. He says in his chronology that in the second year of the 58th Olympiad Anaximander was 64, and that he died not long afterwards. Thus he flourished almost the same time as Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos. There is a story that the boys laughed at his singing, and that, when he heard of it, he rejoined, "Then to please the boys I must improve my singing." There is another Anaximander, also of Miletus, a historian who wrote in the Ionic dialect. End of section 18, read by Eric David Harrington. Asheville, March 2023. Section 19 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 2, Anaximenes, circa 546 BC. Anaximenes, the son of Eurystratus, a native of Miletus, was a pupil of Anaximander. According to some, he was also a pupil of Parmenides. He took for his first principle air, or that which is unlimited. He held that the stars moved round the earth, but do not go under it. He writes simply and unaffectedly in the Ionic dialect. According to Apollodorus, he was contemporary with the taking of Sardis, and died in the 63rd Olympiad. There have been two other men named Anaximenes, both of Lampsacus, the one a rhetorician who wrote on the achievements of Alexander, the other the nephew of the rhetorician, who was a historian. Anaximenes the philosopher wrote the following letters. Anaximenes to Pythagoras. Thales, the son of Examias, has met an unkind fate in his old age. He went out from the court of his house at night, as was his custom, with his maidservant to view the stars, and, forgetting where he was, as he gazed, he got to the edge of a steep slope and fell over. In such wise have the Milesians lost their astronomer. Let us who were his pupils cherish his memory, and let it be cherished by our children and pupils, and let us not cease to entertain one another with his words. Let all our discourse begin with a reference to Thales. And again, Anaximenes to Pythagoras. You were better advised than the rest of us when you left Samos for Croton, where you live in peace. For the sons of Aeaces work incessant mischief, and Miletus is never without tyrants. The king of the Medes is another terror to us, not indeed so long as we are willing to pay tribute, but the Ionians are on the point of going to war with the Medes to secure their common freedom, and once we are at war we have no more hope of safety. How then can Anaximenes any longer think of studying the heavens when threatened with destruction or slavery? Meanwhile, you find favor with the people of Croton and with the other Greeks in Italy, and pupils come to you even from Sicily. End of section 19, read by Eric David Harrington. Asheville, March 2023. Section 20 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 3, Anaxagoras. 500 to 428 BC. Anaxagoras, the son of Hegesippus or Eubulus, was a native of Clazomenae. He was a pupil of Anaximenes and was the first to set mind above matter. For at the beginning of his treatise, which is composed in attractive and dignified language, he says, "All things were together. Then came mind and set them in order." This earned for Anaxagoras himself the nickname of Nous, or Mind, and Timon in his Silly says of him, "Then I ween there is Anaxagoras, a doughty champion, whom they call Mind, because forsooth his was the mind which suddenly woke up and fitted closely together all that had formerly been in a medley of confusion." He was eminent for wealth and noble birth, and furthermore for magnanimity, in that he gave up his patrimony to his relations. For, when they accused him of neglecting it, he replied, "Why then do you not look after it?" And at last he went into retirement and engaged in physical investigation without troubling himself about public affairs. When someone inquired, "Have you no concern in your native land?" "Gently," he replied, "I am greatly concerned with my fatherland," and pointed to the sky. He is said to have been 20 years old at the invasion of Xerxes and to have lived 72 years. Apollodorus in his chronology says that he was born in the 70th Olympiad and died in the first year of the 88th Olympiad. He began to study philosophy at Athens in the archonship of Callias when he was 20. Demetrius of Phalerum states this in his list of archons, and at Athens they say he remained for 30 years. He declared the sun to be a mass of red-hot metal and to be larger than the Peloponnesus, though others ascribe this view to Tantalus. He declared that there were dwellings on the moon, and moreover hills and ravines. He took as his principles the homoeomeres or homogeneous molecules, for just as gold consists of fine particles which are called gold dust, so he held the whole universe to be compounded of minute bodies having parts homogeneous to themselves. His moving principle was mind. Of bodies, he said, some, like earth, were heavy, occupying the region below. Others, light like fire, held the region above, while water and air were intermediate in position. For in this way over the earth, which is flat, the sea sinks down after the moisture has been evaporated by the sun. In the beginning the stars moved in the sky as in a revolving dome, so that the celestial pole which is always visible was vertically overhead. But subsequently the pole took its inclined position. He held the Milky Way to be a reflection of the light of stars which are not shone upon by the sun, comets to be a conjunction of planets which emit flames, shooting stars to be a sort of sparks thrown off by the air. He held that winds arise when the air is rarefied by the sun's heat, that thunder is a clashing together of the clouds, lightning their violent friction, an earthquake a subsidence of air into the earth. Animals were produced from moisture, heat, and an earthy substance. Later the species were propagated by generation from one another, males from the right side, females from the left. There's a story that he predicted the fall of the meteoric stone at Aegospotamai, which he said would fall from the sun. Hence Euripides, who was his pupil, in the Phaethon calls the sun itself a golden clod. Furthermore, when he went to Olympia, he sat down wrapped in a sheepskin cloak as if it were going to rain, and the rain came. When someone asked him if the hills at Lampsacus would ever become sea, he replied, "Yes. It only needs time." Being asked to what end he had been born, he replied, "To study the sun and moon and heavens." To one who inquired, "You miss the society of the Athenians?" His reply was, "Not I, but they miss mine." When he saw the tomb of Mausolus, he said, "A costly tomb is an image of an estate turned into stone." To one who complained that he was dying in a foreign land, his answer was, The descent to Hades is much the same from whatever place we start. Phavorinus, in his miscellaneous history, says Anaxagoras was the first to maintain that Homer, in his poems, treats of virtue and justice, and that this thesis was defended at greater length by his friend Metrodorus of Lampsacus, who was the first to busy himself with Homer's physical doctrine. Anaxagoras was also the first to publish a book with diagrams. Silenus, in the first book of his history, gives the archonship of Demilus as the date when the meteoric stone fell, and says that Anaxagoras declared the whole firmament to be made of stones, that the rapidity of rotation caused it to cohere, and that if this were relaxed it would fall. Of the trial of Anaxagoras, different accounts are given. Sotion, in his Succession of Philosophers, says that he was indicted by Cleon on a charge of impiety, because he declared the sun to be a mass of red-hot metal. That his pupil Pericles defended him, and he was fined 5 talents and banished. Satyrus, in his Lives, says that the prosecutor was Thucydides, the opponent of Pericles, and the charge one of treasonable correspondence with Persia as well as of impiety, and that sentence of death was passed on Anaxagoras by default. When news was brought him that he was condemned and his sons were dead, his comment on the sentence was, "Long ago nature condemned both my judges and myself to death. And on his sons, I knew that my children were born to die. Some, however, tell this story of Solon, and others of Xenophon. That he buried his sons with his own hands is asserted by Demetrius of Phalerum in his work On Old Age. Hermippus, in his Lives, says that he was confined in the prison pending his execution, that Pericles came forward and asked the people whether they had any fault to find with him in his own public career, to which they replied that they had not. Well, he continued, I am a pupil of Anaxagoras. Do not then be carried away by slanders and put him to death. Let me prevail upon you to release him. So he was released, but he could not brook the indignity he had suffered, and committed suicide. Hieronymus, in the second book of his Scattered Notes, states that Pericles brought him into court so weak and wasted from illness that he owed his acquittal not so much to the merits of the case as to the sympathy of the judges. So much, then, on the subject of his trial. He was supposed to have borne Democritus a grudge because he had failed to get into communication with him. At length he retired to Lampsacus and there died. And when the magistrates of the city asked if there was anything he would like done for him, he replied that he would like them to grant an annual holiday to the boys in the month in which he died, and the custom is kept up to this day. So, when he died, the people of Lampsacus gave him honorable burial and placed over his grave the following inscription. Here Anaxagoras, who in his quest of truth scaled heaven itself, is laid to rest. I also have written an epigram upon him. The sun's a molten mass, quoth Anaxagoras. This is his crime, his life must pay the price. Pericles from that fate rescued his friend too late. His spirit crushed, by his own hand he dies. There have been 3 other men who bore the name of Anaxagoras, of whom no other writer gives a complete list. The first was a rhetorician of the school of Isocrates, the second a sculptor mentioned by Antigonus, the third a grammarian, pupil of Zenodotus. End of section 20. Read by Eric David Harrington, Asheville, March 2023.
Section 21 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 4, Archelaus. Archelaus, the son of Apollodorus, or as some say, of Mydon, was a citizen of Athens, or of Miletus. He was a pupil of Anaxagoras, who first brought natural philosophy from Ionia to Athens. Archelaus was the teacher of Socrates. He was called the physicist inasmuch as with him natural philosophy came to an end, as soon as Socrates had introduced ethics. It would seem that Archelaus himself also treated of ethics, for he has discussed laws and goodness and justice. Socrates took the subject from him, and, having improved it to the utmost, was regarded as its inventor. Archelaus laid down that there were two causes of growth or becoming, heat and cold, that living things were produced from slime, and that what is just and what is base depends not upon nature, but upon convention. His theory is to this effect. Water is melted by heat, and produces on the one hand earth, insofar as by the action of fire it sinks and coheres, while on the other hand it generates air insofar as it overflows on all sides. Hence the earth is confined by the air, and the air by the circumambient fire. Living things, he holds, are generated from the earth when it is heated and throws off slime of the consistency of milk to serve as a sort of nourishment, and in this same way the earth produced man. He was the first who explained the production of sound as being the concussion of the air, and the formation of the sea in hollow places as due to its filtering through the earth. He declared the sun to be the largest of the heavenly bodies, and the universe to be unlimited. There have been 3 other men who bore the name of Archelaus: the topographer, who described the countries traversed by Alexander, the author of a treatise on natural curiosities, and lastly, a rhetorician who wrote a handbook on his art. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marcus Shera. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 5. Socrates. Socrates was the son of Sophroniscus, a sculptor, and of Phaenarete, a midwife, as we read in the Theaetetus of Plato. He was a citizen of Athens and belonged to the deme Allopis. It was thought that he helped Euripides to make his plays. Hence, Nesimachus writes, "This new play of Euripides is the Phrygians, and Socrates provides the wood for frying." And again he calls Euripides an engine riveted by Socrates. And Callias in the Captives, "Pray, why so solemn? Why this lofty air? I've every right. I'm helped by Socrates." Aristophanes in The Clouds, "'Tis he composes for Euripides those clever plays, much sound and little sense." According to some authors, he was a pupil of Anaxagoras, and also of Damon, as Alexander states in his Successions of Philosophers. When Anaxagoras was condemned, he became a pupil of Archelaus the physicist. Aristoxenus asserts that Archelaus was very fond of him. Duris makes him out to have been a slave, and to have been employed on stonework, and the draped figures of the Graces on the Acropolis have by some been attributed to him. Hence the passage in Timon's Silly. "From these diverged the sculptor, a prater about laws, the enchanter of Greece, inventor of subtle arguments, the sneerer who mocked at fine speeches, half Attic in his mock humility." He was formidable in public speaking, according to Idomeneus. Moreover, as Xenophon tells us, the 30 forbade him to teach the art of words. And Aristophanes attacks him in his plays, for making the worse appear the better reason. For Favorinus, in his Miscellaneous History, says Socrates and his pupil Aeschines were the first to teach rhetoric, and this is confirmed by Idomeneus in his work on the Socratic Circle. Again, he was the first who discoursed on the conduct of life, and the first philosopher who was tried and put to death. Aristoxenus, the son of Spintharus, says of him that he made money. He would at all events invest sums, collect the interest, accruing, and then, when this was expanded, put out the principal again. Demetrius relates that Crito removed him from his workshop and educated him, being struck by his beauty of soul, that he discussed moral questions in the workshops and the marketplace, being convinced that the study of nature is no concern of ours, and that he claimed that his inquiries embraced whatsoever is good or evil in a house. That frequently, owing to his vehemence in an argument, men set upon him with their fists, or tore his hair out, and that for the most part he was despised and laughed at, yet bore all this ill usage patiently. So much so, that when he had been kicked, and someone expressed surprise at his taking it so quietly, Socrates rejoined, "Should I have taken the law of a donkey, supposing that he had kicked me?" Thus far Demetrius. Unlike most philosophers, he had no need to travel, except when required to go on an expedition. The rest of his life he stayed at home and engaged all the more keenly in argument with anyone who would converse with him, his aim being not to alter his opinion, but to get at the truth. They relate that Euripides gave him the treatise of Heraclitus and asked his opinion on it, and that his reply was, "The part I understand is excellent, and so too is, I dare say, the part I do not understand, but it needs a Delian diver to get to the bottom of it." He took care to exercise his body, and kept in good condition. At all events, he served on an expedition to Amphipolis, and when in the battle of Delium, Xenophon had fallen from his horse, he stepped in and saved his life. For in the general flight of the Athenians, he personally retired at his ease, quietly turning round from time to time, and ready to defend himself in case he were attacked. Again he served at Potidæa, whither he had gone by sea, as land communications were interrupted by the war, and while there he is said to have remained a whole night without changing his position, and to have won the prize of valor. But he resigned it to Alcibiades, for whom he cherished the tenderest affection, according to Aristippus in the 4th book of his treatise on the luxury of the ancients. Ion of Chios relates that in his youth he visited Samos in the company of Archelaus, and Aristotle that he went to Delphi. He went also to the Isthmus, according to Favorinus in the 1st book of his Memorabilia. His strength of will and attachment to democracy are evident from his refusal to yield to Critias and his colleagues when they ordered him to bring the wealthy Leon of Salamis before them for execution, and further from the fact that he alone voted for the acquittal of the 10 generals, and again from the facts that when he had the opportunity to escape from the prison, he declined to do so, and that he rebuked his friends for weeping over his fate, and addressed to them his most memorable discourses in the prison. He was a man of great independence and dignity of character. Pamphila, in the 7th book of her Commentaries, tells how Alcibiades once offered him a large site on which to build a house, but he replied, "Suppose then I wanted shoes, and you offered me a whole hide to make a pair with, would it not be ridiculous in me to take it?" Often, when he looked at the multitude of wares exposed for sale, he would say to himself, "How many things I can do without?" And he would continually recite the lines, "The purple robe and silver's shine more fits an actor's need than mine." He showed his contempt for Archelaus of Macedon, and Scopas of Cranon, and Eurylochus of Larissa, by refusing to accept their presents, or to go to their court. He was so orderly in his way of life, that on several occasions, when pestilence broke out in Athens, he was the only man who escaped infection. Aristotle says that he married 2 wives. His first wife was Xanthippe, by whom he had a son, Lamprocles. His second wife was Myrto, the daughter of Aristides the Just, whom he took without a dowry. By her he had Sophroniscus and Menexenus. Others make Myrto his first wife, while some writers, including Satyrus and Hieronymus of Rhodes, affirm that they were both his wives at the same time, for they say that the Athenians were short of men, and wishing to increase the population, passed a decree permitting a citizen to marry one Athenian woman and have children by another, and that Socrates accordingly did so. He could afford to despise those who scoffed at him. He prided himself on his plain living, and never asked a fee from anyone. He used to say that he enjoyed the food which was least in need of condiment, and the drink which made him feel the least hankering for some other drink, and that he was nearest to the gods and that he had the fewest wants. This may be seen from the comic poets, who in the act of ridiculing him gave him the highest praise. Thus Aristophanes, "O man that justly desirest great wisdom, how blessed will be thy life amongst Athenians and Greeks, retentive of memory, and thinker that thou art, with endurance of toil for thy character. Never art thou weary, whether standing or walking, never numb with cold, never hungry for breakfast, From wine and from gross feeding, and all other frivolities thou dost turn away. Amypsius, too, when he puts him on the stage wearing a cloak, says, You come to join us, Socrates, worthiest of a small band and emptiest by far. You're a robust fellow. Where can we get you a proper coat? Your sorry plight is an insult to the cobblers. And yet, hungry as he is, this man has never stooped to flatter. This disdainful, lofty spirit of his is also noticed by Aristophanes, when he says, Because you stalk along the streets, rolling your eyes, and endure, barefoot, many a hardship, and gaze up at us, the clouds. And yet, at times, he would even put on fine clothes, to suit the occasion, as in Plato's Symposium, where he is on his way to Agathon's house. He showed equal ability in both directions, in persuading and dissuading men. Thus, after conversing with Theaetetus about knowledge, he sent him away, as Plato says, fired with a divine impulse. But when Euthyphro had indicted his father for manslaughter, Socrates, after some conversation with him upon piety, diverted him from his purpose. Lysis, again, he turned by exhortation into a most virtuous character, for he had the skill to draw his arguments from facts. And when his son Lamprocles was violently angry with his mother, Socrates made him feel ashamed of himself, as I believe Xenophon has told us. When Plato's brother Glaucon was desirous of entering upon politics, Socrates dissuaded him, as Xenophon relates, because of his want of experience. But on the contrary, he encouraged Charmides to take up politics, because he had a gift that way. He aroused Iphicrates, the general, to a martial spirit by showing him how the fighting cocks of Midias the barber flapped their wings in defiance of those of Callias. Glauconides demanded that he should be acquired for the state, as if he were some pheasant or peacock. He used to say it was strange, that if you asked a man how many sheep he had, he could easily tell you the precise number, whereas he could not name his friends, or say how many he had, so slight was the value he set upon them. Seeing Euclides keenly interested in eristic arguments, he said to him, You will be able to get on with sophists, Euclides, but with men not at all. For he thought there was no use in this sort of hair-splitting, as Plato shows us in the Euthydemus. Again, when Charmides offered him some slaves in order that he might derive an income from them, he declined the offer, and according to some, he scorned the beauty of Alcibiades. He would extol leisure as the best of possessions, according to Xenophon, in the Symposium. There is, he said, only one good, that is, knowledge, and only one evil, that is, ignorance. Wealth and good birth bring their possessor no dignity, but on the contrary, evil. At all events, when someone told him that Antisthenes' mother was a Thracian, he replied, Nay, did you expect a man so noble to have been born of 2 Athenian parents? He made Crito ransom Phaedo, who, having been taken prisoner in the war, was kept in degrading slavery, and so won him for philosophy. Moreover, in his old age, he learnt to play the lyre, declaring that he saw no absurdity in learning a new accomplishment. As Xenophon relates in the Symposium, it was his regular habit to dance, thinking that such exercise helped to keep the body in good condition. He used to say that his supernatural sign warned him beforehand of the future, that to make a good start was no trifling advantage, but a trifle turned the scale, and that he knew nothing except just the fact of his ignorance. He said that when people paid a high price for fruit which had ripened early, they must despair of seeing the fruit ripen at the proper season. And being once asked in what consisted the virtue of a young man, he said, in doing nothing to excess. He held that geometry should be studied to the point at which a man is able to measure the land which he acquires or parts with. On hearing the line of Euripides' play Auge, where the poet says of virtue, "'Tis best to let her roam at will," he got up and left the theatre. For he said it was absurd to make a hue and cry about a slave who could not be found, and to allow virtue to perish in this way. Someone asked him whether he should marry or not, and received the reply, "Whichever you do, you will repent it." He used to express his astonishment that the sculptors of marble statues should take pains to make the block of marble into a perfect likeness of a man, and should take no pains about themselves, lest they should turn out mere blocks, not men. He recommended to the young the constant use of the mirror, to the end that handsome men might acquire a corresponding behavior, and ugly men conceal their defects by education. He had invited some rich men, and when Xanthippe said she felt ashamed of the dinner, Never mind, said he, for if they are reasonable, they will put up with it, and if they are good for nothing, we shall not trouble ourselves about them. He would say that the rest of the world lived to eat, while he himself ate to live. Of the mass of men who do not count, he said it was as if one should object to a single tetradrachm as counterfeit, and at the same time let a whole heap made up of just such pieces pass as genuine. Diogenes said to him, I am a poor man, and have nothing else to give, but I offer you myself. And Socrates answered, Nay, do you not see that you are offering me the greatest gift of all? To one who complained that he was overlooked when the 30 rose to power, he said, You are not sorry for that, are you? To one who said, You are condemned by the Athenians to die, he made answer, So are they, by nature. But some ascribed this to Anaxagoras. When his wife said, You suffer unjustly, he retorted, Why would you have me suffer justly? He had a dream that someone said to him, On the 3rd day thou shalt come to the fertile fields of Phthia. And he told Diogenes, On the 3rd day I shall die. When he was about to drink the hemlock, Apollodorus offered him a beautiful garment to die in. What, said he, is my own good enough to live in, but not to die in? When he was told that so-and-so spoke ill of him, he replied, True, for he has never learnt to speak well. When Antisthenes turned his cloak so that the tear in it came into view, I see, said he, your vanity through your cloak. To one who said, Don't you find so-and-so very offensive? His reply was, No, for it takes 2 to make a quarrel. We ought not to object, he used to say, to be subjects for the comic poets. For if they satirize our faults, they will do us good. And if not, they do not touch us. When Xanthippe first scolded him, and then drenched him with water, his rejoinder was, Did I not say that Xanthippe's thunder would end in rain? When Alcibiades declared that the scolding of Xanthippe was intolerable, Nay, I have got used to it, said he, as to the continued rattle of a windlass. And you do not mind the cackle of geese. No, replied Alcibiades, but they furnish me with eggs and goslings. And Xanthippe, said Socrates, is the mother of my children. When she tore his coat off his back in the marketplace, and his acquaintances advised him to hit back, Yes, by Zeus, said he, in order that while we are sparring, each of you may join in with, Go it, Socrates, well done, Xanthippe. He said he lived with a shrew, as horsemen are fond of spirited horses, but just as, when they have mastered these, they can easily cope with the rest. So I, in the society of Xanthippe, shall learn to adapt myself to the rest of the world. These, and the like, were his words and deeds, to which the Pythian priestess bore testimony when she gave Chaerephon the famous response, Of all men living, Socrates most wise. For this he was most envied, and especially because he would take to task those who thought highly of themselves, proving them to be fools. As to be sure, he treated Anytus, according to Plato's Meno. For Anytus could not endure to be ridiculed by Socrates, and so in the first place stirred up against him Aristophanes and his friends. Then afterwards he helped to persuade Meletus to indict him on a charge of impiety and corrupting the youth. The indictment was brought by Meletus, and the speech was delivered by Polyeuctus, according to Favorinus, in his miscellaneous history. The speech was written by Polycrates, the sophist, according to Hermippus, but some say that it was by Anytus. Lycon, the demagogue, had made all the needful preparations. Antisthenes, in his Successions of Philosophers, and Plato, in his Apology, say that there were 3 accusers, Anytus, Lycon, and Meletus, that Anytus was roused to anger on behalf of the craftsmen and politicians, Lycon on behalf of the rhetoricians, Meletus of the poets, all 3 of which were classes that had felt the lash of Socrates. Favorinus, in the first book of his Memorabilia, declares that the speech of Polycrates against Socrates is not authentic, for he mentions the rebuilding of the walls by Conon, which did not take place till 6 years after the death of Socrates. And this is the case. The affidavit in the case, which is still preserved, says, Favorinus, in the Metruon, ran as follows. This indictment and affidavit is sworn by Meletus, the son of Meletus of Pythos, against Socrates, the son of Sophronicus of Alopece. Socrates is guilty of refusing to recognize the gods recognized by the state, and of introducing other new divinities. he is also guilty of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded his death. The philosopher then, after Lysias had written a defense for him, read it through and said, "A fine speech, Lysias. It is not, however, suitable to me." For it was plainly more forensic than philosophical. Lysias said, "If it is a fine speech, how can it fail to suit you?" "Well," he replied, "would not fine raiment and fine shoes be just as unsuitable to me?" Justus of Tiberias, in his book, entitled The Wreath, says that in the course of the trial, Plato mounted the platform, and began, "Though I am the youngest, men of Athens, of all who ever rose to address you," whereupon the judges shouted out, "Get down, get down." When, therefore, he was condemned by 281 votes more than those given for acquittal, and when the judges were assessing what he should suffer or what fine he should pay, he proposed to pay 25 drachmae. Eubulides, indeed, says he offered 100. When this caused an uproar among the judges, he said, "Considering my services, I assess the penalty at maintenance in the Prytaneum at the public expense." Sentence of death was passed, with an accession of 80 fresh votes. He was put in prison, and a few days afterward drank the hemlock, after much noble discourse, which Plato records in the Phaedo. Further, according to some, he composed a paean beginning. "All hail Apollo, Delos Lord. Hail Artemis, ye noble pair." Dionysodorus denies that he wrote the paean. He also composed a fable of Aesop, not very skillfully, beginning, "Judge not, ye men of Corinth," Aesop cried, "of virtue as the jury courts decide." So he was taken from among men, and not long afterwards the Athenians felt such remorse that they shut up the training grounds and gymnasia. They banished the other accusers, but put Meletus to death. They honored Socrates with a bronze statue, the work of Lysippus, which they placed in the hall of processions. And no sooner did Anytus visit Heraclea than the people of that town expelled him on that very day. Not only in the case of Socrates, but in very many others, the Athenians repented in this way. For they fined Homer, so says Heraclides, 50 drachmae for a madman, and said Tyrtaeus was beside himself, and they honored Aestidamas before Aeschylus, and his brother poets with a bronze statue. Euripides upbraids them thus in his Palamedes: "Ye have slain the all-wise, the innocent, the muses' nightingale." This is one account, but Philochorus asserts that Euripides died before Socrates. He was born, according to Apollodorus in his chronology, in the archonship of Apsiphion, in the 4th year of the 77th Olympiad, on the 6th day of the month of Thargelion, when the Athenians purify their city, which according to the Delians is the birthday of Artemis. He died in the 1st year of the 95th Olympiad, at the age of 70. With this Demetrius of Phalerum agrees, but some say he was 60 when he died. Both were pupils of Anaxagoras, I mean Socrates and Euripides, who was born in the 1st year of the 75th Olympiad in the archonship of Calliades. In my opinion, Socrates discoursed on physics as well as on ethics, since he holds some conversations about providence, even according to Xenophon, who, however, declares that he only discussed ethics. But Plato, after mentioning Anaxagoras and certain other physicists in the Apology, treats for his own part themes which Socrates disowned, although he puts everything into the mouth of Socrates. Aristotle relates that a magician came from Syria to Athens, and among other evils with which he threatened Socrates, predicted that he would come to a violent end. I have written verses about him too, as follows: "Drink then, being in Zeus's palace, O Socrates, for truly did the god pronounce thee wise, being wisdom himself. For when thou didst frankly take the hemlock at the hands of the Athenians, they themselves drained it as it passed thy lips." He was sharply criticized, according to Aristotle, in his 3rd book on poetry, by a certain Antilochus of Lemnos, and by Antiphon the soothsayer, just as Pythagoras was by Chilon of Croton, or as Homer was assailed in his lifetime by Syagras, and after his death by Xenophanes of Colophon. So too Hesiod was criticized in his lifetime by Cercops, and after his death by the aforesaid Xenophanes. Pindar by Epiphanes of Kos, Thales by Pherecydes, Bias by Celeris of Priene, Pittacus by Antimonidas and Alcaeus, Anaxagoras by Sosibus, and Simonides by Timocraon. Of those who succeeded him, and were called Socratics, the chief were Plato, Xenophon, Antisthenes, and of 10 names on the traditional list, the most distinguished are Aeschines, Phaedo, Euclides, Aristippus. I must first speak of Xenophon. Antisthenes will come afterwards among the Cynics. After Xenophon, I shall take the Socratics proper, and so pass on to Plato. With Plato, the 10 schools begin. He was himself the founder of the first academy. This, then, is the order which I shall follow. Of those who bear the name Socrates, there is one, a historian, who wrote a geographical work upon Argos, another, a peripatetic philosopher of Bithynia, a third, a poet who wrote epigrams, lastly, Socrates of Kos, who wrote on the names of the gods. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marcus Shera. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 6. Xenophon. Xenophon, the son of Gryllus, was a citizen of Athens, and belonged to the deme Archaea. He was a man of rare modesty, and extremely handsome. The story goes that Socrates met him in a narrow passage, and that he stretched out his stick to bar the way, while he inquired where every kind of food was sold. Upon receiving a reply, he put another question, and where do men become good and honorable? Xenophon was fairly puzzled. Then follow me, said Socrates, and learn. From that time onward, he was a pupil of Socrates. He was the first to take notes of, and to give to the world the conversation of Socrates, under the title of Memorabilia. Moreover, he was the first to write a history of philosophers. Aristippus, in the 4th book of his work on the luxury of the ancients, declares that he was enamored of Clinias, and said in reference to him, "It is sweeter for me to gaze on Clinias than on all the fair sights in the world. I would be content to be blind to everything else if I could but gaze on him alone. I am vexed with the night and with sleep, because I cannot see Clinias, and most grateful to the day and the sun for showing him to me." He gained the friendship of Cyrus in the following way. He had an intimate friend named Proxenus, a Boeotian, a pupil of Gorgia of Leontini, and a friend of Cyrus. Proxenus, while living in Sardis at the court of Cyrus, wrote a letter to Xenophon at Athens, inviting him to come and seek the friendship of Cyrus. Xenophon showed this letter to Socrates and asked his advice, which was that he should go to Delphi and consult the oracle. Xenophon complied and came into the presence of the god. He inquired not whether he should go and seek service with Cyrus, but in what way he should do so. For this Socrates blamed him. Yet at the same time he advised him to go. On his arrival at the court of Cyrus, he became as warmly attached to him as Proxenus himself. We have seen his own sufficient narrative of all that happened on the expedition and on the return home. He was, however, at enmity with Meno of Pharsalus, the mercenary general, throughout the expedition, and, by way of abuse, charges him with having a favorite older than himself. Again, he reproaches one Apollonides with having had his ears bored. After the expedition, and the misfortunes which overtook it in Pontus, and the treacheries of Seuthes, the king of the Odrysians, he returned to Asia, having enlisted the troops of Cyrus as mercenaries, in the service of Agesilaus, the Spartan king, to whom he was devoted beyond measure. About this time, he was banished by the Athenians for siding with Sparta. When he was in Ephesus, and had a sum of money, he entrusted one half of it to Megabyzus, the priest of Artemis, to keep until his return, or, if he should never return, to apply to the erection of a statue in honor of the goddess. But the other half he sent in votive offerings to Delphi. Next he came to Greece, with Agesilaus, who had been recalled to carry on the war with Thebes. and the Lacedaemonians conferred on him a privileged position. He then left Agesilaus and made his way to Scyllus, a place in the territory of Elis, not far from the city. According to Demetrius of Magnesia, he was accompanied by his wife Philesia, and, in a speech written for the freedmen whom Xenophon prosecuted for neglect of duty, Dinarchus mentions that his 2 sons, Gryllus and Diodorus, the Dioscuri, as they were called, also went with him. Megabyzus, having arrived to attend the festival, Xenophon received from him the deposit of money and bought and dedicated to the goddess an estate with a river running through, which bears the same name Selinus as the river at Ephesus. And from that time onward he hunted, entertained his friends, and worked at his histories without interruption. Dinarchus, however, asserts that it was the Lacedaemonians who gave him a house and land. At the same time, we are told that Philopaetus, the Spartan, sent to him at Scyllus a present of captive slaves from Dardanus, and that he disposed of them as he thought fit, and that the Aelians marched against Scyllus, and owing to the slowness of the Spartans, captured the place, whereupon his sons retired to Leprium with a few of the servants, while Xenophon himself, who had previously gone to Elis, went next to Leprium to join his sons, and then made his escape with them from Leprium to Corinth and took up his abode there. Meanwhile, the Athenians passed a decree to assist Sparta, and Xenophon sent his sons to Athens to serve in the army of defense of Sparta. According to Diocles, in his Lives of Philosophers, they had been trained in Sparta itself. Diodorus came safe out of the battle without performing any distinguished service, and he had a son of the same name, Gryllus, as his brother. Gryllus was posted with the cavalry, and in the battle which took place about Mantinea, fought stoutly and fell, as Ephorus relates in his 25th book, Cephisidorus being in command of the cavalry, and Hegesilaus commander-in-chief. In this battle, Epaminondas also fell. On this occasion, Xenophon is said to have been sacrificing, with a chaplet on his head, which he removed when his son's death was announced. But afterwards, upon learning that he had fallen gloriously, he placed the chaplet on his head. Some say that he did not even shed tears, but exclaimed, "I knew my son was mortal." Aristotle mentions that there were innumerable authors of epitaphs and eulogies upon Gryllus, who wrote, in part at least, to gratify his father. Hermippus, too, in his Life of Theophrastus, affirms that even Isocrates wrote an encomium on Gryllus. Timon, however, jeers at Xenophon in the lines, "A feeble pair or triad of works, or even a greater number, such as would come from Xenophon, or the might of Aeschines, that not unpersuasive writer." Such was his life. He flourished in the 4th year of the 94th Olympiad, and he took part in the expedition of Cyrus, in the archonship of Xeninitis, in the year before the death of Socrates. He died, according to Stesichlides of Athens, in his list of archons and Olympic victors, in the 1st year of the 105th Olympiad, in the archonship of Calidamides, the year in which Philip, the son of Amenidas, came to the throne of Macedon. He died at Corinth, as is stated by Demetrius of Magnesia, obviously at an advanced age. He was a worthy man in general, particularly fond of horses and hunting, an able tactician, as is clear from his writings, pious, fond of sacrificing, and an expert in augury from the victims. And he made Socrates his exact model. He wrote some 40 books in all, though the division into books is not always the same, namely, the Anabasis, with a preface to each separate book, but not one to the whole work; Cyropaedia, Hellenica, Memorabilia, Symposium, Economicus, on horsemanship, on hunting, on the duty of a cavalry general, a defense of Socrates, on revenues, Hieron, or of tyranny, Agesilaus, the constitutions of Athens and Sparta. Demetrius of Magnesia denies that the last of these works is by Xenophon. There is a tradition that he made Thucydides famous by publishing his history, which was unknown, and which he might have appropriated to his own use. By the sweetness of his narrative, he earned the name of the Attic Muse. Hence he and Plato were jealous of each other, as will be stated in the chapter on Plato. There is an epigram of mine on him also. Up the steep path to fame toiled Xenophon, in that long march of glorious memories. In deeds of Greece, how bright his lesson shone,
How fair was wisdom seen in Socrates! There is another on the circumstances of his death. Albeit the countrymen of Cranaeus and Cecrops condemned thee, Xenophon, to exile on account of thy friendship for Cyrus, yet hospitable Corinth welcomed thee. So well content with the delights of that city wast thou, and there didst resolve to take up thy rest. In other authorities I find the statement that he flourished, along with the other Socratics, in the 89th Olympiad, and Istrus affirms that he was banished by a decree of Eubulus, and recalled by a decree of the same man. There have been 7 Xenophons. The first our subject himself, the second an Athenian, brother of Pythostratus, who wrote the Theseid, and himself the author, amongst other works, of a biography of Epaminondas and Pelopidas. The third a physician of Kos. The fourth the author of a history of Hannibal. The fifth an authority on legendary marvels. The sixth a sculptor of Paros. The seventh a poet of the Old Comedy. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1 by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 24. Aeschines, circa 400 BC. Aeschines was the son of Cherinus, the sausage maker, but others make his father's name Lysanias. He was a citizen of Athens, industrious from his birth up. For this reason, he never quitted Socrates. Hence, Socrates' remark, "Only the sausage maker's son knows how to honor me." Idomeneus declared that it was Aeschines, not Crito, who advised Socrates in the prison about making his escape, but that Plato put the words into the mouth of Crito, because Aeschines was more attached to Aristippus than to himself. It was said maliciously by Menedemus of Eretria in particular that most of the dialogues which Aeschines passed off as his own were really dialogues of Socrates obtained by him from Xanthip. Those of them which are said to have no beginning are very slovenly and show none of the vigor of Socrates. Pisistratus of Ephesus even denied that they were written by Aeschines. Perseus indeed attributed the majority of the 7 of the Pasiphon of the school of Eretria, who inserted them among the dialogues of Aeschines. Moreover, Aeschines made use of the Little Cyrus, the Lesser Heracles, and the Alcibiades of Antisthenes, as well as dialogues by other authors. However that may be, of the writings of Aeschines, those stamped with a Socratic character are 7, namely Miltiades, which for that reason is somewhat weak, then Callias, Exiochus, Aspasia, Alcibiades, Tiloges, and Rhinon. They say that want drove him to Sicily, to the court of Dionysius, and that Plato took no notice of him, but he was introduced to Dionysius by Aristippus, and on presenting certain dialogues received gifts from him. Afterwards, on his return to Athens, he did not venture to lecture, owing to the popularity of Plato and Aristippus, but he took fees from pupils and subsequently composed forensic speeches for aggrieved clients. This is the point of Timon's reference to him as the mite of Aeschines, that not unconvincing writer. They say that Socrates, seeing how he was pinched by poverty, advised him to borrow from himself by reducing his rations. Aristippus, among others, had suspicions of the genuineness of his dialogues. At all events, as he was reading one at Megara, Aristippus rallied him by asking, "Where did you get that, you thief?" Polycritus of Mehedi, in the first book of his history of Dionysius, says that he lived with the tyrant until his expulsion from Syracuse, and arrived until the return of Dion, and that with him was Carcinus, the tragic poet. There is also extant an epistle of Aeschines to Dionysius. That he had received a good rhetorical training is clear from his defense of the father of Hicks the general, and from his defense of Dion. He is a close imitator of Gorgias of Leontini. Moreover, Lysias attacked him in a speech which he entitled On Dishonesty. And from these too it is clear that he was a rhetorician. A single disciple of his is mentioned, Aristotle, whose nickname was Story. Panaetius thinks that of all the Socratic dialogues, those by Plato, Xenophon, Antisthenes, and Aeschines are genuine. He is in doubt about those ascribed to Phaedo and Euclides, but he rejects the others one and all. There are 8 men who have borne the name of Aeschines. 1. Our subject himself. 2. The author of handbooks of rhetoric. 3. The orator who opposed Demosthenes. 4. An Arcadian, a pupil of Isocrates. 5. A Mytilenean, whom they used to call the scourge of rhetoricians. 6. A Neapolitan, an academic philosopher, a pupil and favorite of Melanthius of Rhodes. 7. A Milesian who wrote upon politics. 8. A sculptor. End of section 24. Read by Ehsan. Dhaka, 3rd of May 2023.
Section 25 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 8, Aristippus, circa 435 to 350 BC. Aristippus was by birth a citizen of Cyrene, and as Aeschines informs us, was drawn to Athens by the fame of Socrates. Having come forward as a lecturer or sophist, as Phanius of Eresus, the Peripatetic, informs us, he was the first of the followers of Socrates to charge fees and to send money to his master. And on one occasion the sum of 20 minae which he had sent was returned to him, Socrates declaring that the supernatural sign would not let him take it. The very offer, in fact, annoyed him. Xenophon was no friend to Aristippus, and for this reason he has made Socrates direct against Aristippus the discourse in which he denounces pleasure. Not but what Theodorus in his work on sects abuses him, and so does Plato in the dialogue on the soul, as has been shown elsewhere. He was capable of adapting himself to place, time, and person, and of playing his part appropriately under whatever circumstances. Hence he found more favor than anybody else with Dionysius, because he could always turn the situation to good account. He derived pleasure from what was present, and did not toil to procure the enjoyment of something not present. Hence, Diogenes called him the king's poodle. Timon, too, sneered at him for luxury in these words. Such was the delicate nature of Aristippus, who groped after error by touch. He is said to have ordered a partridge to be bought at a cost of 50 drachma, and when someone censured him, he inquired, "Would not you have given an obol for it?" And being answered in the affirmative, rejoined, 50 drachma are no more to me. And when Dionysius gave him his choice of 3 courtesans, he carried off all 3, saying, Paris paid dearly for giving the preference to 1 out of 3. And when he had brought them as far as the porch, he let them go. To such lengths did he go both in choosing and in disdaining. Hence the remark of Strato, or by some accounts of Plato, "You alone are endowed with the gift to flaunt in robes or go in rags." He bore with Dionysus when he spat on him, and to one who took him to task he replied, "If the fishermen let themselves be drenched with sea water in order to catch a gudgeon, ought I not to endure to be wetted with negus in order to take a blenny?" Diogenes, washing the dirt from his vegetables, saw him passing and jeered at him in these terms: "If you had learnt to make these your diet, you would not have paid court to kings." To which his rejoinder was, "And if you knew how to associate with men, you would not be washing vegetables." Being asked what he had gained from philosophy, he replied, "The ability to feel at ease in any society." Being reproached for his extravagance, he said, "If it were wrong to be extravagant, it would not be in vogue at the festivals of the gods." Being once asked what advantage philosophers have, he replied, "Should all laws be repealed, we shall go on living as we do now." When Dionysus inquired what was the reason that philosophers go to rich men's houses, while rich men no longer visit philosophers, his reply was that the one knows what they need while the other do not. When he was reproached by Plato for his extravagance, he inquired, "Do you think Dionysus a good man?" And the reply being in the affirmative, "And yet," said he lives more extravagantly than I do, so that there is nothing to hinder a man living extravagantly and well." To the question how the educated differ from the uneducated, he replied, "Exactly as horses that have been trained differ from untrained horses." One day, as he entered the house of a courtesan, one of the lads with him blushed, whereupon he remarked, "It is not going in that is dangerous, but being unable to go out." Someone brought him a knotty problem, with the request that he would untie the knot. "Why, you simpleton," said he, "do you want it untied, seeing that it causes trouble enough as it is?" "It is better," he said, "to be a beggar than to be uneducated. The one needs money, the other needs to be humanized." One day that he was reviled, he tried to slip away. The other pursued him, asking, "Why do you run away?" "Because," said he, "as it is your privilege to use foul language, so it is my privilege not to listen." In order to one who remarked that he always saw philosophers at rich men's doors, he said, "So too physicians are in attendance on those who are sick, but no one for that reason would prefer being sick to being a physician." It happened once that he set sail for Corinth, and being overtaken by a storm, he was in great consternation. Someone said, "We plain men are not alarmed, and are you philosophers turned cowards?" To this he replied, "The lives at stake in the two cases are not comparable." When someone gave himself airs for his wide learning, this is what he said: "As those who eat the most and take the most exercise are not better in health than those who restrict themselves to what they require, so too it is not wide reading, but useful reading, that tends to excellence." An advocate, having pleaded for him and won the case, thereupon put the question, "What good did Socrates do you?" Thus much was the reply, "That what you said of me in your speech was true." He gave his daughter Arete the very best advice, training her up to despise excess. He was asked by someone in what way his son would be better for being educated. He replied, "If nothing more than this, at all events, when in the theatre, he will not sit down like a stone upon stone." When someone brought his son as a pupil, he asked a fee of 500 drachma. The father objected. "For that sum I can buy a slave." "Then do so," was the reply, "and you will have two." He said that he did not take money from his friends for his own use, but to teach them upon what objects their money should be spent. When he was reproached for employing a rhetorician to conduct his case, he made reply, "Well, if I give a dinner, I hire a cook." Being once compelled by Dionysius to enunciate some doctrine of philosophy, it would be ludicrous, he said, that you should learn from me what to say, and yet instruct me when to say it. At this, they say, Dionysius was offended, and made him recline at the end of the table. And Aristippus said, You must have wished to confer distinction on the last place. To someone who boasted of his diving, Are you not ashamed, said he, to brag of that which a dolphin can do? Being asked on one occasion, What is the difference between the wise man and the unwise? Strip them both, said he, and send them among strangers, and you will know. To one who boasted that he could drink a great deal without getting drunk, his rejoinder was, And so can a mule. To one who accused him of living with a courtesan, he put the question, Why is there any difference between taking a house in which many people have lived before, and taking one in which nobody has ever lived? The answer being no, he continued, or again between sailing in a ship in which 10,000 persons have sailed before, and in one in which nobody has ever sailed. There is no difference. Then it makes no difference, said he, whether the woman you live with has lived with many or with nobody. To the accusation that, although he was a pupil of Socrates, he took fees, his rejoinder was, Most certainly I do, for Socrates too, when certain people sent him corn and wine, used to take a little and return all the rest. And he had the foremost men in Athens for his stewards, whereas mine is my slave Eutychides. He enjoyed the favors of Laius, as Sosion states in the second book of his Secessions of Philosophers. To those who censured him, his defense was, I have Laius, not she me. And it is not abstinence from pleasures that is best, but mastery over them, without ever being worsted. To one who reproached him with extravagance in catering, he replied, Wouldn't you have bought this if you could have got it for 3 obols? The answer being in the affirmative, Very well then, said Aristippus, I am no longer a lover of pleasure, it is you who are a lover of money. One day Simus, the steward of Dionysius, a Phrygian by birth, and a rascally fellow, was showing him costly houses with tessellated pavements, when Aristippus coughed up phlegm and spat it in his face. And on his resenting this, he replied, I could not find any place more suitable. When Charondas, or as others say Phaedo, inquired, Who is this who reeks with unguents? He replied, It is I, unlucky wight, and the still more unlucky Persian king. But as none of the other animals are at any disadvantage on that account, consider whether it be not the same with man. Confound the effeminates who spoil for us the use of good perfume. Being asked how Socrates died, he answered, As I would wish to die myself. Polyxenus the sophist once paid him a visit, and after having seen ladies present, an expensive entertainment, reproached him with it later. After an interval, Aristippus asked him, Can you join us today? On the other accepting the invitation, Aristippus inquired, Why then did you find fault? For you appear to blame the cost, and not the entertainment. When his servant was carrying money, and found the load too heavy, the story is told by Bion in his lectures, Aristippus cried, Pour away the greater part, and carry no more than you can manage. Being once on a voyage, as soon as he discovered the vessel to be manned by pirates, he took out his money, and began to count it, and then, as if by inadvertence, he let the money fall into the sea, and naturally broke out into lamentation. Another version of the story attributes to him the further remark, that it was better for the money to perish on account of Aristippus, than for Aristippus to perish on account of the money. Dionysius once asked him what he was come for, and he said it was to impart what he had and obtain what he had not. But some make his answer to have been, When I needed wisdom, I went to Socrates. Now that I am in need of money, I come to you. He used to complain of mankind that in purchasing earthenware they made trial whether it rang true, but had no regular standard by which to judge life. Others attributed this remark to Diogenes. One day Dionysus over the wine commanded every one to put on purple and dance. Plato declined, quoting the line, "I could not stoop to put on women's robes." Aristippus, however, put on the dress, as he was about to dance, was ready with the repartee. Even amid the Bacchic revelry, true modesty will not be put to shame. He made a request of Dionysus on behalf of a friend, and failing to obtain it, fell down at his feet. And when someone jeered at him, he made reply, "It is not I who am to blame, but Dionysus, who has his ears in his feet." He was once staying in Asia, and was taken prisoner by Artaphernes, the satrap. "Can you be cheerful under these circumstances?" someone asked. "Yes, you simpleton," was the reply. "For when should I be more cheerful than now that I am about to converse with Artaphernes?" Those who went through the ordinary curriculum, but in their studies stopped short at philosophy, he used to compare to the suitors of Penelope. For the suitors won Melantho, Polydora, and the rest of the handmaidens, but were anything but successful in wooing of the mistress. A similar remark is ascribed to Ariston, for he said when Odysseus went down into the underworld, he saw nearly all the dead and made their acquaintance, but he never set eyes upon their queen herself. Again, when Aristippus was asked what are the subjects which handsome boys ought to learn, his reply was, "Those which will be useful to them when they are grown up." To the critic who censured him for leaving Socrates to go to Dionysus, his rejoinder was, "Yes, but I came to Socrates for education, and to Dionysus for recreation." When he had made some money by teaching, Socrates asked him, "Where did you get so much?" To which he replied, "Where you got so little." A courtesan, having told him that she was with child by him, he replied, "You are no more sure of this than if, after running through the coarse rushes, you were to say you had been pricked by one in particular." Someone accused him of exposing his son as if it was not his offspring, whereupon he replied, "Phlegm too and vermin we know to be of our own begetting, but for all that, because they are useless, we cast them as far from us as possible." He received a sum of money from Dionysus at the same time that Plato carried off a book. And when he was twitted with this, his reply was, "Well, I want money. Plato wants books." Someone asked him why he let himself be refuted by Dionysus. "For the same reason," said he, "as others refute him." Dionysus met a request of his for money with the words, "Nay, but you told me that the wise man would never be in want." To which he retorted, "Pay, pay, and then let us discuss the question." And when he was paid, "Now you see, do you not," said he, "that I was not found wanting?" Dionysus, having repeated to him the lines, "Whoso betakes him to a prince's court becomes his slave, albeit of free birth," he retorted, "If a free man he come, no slave is he." This is stated by Thales in his work on the Lives of Philosophers. Other writers refer the antidotes to Plato. After getting in a rage with Ascanides, he presently addressed him thus, "Are we not to make it up and desist from vaporing, or will you wait for someone to reconcile us over the wine bowl?" To which he replied, "Agreed." "Then remember," Aristippus went on, "that though I am your senior, I made the first approaches." Thereupon Ascanides said, "Well done, by Hera you are quite right. You are a much better man than I, for the quarrel was of my beginning, and you make the first move to friendship." Such are the repartees which are attributed to him. There have been 4 men called Aristippus: 1, our present subject; 2, the author of a book about Arcadia; 3, the grandchild by a daughter of the first Aristippus, who was known as his mother's pupil; 4, a philosopher of the new academy. The following books by the Cyrenaic philosopher are in circulation: A History of Libya in 3 books sent to Dionysus; one work containing 25 dialogues, some written in Attic, some in Doric, as follows: Artabazus, to the shipwrecked, to the exiles, to a beggar, to Lais, to Porus, to Laius on the mirror, Hermias, a dream, to the master of the revels, Philomolius, to his friends, to those who blame him for his love of old wine and of women, to those who blame him for extravagant living, letter to his daughter Erit, to one training for Olympia, an interrogatory, another interrogatory, an occasional piece to Dionysus, another on the statue, another on the daughter of Dionysus, to one who considered himself slighted, to one who essayed to be a counselor. Some also maintain that he wrote 6 books of essays, others, and among them Socrates of Rhodes, that he wrote none at all. According to Solon, in his 2nd book, and Panaetius, the following treatises are his: On Education, On Virtue, Introduction to Philosophy, Eratbases, The Shipwrecked, The Exiles, 6 books of essays, 3 books of occasional writings, to Laius, to Porus, to Socrates, On Fortune. He laid down as the end the smooth motion resulting in sensation. Having written his life, let me now proceed to pass in review the philosophers of the Cyrenaic school, which sprang from him, although some call themselves followers of Hegesias, others followers of Anacharis, others again of Theodorus. Not but what we shall notice further the pupils of Phaedo, the chief of whom were called the school of Eretria. The case stands thus. The disciples of Aristippus were his daughter Arete, Aethiops of Ptolemais, and Antipater of Cyrene. The pupil of Arete was Aristippus, who went by the name of Mother-taught, and his pupil was Theodorus, known as the Atheist, subsequently as God. Antipater's pupil was Epitomedes of Cyrene. His was Parabates, and he had his pupils Hegesias, the advocate of suicide, and Anaceras, who ransomed Plato. Those, then, who adhered to the teaching of Aristippus and were known as Cyrenaics held the following opinions. They laid down that there are 2 states, pleasure and pain, the former a smooth, the latter a rough motion, and that pleasure does not differ from pleasure, nor is one pleasure more pleasant than another. The one state is agreeable, and the other repellent to all living things. However, the bodily pleasure, which is the end, is, according to Panaetius, in his work on the sex, not the settled pleasure following the removal of pains, or the sort of freedom from discomfort which Epicurus accepts and maintains to be the end. They also hold that there is a difference between end and happiness. Our end is particular pleasure, whereas happiness is the sum total of all particular pleasures, in which are included both past and future pleasures. Particular pleasure is desirable for its own sake, whereas happiness is desirable not for its own sake, but for the sake of particular pleasures. That pleasure is the end is proved by the fact that from our youth up we are instinctively attracted to it, and when we obtain it, seek for nothing more, and shun nothing so much as its opposite pain. Pleasure is good even if it proceed from the most unseemly conduct, as Hippobotus says in his work on the sex. For even if the action be irregular, still, at any rate, the resultant pleasure is desirable for its own sake and is good. The removal of pain, however, which is put forward in Epicurus, seems to them not to be pleasure at all, any more than the absence of pleasure is pain. For both pleasure and pain they hold to consist in motion, whereas absence of pleasure, like absence of pain, is not motion, since painlessness is the condition of one who is, as it were, asleep. They assert that some people may fail to choose pleasure because their minds are perverted. Not all mental pleasures and pains, however, are derived from bodily counterparts. For instance, we take disinterested delight in the prosperity of our country, which is as real as our delight in our own prosperity. Nor again do they admit that pleasure is derived from the memory or expectation of good, which was a doctrine of Epicurus. for they assert that the movement affecting the mind is exhausted in course of time. Again, they hold that pleasure is not derived from sight or from hearing alone. At all events, we listen with pleasure to imitation of mourning, while the reality causes pain. They gave the names of absence of pleasure and absence of pain to the intermediate conditions. However, they insist that bodily pleasures are far better than mental pleasures, and bodily pains far worse than mental pains, and that this is the reason why offenders are punished with the former. For they assumed pain to be more repellent, pleasure more congenial. For these reasons, they paid more attention to the body than to the mind. Hence, although pleasure is in itself desirable, yet they hold that the things which are productive of certain pleasures are often of a painful nature, the very opposite of pleasure, so that to accumulate the pleasures which are productive of happiness appears to them a most irksome business. They do not accept the doctrine that every wise man lives pleasantly and every fool painfully, but regard it as true for the most part only. It is sufficient even if we enjoy but each single pleasure as it comes. They say that prudence is a good, though desirable not in itself but on account of its consequences, that we make friends from the interested motives just as we cherish any part of the body so long as we have it, that some of the virtues are found even in the foolish, that bodily training contributes to the acquisition of virtue, that the sage will not give way to envy, love, or superstition, since these weaknesses are due to mere empty opinion. He will, however, feel pain and fear, these being natural affections, and that wealth too is productive of pleasure, though not desirable for its own sake. They affirm that mental affections can be known, but not the objects from which they come, and they abandon the study of nature because of its apparent uncertainty, but fastened on logical inquiries because of their utility. But Meleager, in his second book on philosophical opinions, and Cleobulus, in his first book on the sex, affirm that they maintain dialectic as well as physics to be useless, since when one has learnt the theory of good and evil, it is possible to speak with propriety, to be free from superstition, and to escape the fear of death. They also held that nothing is just or honorable or base by nature, but only by convention and custom. Nevertheless, the good man will be deterred from wrongdoing by the penalties imposed and the prejudices that it would arouse. Further, that the wise man really exists. They allow progress to be attainable in philosophy as well as in other matters. They maintain that the pain of one man exceeds that of another, and that the senses are not always true and trustworthy. The school of Hicks, as it is called, adopted the same ends, namely pleasure and pain. In their view, there is no such thing as gratitude or friendship or beneficence, because it is not for themselves that we choose to do these things, but simply from motives of interest. Apart from such conduct is nowhere found. They denied the possibility of happiness, for the body is infected with much suffering, while the soul shares in the sufferings of the body and is prey to disturbance, and fortune often disappoints. From all this it follows that happiness cannot be realized. Moreover, life and death are each desirable in turn, but that there is anything naturally pleasant or unpleasant they deny. When some men are pleased and others pained by the same objects, this is owing to the lack or rarity or surfeit of such objects. Poverty and riches have no relevance to pleasure, for neither the rich nor the poor as such have any special share in pleasure. Slavery and freedom, nobility and low birth, honor and dishonor, are alike indifferent in calculation of pleasure. To the fool life is advantageous, while to the wise it is a matter of indifference. The wise man will be guided in all he does by his own interests, for there is none other whom he regards as equally deserving. For supposing him to reap the greatest advantages from another, they would not be equal to what he contributes himself. They also disallow the claims of the senses, because they do not lead to accurate knowledge. Whatever appears rational should be done, They affirmed that allowance should be made for errors, for no man errs voluntarily, but under constraint of some suffering, that we should not hate men, but rather teach them better. The wise man will not have so much advantage over others in the choice of goods as in the avoidance of evils, making it his end to live without pain of body or mind. This, then, they say, is the advantage accruing to those who make no distinction between any of the objects which produce pleasure. The school of Anacharus, in other respects, agreed with them, but admitted that friendship and gratitude and respect for parents do exist in real life, and that a good man will sometimes act out of patriotic motives. Hence, if the wise man receives annoyance, he will be none the less happy, even if few pleasures accrue to him. The happiness of a friend is not in itself desirable, for it is not felt by his neighbor. Instruction is not sufficient in itself to inspire us with confidence and to make us rise superior to the opinion of the multitude. Habits must be formed because of the bad disposition which has grown up in us from the first. A friend should be cherished not merely for his utility, for if that fails we should then no longer associate with him, but for the good feeling for the sake of which we shall even endure hardships. Nay, though we make pleasure the end and are annoyed when deprived of it, we shall nevertheless cheerfully endure this because of our love to our friend. The Theodorians derived their name from Theodorus, who has already been mentioned, and adopted his doctrines. Theodorus was a man who utterly rejected the current belief in the gods, and I have come across a book of his entitled Of the Gods, which is not contemptible. From that book, they say, Epicurus borrowed most of what he wrote on the subject. Theodorus was also a pupil of Anacharus and of Dionysius the Dialectician, and Antisthenes mentions in his Successions of Philosophers. He considered joy and grief to be the supreme good and evil, the one brought about by wisdom, the other by folly. Wisdom and justice he called goods, and their opposite evils, pleasure and pain being intermediate to good and evil. Friendship he rejected, because it did not exist between the unwise nor between the wise. With the former, when the want is removed, the friendship disappears, whereas the wise are self-sufficient and have no need of friends. It was reasonable, as he thought, for the good man not to risk his life in the defense of his country, for he would never throw wisdom away to the benefit of the unwise. He said the world was his country. Theft, adultery, and sacrilege would be allowable upon occasion, since none of these acts is by nature base. If once you have removed the prejudice against them, which is kept up in order to hold the foolish multitude together, the wise man would indulge his passions openly, without the least regard to circumstances. Hence he would use such arguments as this: Is a woman who is skilled in grammar useful in so far as she is skilled in grammar? Yes. And is a boy or youth skilled in grammar useful in so far as he is skilled in grammar? Yes. Again, is a woman who is beautiful useful in so far as she is beautiful, and the use of beauty is to be enjoyed? Yes. When this was admitted, he would press the argument to the conclusion, namely, that he who uses anything for the purpose for which it is useful does no wrong, and by some such interrogatories he would carry his point. He appears to have been called God in consequence of the following argument addressed to him by Stilpo. Are you, Theodorus, what you declare yourself to be? To this he assented, and Stilpo continued, And do you say you are God? To this he agreed. Then it follows that you are God. Theodorus accepted this, and Stilpo said with a smile, But you rascal, at this rate, you would allow yourself to be a jackdaw and 10,000 other things. However, Theodorus, sitting on one occasion beside Euclides, the Hierophant, began, Tell me, Euclides, who they are who violate the mysteries. Euclides replied, Those who disclose them to the uninitiated. Then you violate them, said Theodorus, when you explain them to the uninitiated. Yet he would hardly have escaped from being brought before the Areopagus if Demetrius of Phalerum had not rescued him. And Amphicrates, in his book Upon Illustrious Men, says he was condemned to drink the hemlock. For while he stayed at the court of Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, and was once sent by him as ambassador to Lysimachus, and on this occasion his language was so bold that Lysimachus said, "Tell me, are you not the Theodorus who was banished from Athens?" To which he replied, "Your information is correct. For when Athens could not bear me any more than Semele could Dionysus, she cast me out." And upon Lysimachus adding, "Take care you do not come here again," "I never will," said he, "unless Ptolemy sends me." Mithras, the king's minister, standing by and saying, "It seems that you can ignore not only gods but kings as well," Theodorus replied, "How can you say that I ignore the gods when I regard you as hateful to the gods?" He is said on one occasion in Corinth to have walked abroad with a numerous train of pupils, and Metrocles the Cynic, who was washing Cherval, remarked, "You sophist that you are, would not have wanted all the pupils if you had washed vegetables." Thereupon Theodorus retorted, "And you, if you had known how to associate with men, would have had no use for these vegetables." A similar anecdote is told of Diogenes and Aristippus, as mentioned above. Such was the character of Theodorus and his surroundings. At last he retired to Cyrene, where he lived with Magus, and continued to be held in high honor. The first time that he was expelled from Cyrene, he is credited with a witty remark. "Many thanks, men of Cyrene," said he, "for driving me from Libya into Greece." Some 20 persons have borne the name of Theodorus. Number 1 is Samion, the son of Rhocus. He it was who advised laying charcoal embers under the foundations of the temple in Ephesus. For as the ground was very damp, the ashes, being free from woody fiber, would retain a solidity which is actually proof against moisture. Number 2, a Cyrenian geometer, whose lectures Plato attended. Number 3, the philosopher above referred to. Number 4, the author of a fine work on practicing the voice. Number 5, an authority on the musical composers from the Terpander onwards. Number 6, a Stoic. Number 7, a writer upon the Romans. Number 8, a Syracusan who wrote upon tactics. Number 9, a Byzantine, famous for his political speeches. Number 10, another equally famous, mentioned by Aristotle in his Epitome of Orators. Number 11, a Theban sculptor. Number 12, a painter, mentioned by Polemo. Number 13, an Athenian painter of whom Mendotus writes. Number 14, an Ephesian painter who is mentioned by Theophanes in his work upon painting. Number 15, a poet who wrote epigrams. Number 16, a writer on poets. Number 17, a physician pupil of Athenaeus. Number 18, a Stoic philosopher of Chios. Number 19, a Melissaean, also a Stoic philosopher. Number 20, a tragic poet. End of section 25. Section 26 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 9, Phaedo. Phaedo was a native of Elis, of noble family, who on the fall of that city was taken captive and forcibly consigned to a house of ill fame. But he would close the door, and so contrived to join Socrates' circle, and in the end Socrates induced Alcibiades, or Crito, with their friends to ransom him. From that time onwards he studied philosophy, as became a free man. Hieronymus, in his work on suspense of judgment, attacks him and calls him a slave. Of the dialogues which bear his name, the Zoprius and Simon are genuine. The Nicaeus is doubtful. The Medius is said by some to be the work of Aeschines. while others ascribe it to Polyaenus. The Antimachus, or the Elders, is also doubted. The Cobbler's Tales are also by some attributed to Aeschines. He was succeeded by Plistinus of Elis, and a generation later by Menedmus of Eretria and Asclepiades of Phlius, who came over from Stilpo's school. Till then the school was known as that of Elis, but from Menedmus onward it was called the Eretrian school. Of Menedmus we shall have to speak hereafter, because he too started a new school. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Benckeser. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 10, Euclides. Euclides was a native of Megara on the Isthmus, or according to some, of Gela, as Alexander states in his Successions of Philosophers. He applied himself to the writings of Parmenides, and his followers were called Megarians after him, then Aristics, and at a later date Dialecticians, that name having first been given to them by Dionysius of Chalcedon, because they put their arguments into the form of question and answer. Hermodorus tells us that, after the death of Socrates, Plato and the rest of the philosophers came to him, being alarmed at the cruelty of the tyrants. He held the supreme good to be really one, though called by many names, sometimes wisdom, sometimes God, and again mind, and so forth. But all that is contradictory of the good he used to reject, declaring that it had no existence. When he impugned a demonstration, it was not the premises, but the conclusion that he attacked. He rejected the argument from analogy, declaring that it must be taken either from similars or from dissimilars. If it were drawn from similars, it is with these, and not with their analogies, that their arguments should deal. If from dissimilars, it is gratuitous to set them side by side. Hence Timon says of him, with a side hit at the other Socratics as well, "But I care not for these babblers, nor for anyone besides, not for Phaedo, whoever he be, nor wrangling Euclides, who inspired the Megarians with a frenzied love of controversy." He wrote 6 dialogues, entitled Lamprias, Aeschines, Phoenix, Crito, Alcibiades, and A Discourse on Love. To the school of Euclides belongs Eubulides of Miletus, the author of many dialectical arguments in an interrogatory form, namely, the Lyre, the Disguised, Electra, the Veiled Figure, the Sorites, the Horned One, and the Bald Head. Of him it is said by one of the comic poets, Eubulides the Aristic, who propounded his quibbles about horns and confounded the orators with falsely pretentious arguments, is gone with all the braggadocio of a Demosthenes. Demosthenes was probably his pupil, and thereby improved his faulty pronunciation of the letter R. Eubulides kept up a controversy with Aristotle, and said much to discredit him. Among other members, the school of Eubulides included Alexinus of Elis, a man very fond of controversy, for which reason he was called Elynxinus. In particular, he kept up a controversy with Zeno. Hermippus says of him that he left Elis and removed to Olympia, where he studied philosophy. His pupils inquired why he took up his abode here, and were told that it was his intention to found a school, which should be called the Olympian School. But as their provisions ran short, and they found the place unhealthy, they left it, and for the rest of his days, Alexinus lived in solitude with a single servant. And some time afterwards, as he was swimming in the Alpheus, the point of a reed ran into him, and of this injury he died. I have composed the following lines about him. It was not then a vain tale that once an unfortunate man, while diving, pierced his foot somehow with a nail. since that great man, Alexinus, before he could cross the Alpheus, was pricked by a reed and met his death. He has written not only a reply to Zeno, but other works, including one against Ephorus the historian. To the school of Eubulides also belonged Euphantus of Olynthus, who wrote a history of his own times. He was besides a poet, and wrote several tragedies, with which he made a great reputation at the festivals. He taught King Antagonus and dedicated to him a work on kingship, which was very popular. He died of old age. There are also other pupils of Eubulides, amongst them Apollonius, surnamed Cronus. He had a pupil, Diodorus, the son of Amenius of Iasus, who was also nicknamed Cronus. Callimachus in his epigrams says of him, Momus himself chalked up on the walls, Cronus is wise. He too was a dialectician, and was supposed to have been the first who discovered the arguments known as the veiled figure and the horned one. When he was staying with Ptolemy Soter, he had certain dialectical questions addressed to him by Stilpo, and not being able to solve them on the spot, he was reproached by the king, and among other slights, the nickname Cronus was applied to him by way of derision. He left the banquet, and after writing a pamphlet upon the logical problem, ended his days in despondency. Upon him, too, I have written lines. Diodorus Cronus, what sad fate buried you in despair, so that you hastened to the shades below, perplexed by Stilpo's quibbles? You would deserve your name of Cronus better, if C and R were gone. The successors of Euclides include Ichthyus, the son of Metellus, an excellent man, to whom Diogenes the Cynic has addressed one of his dialogues. Clinomachus of Thurii, who was the first to write about propositions, predications, and the like, and Stilpo of Megara, a most distinguished philosopher, of whom we have now to treat. End of section 27. Section 28 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Benckeser. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 11, Stilpo. Stilpo, a citizen of Megara in Greece, was a pupil of some of the followers of Euclides, although others make him a pupil of Euclides himself, and furthermore of Thrasymachus of Corinth, who was the friend of Ichthyus according to Heraclides. And so far did he excel all the rest in inventiveness and sophistry, that nearly the whole of Greece was attracted to him and joined the school of Megara. On this let me cite the exact words of Philippus, the Megarian philosopher. For from Theophrastus he drew away the theorist Metrodorus and Timagoras of Gela, from Aristotle the Cyrenaic philosopher Clitarchus and Simmias, and as for the dialecticians themselves, he gained over Paeonius from Aristides, Diphilus of Bosphorus, the son of Euphantus, and Myrmix, the son of Exenatus, who had both come to refute him, he made his devoted adherents. And besides these, he won over Phrasedemus the peripatetic, an accomplished physicist, and Alcimus the rhetorician, the first orator in all of Greece. Crates, too, and many others he got into his toils, and what is more, along with these, he carried off Zeno the Phoenician. He was also an authority on politics. He married a wife, and had a mistress named Nicarete, as Oneater has somewhere stated. He had a profligate daughter, who was married to his friend Simmias of Syracuse, and as she would not live by rule, someone told Stilpo that she was a disgrace to him. To this he replied, "Not so, any more than I am an honor to her." Ptolemy Soter, they say, made much of him, and when he had got possession of Megara, offered him a sum of money and invited him to return with him to Egypt. But Stilpo would only accept a very moderate sum, and he declined the proposed journey, and removed to Aegina, until Ptolemy set sail. Again, when Demetrius, the son of Antigonus, had taken Megara, he took measures that Stilpo's house should be preserved, and all his plundered property restored to him. But when he requested that a schedule of the lost property should be drawn up, Stilpo denied that he had lost anything which really belonged to him, for no one had taken away his learning while he still had his eloquence and knowledge. And conversing upon the duty of doing good to men, he made such an impression on the king that he became eager to hear him. There is a story that he once used the following argument concerning the Athena of Phidias. Is it not Athena, the daughter of Zeus, who is a goddess? And when the other said, yes, he went on. But this, at least, is not by Zeus, but by Phidias. And this being granted, he concluded, this, then, is not a god. For this he was summoned before the Areopagus. He did not deny the charge, but contended that the reasoning was correct, for that Athena was no god, but a goddess. It was the male divinities who were gods. However, the story goes on that the Areopagites ordered him to quit the city, and that thereupon Theodorus, whose nickname was Theus, said in derision, whence did Stilpo learn this, and how could he tell whether she was a god or a goddess? But in truth, Theodorus was most impudent, and Stilpo most ingenious. When Crates asked him whether the gods take delight in prayers and adorations, he is said to have replied, don't put such a question in the street, simpleton, but when we are alone. It is said that Bion, when he was asked the same question, whether there are gods, replied, will you not scatter the crowd from me, O much-enduring elder? In character, Stilpo was simple and unaffected, and he could readily adapt himself to the plain man. For instance, when Crates the cynic did not answer the question put to him and only insulted the questioner, I knew, said Stilpo, that you would utter anything rather than what you ought. And once, when Crates held out a fig to him when putting a question, he took the fig and ate it. Upon which the other exclaimed, O Heracles, I have lost the fig! And Stilpo remarked, not only that, but your question as well, for which the fig was payment in advance. Again, on seeing Crates shriveled with cold in the winter, he said, you seem to me, Crates, to want a new coat, i.e., to be wanting in sense as well. And the other, being annoyed, replied with the following burlesque. And Stilpo I saw enduring toilsome woes in Megara, where men say that the bed of Typhus is. There he would ever be wrangling, and many comrades about him, wasting time in the verbal pursuit of virtue. It is said that at Athens he so attracted the public that people would run together from the workshops to look at him. And when someone said, Stilpo, they stare at you as if you were some strange creature. No, indeed, said he, but as if I were a genuine man. And being a consummate master of controversy, he used to demolish even the ideas, and say that he who asserted the existence of man meant no individual. He did not mean this man or that, for why should he mean the one more than the other? Therefore neither does he mean this individual man. Again, vegetable is not what is shown to me, for vegetable existed 10,000 years ago. Therefore this is not vegetable. The story goes that while in the middle of an argument with Crates, he hurried off to buy fish, and when Crates tried to detain him and urged that he was leaving the argument, his answer was, not I. I keep the argument, though I am leaving you. For the argument will remain, but the fish will soon be sold. 9 dialogues of his are extant, written in frigid style. Moschus, Aristippus or Callias, Ptolemy, Chirocrates, Metrocles, Anaximenes, Epigenes, to his daughter, Aristotle. Heraclides relates that Zeno, the founder of the Stoic school, was one of Stilpo's pupils. Hermippus, that Stilpo died at a great age after taking wine to hasten his end. I have written an epitaph on him also. Surely you know Stilpo the Megarian. Old age and then disease laid him low, a formidable pair. But he found in wine a charioteer too strong for that evil team. He quaffed it eagerly and was borne along. He was also ridiculed by Sophilus, the comic poet, in his drama The Wedding. What Shera says is just still-pose stoppers. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapters 12 to 16. Crito, Simon, Glaucon, Simmias, Cebes. Crito. Crito was a citizen of Athens. He was most affectionate in his disposition towards Socrates, and took such care of him that none of his wants were left unsupplied. Further, his sons Critobulus, Hermogenes, Epigenes, and Ctesippus were pupils of Socrates. Crito too wrote 17 dialogues, which are extant in a single volume under the titles That Men Are Not Made Good by Instruction, Concerning Superfluity, What is Expedient, or the Statesman, Of Beauty, On Doing Ill, On Tidiness, On Law, Of That Which is Divine, On Arts, Of Society, Of Wisdom, Protagoras or the Statesman, On Letters, Of Poetry, Of Learning, On Knowing or on Science, What is Knowledge? Simon. Simon was a citizen of Athens and a cobbler. When Socrates came to his workshop and began to converse, he used to make notes of all that he could remember. And this is why people apply the term leathern to his dialogues. These dialogues are 33 in number, extant in a single volume. Of the gods, of the good, on the beautiful, what is the beautiful, on the just, 2 dialogues, of virtue, that it cannot be taught, of courage, 3 dialogues, on law, on guiding the people, of honor, of poetry, on good eating, on love, on philosophy, on knowledge, on music, on poetry, what is the beautiful, on teaching, on the art of conversation, of judging, of being, of number, on diligence, on efficiency, on greed, on pretentiousness, on the beautiful. Others are on deliberation, on reason or on expediency, on doing ill. He was the first, so we are told, who introduced the Socratic dialogues as a form of conversation. When Pericles promised to support him and urged him to come to him, his reply was, "I will not part with my free speech for money." There was another Simon who wrote treatises on rhetoric, another a physician, in the time of Seleucus Nicanor, and a third who was a sculptor. Glaucon. Glaucon was a citizen of Athens. 9 dialogues of his are extant in a single volume. Phidylus, Euripides, Amynticus, Euthias, Lysithedes, Aristophanes, Cephalus, Anaxiphimus, Menaxenus. There are also extant 32 others, which are considered spurious. Simmias. Simmias was a citizen of Thebes. 23 dialogues of his are extant in a single volume. On wisdom, on reasoning, on music, on verses, of courage, on philosophy, of truth, on letters, on teaching, on art, on government, of that which is becoming, of that which is to be chosen and avoided, on friendship, on knowledge, of the soul, on a good life, of that which is possible, on money, on life, what is the beautiful, on diligence, on love. Cebes. Cebes was a citizen of Thebes. 3 dialogues of his are extant. The Tablet, The Seventh Day, Phrynicus. End of section 29. Section 30 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 2, Chapter 17. Menedemus. Menedemus belonged to Phaedo's school. He was the son of Cleisthenes, a member of the clan called the Theopropidae, of good family, though a builder and a poor man. Others say that he was a scene painter, and that Menedemus learned both trades. Hence, when he had proposed a decree, a certain Alexinius attacked him, declaring that the philosopher was not a proper person to design either a scene or a decree. When Menedemus was dispatched by the Eretrians to Megara on garrison duty, he paid a visit to Plato at the academy, and was so captivated that he abandoned the service of arms. Asclepiades of Phlius drew him away, and he lived at Megara with Stilpo, whose lectures they both attended. Thence they sailed to Elis, where they joined Anchipylus and Mossus of the school of Phaedo. Down to their time, as was stated in the life of Phaedo, the school was called the Elean school. Afterwards it was called the Eretrian school, from the city to which my subject belonged. It would appear that Menedemus was somewhat pompous. Hence Crates burlesques him thus: Asclepiades, the sage of Phlius, and the Eretrian bull; and Timon as follows: a puffing, supercilious purveyor of humbug. He was a man of such dignity that, when Eurylochus of Cassandria was invited by Antigonus to court along with Cleippidas, a youth of Cyzicus, he declined the invitation, being afraid that Menedemus would hear of it, so caustic and outspoken was he. When a young gallant would have taken liberties with him, he said not a word, but picked up a twig and drew an insulting picture on the ground, until all eyes were attracted, and the young man, perceiving the insult, made off. When Hierocles, who was in command of the Piraeus, walked up and down along with him in the shrine of Amphiaros, and talked much of the capture of Eretria, he made no other reply beyond asking him what Antigonus' object was in treating him as he did. To an adulterer who was giving himself airs, he said, "Do you not know that, if cabbage has a good flavour, so for that matter has relish?" Hearing a youth who was very noisy, he said, "See what there is behind you." When Antigonus consulted him as to whether he should go to a rout, he sent a message to say no more than this, that he was the son of a king. When a stupid fellow related something to him with no apparent object, he inquired if he had a farm. And hearing that he had, and that there was a large stock of cattle on it, he said, "Then go and look after them, lest it should happen that they are ruined, and a clever farmer thrown away." To one who inquired if the good man ever married, he replied, "Do you think me good or not?" The reply being in the affirmative, he said, "Well, I am married." Of one who affirmed that there were many good things, he inquired how many, and whether he thought there were more than 100. Not being able to curb the extravagance of someone who had invited him to dinner, he said nothing when he was invited, but rebuked his host tacitly by confining himself to olives. However, on account of this freedom of speech, he was in great peril in Cyprus with his friend Asclepiades, when staying at the court of Nicocreon. For when the king held the usual monthly feast, and invited these two along with the other philosophers, we are told that Menedemus said that, if the gathering of such men was a good thing, the feast ought to have been held every day. If not, then it was superfluous even on the present occasion. The tyrant having replied to this by saying that on this day he had the leisure to hear philosophers, he pressed the point still more stubbornly, declaring, while the feast was going on, that any and every occasion should be employed in listening to philosophers. The consequence was that, if a certain flute player had not got them away, they would have been put to death. Hence, when they were in a storm in the boat, Asclepiades is reported to have said that the flute player, through good playing, had proved their salvation, when the free speech of Menedemus had been their undoing. He shirked work, it is said, and was indifferent to the fortunes of his school. At least no order could be seen in his classes, and no circle of benches, but each man would listen where he happened to be, walking or sitting, Menedemus himself behaving in the same way. In other respects he is said to have been nervous and careful of his reputation, so much so that, when Menedemus himself and Asclepiades were helping a man who had formerly been a builder to build a house, whereas Asclepiades appeared stripped on the roof, passing the mortar, Menedemus would try to hide himself as often as he saw anyone coming. After he took part in public affairs, he was so nervous that, when offering the frankincense, he would actually miss the censer. And once, when Crates stood about him and attacked him for meddling in politics, he ordered certain men to have Crates locked up. But Crates nonetheless watched him as he went by, and standing on tiptoe, called him a pocket Agamemnon and Hegesipolis. He was also in a way rather superstitious. At all events once, when he was at an inn with Asclepiades, and had inadvertently eaten some meat which had been thrown away, he turned sick and pale when he learned the fact, until Asclepiades rebuked him, saying that it was not the meat which disturbed him, but merely his suspicion of it. In all other respects he was magnanimous and liberal. In his habit of body, even in old age, he was as firm and sunburnt in appearance as any athlete, being stout, and always in the pink of condition. In stature he was well proportioned, as may be seen from the statuette in the ancient stadium at Eretria, for it represents him, intentionally no doubt, almost naked, and displays the greater part of his body. He was fond of entertaining, and used to collect numerous parties about him because Eretria was unhealthy. Amongst these there would be parties of poets and musicians. He welcomed Aratus also, and Lycophron, the tragic poet, and Antigoras of Rhodes. But above all he applied himself to the study of Homer, and next the lyric poets, then to Sophocles, and also to Achaeus, to whom he assigned the second place as a writer of satiric dramas, giving Aeschylus the first. Hence he quoted against his political opponents the following lines: "Ere long the swift is overtaken by the feeble, and the eagle by the tortoise," which are from the Omphale, a satiric drama of Achaeus. Therefore it is a mistake to say that he had read nothing except the Medea of Euripides, which some have asserted to be the work of Neophron of Sicyon. He despised the teachers of the school of Plato and Xenocrates, as well as the Cyrenaic philosopher Periabates. He had a great admiration for Stilpo, and on one occasion, when he was questioned about him, he made no other answer than that he was a gentleman. Menedemus was difficult to see through, and in making a bargain it was difficult to get the better of him. He would twist and turn in every direction, and he excelled in inventing objections. He was a great controversialist, according to Antisthenes, in his Successions of Philosophers. In particular, he was fond of using the following argument: Is the one of two things different from the other? Yes. And is conferring benefits different from the good? Yes. Then to confer benefits is not good. It is said that he disallowed negative propositions, converting them into affirmatives, and of these he admitted simple propositions only, rejecting those which are not simple. I mean hypothetical and complex propositions. Heraclides declares that, although in his doctrines he was a Platonist, yet he made sport of dialectic. So that when Alexinus once inquired if he had left off beating his father, his answer was, "Why, I was not beating him, and have not left off." And upon Alexinus insisting that he ought to have cleared up the ambiguity by a plain yes or no, "It would be absurd," he said, "for me to conform to your rules when I can stop you on the threshold." And when Bion persistently ran down the soothsayers, Menedemus said he was slaying the slain. On hearing someone say that the greatest good was to get all you want, he rejoined, "To want the right things is a far greater good." Antigonus of Carystus asserts that he never wrote or composed anything, and so never held firmly by any doctrine. He adds that in discussing questions he was so pugnacious that he would only retire after he had been badly mauled. And yet, though he was so violent in debate, he was as mild as possible in his conduct. For instance, though he made sport of Alexinus and bantered him cruelly, he was nevertheless very kind to him, for when his wife was afraid that on her journey she might be set upon and robbed, he gave her an escort from Delphi to Chalcis. He was a very warm friend, as is shown by his affection for Asclepiades, which was hardly inferior to the devotion shown by Pylades. But Asclepiades being the elder, it was said that he was the playwright, and Menedemus the actor. They say that once, when Archipolis had given them a check for half the talent, they stickled so long over the point as to whose claim came second that neither of them got the money. It is said that they married a mother and her daughter. Asclepiades married the daughter, and Menedemus the mother. But after the death of his own wife, Asclepiades took the wife of Menedemus. And afterwards the latter, when he became head of the state, married a rich woman as his second wife. Nevertheless, as they kept one household, Menedemus entrusted his former wife with the care of his establishment. However, Asclepiades died first at a great age at Eretria, having lived with Menedemus economically, though they had ample means. Some time afterwards, a favorite of Asclepiades, having come to a party and being refused admittance by the pupils, Menedemus ordered them to admit him, saying that even now, when under the earth, Asclepiades opened the door for him. It was Hipponikos the Macedonian and Agathor of Lamia who were their chief supporters. The one gave each of the two 30 minae, while Hipponikos furnished Menedemus with 2,000 drachmae with which to portion his daughters. There were 3 of them according to Heraclides, his children by a wife who was a native of Oropus. He used to give his parties in this fashion. He would breakfast beforehand with 2 or 3 friends, and stay until it was late in the day. And in the next place someone would summon the guests who had arrived and who had themselves already dined, so that if anyone came too soon, he would walk up and down and inquire from those who came out of the house what was on the table and what o'clock it was. If then it was only vegetables or salt fish, they would depart. But if there was meat, they would enter the house. In the summer time a rush mat was put upon each couch, in winter time a sheepskin. The guest brought his own cushion. The loving cup, which was passed round, was no larger than a pint cup. The dessert consisted of lupins or beans, sometimes of ripe fruit such as pears, pomegranates, a kind of pulse, or even dried figs. All of these facts are mentioned by Lycophron in his satiric drama entitled Menedemus, which was composed as a tribute to him. Here is a specimen of it. And after a temperate feast, the modest cup was passed round with discretion, and their dessert was temperate discourse for such as cared to listen. At first he was despised, being called a cynic and a humbug by the Eretrians, but afterwards he was greatly admired, so much that they entrusted him with the government of the state. He was sent as envoy to Ptolemy and to Lysimachus, being honored wherever he went. He was, moreover, envoy to Demetrius, and he caused the yearly tribute of 200 talents, which the city used to pay Demetrius, to be reduced to 50 talents. And when he was accused to Demetrius of intriguing to hand over the city to Ptolemy, he defended himself in a letter which commences thus: Menedemus to King Demetrius, greeting. I hear that a report has reached you concerning me. There is a tradition that one Aeschylus, who belonged to the opposite party, had made these charges against him. He seems to have behaved with the utmost dignity in the embassy to Demetrius on the subject of Oropus, as Euphantes relates in his histories. Antigonus, too, was much attached to him, and used to proclaim himself his pupil. And when he vanquished the barbarians near the town of Lysimachia, Menedemus moved a decree in his honor, in simple terms and free from flattery, beginning thus: On the motion of the generals and the councillors, whereas King Antigonus is returning to his own country after vanquishing the barbarians in battle, and whereas in all his undertakings he prospers according to his will, the Senate and the people have decreed. On these grounds, then, and from his friendship for him in other matters, he was suspected of betraying the city to Antigonus, and being denounced by Aristodemus, withdrew from Eretria, and stayed a while in Oropus, in the temple of Amphiaraus. And because some golden goblets were missing from the temple, he was ordered to depart by a general vote of the Boeotians, as is stated by Hermippus. And thereupon, in despair, after a secret visit to his native city, he took with him his wife and daughters, and came to the court of Antigonus, where he died of a broken heart. Heraclides tells quite another story, that he was made counselor of the Eretrians, and more than once saved the city from a tyranny by calling in Demetrius, so then he would not be likely to betray the city to Antigonus, but was made the victim of a false charge. That he betook himself to Antigonus and was anxious to regain freedom for his country. That, as Antigonus would not give way, in despair he put an end to his life, by abstaining from food for 7 days. The account of Antigonus of Carystus is similar. With Perseus alone he carried on open warfare, for it was thought that, when Antigonus was willing for Menedemus' sake to restore to the Eretrians their democracy, Perseus prevented him. Hence on one occasion over the wine Menedemus refuted Perseus in argument, and said, amongst other things, "Such he is as a philosopher, but as a man, the worst of all that are alive, or to be born hereafter." According to the statement of Heraclides, he died in his 74th year. I have written the following epigram upon him. I heard of your fate, Menedemus, how of your own free will you expired by starving yourself for 7 days, a deed right worthy of an Eretrian, but unworthy of a man. But despair was your leader, and urged you on. These then are the disciples of Socrates, or their immediate successors. We must now pass to Plato, the founder of the Academy, and his successors, so far as they were men of reputation. End of section 30. Section 31 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 3. Plato, 427 to 347 BC. Plato was the son of Ariston and a citizen of Athens. His mother was Perictione, or Potone, who traced back her descent to Solon. For Solon had a brother, Dropides. He was the father of Critias, who was the father of Calascrus, who was the father of Critias, one of the 30, as well as of Glaucon, who was the father of Charmides and Perictione. Thus Plato, the son of this Perictione and Ariston, was in the 6th generation from Solon, and Solon traced his descent to Neleus and Poseidon. His father too is said to be in the direct line from Codrus, the son of Melanthus, and according to Thrasyllus, Codrus and Melanthus also traced their descent from Poseidon. Speusippus, in the work entitled Plato's Funeral Feast, Clearchus in his Encomium on Plato, and Anaxylaides in his second book on Philosophers, tell us that there was a story at Athens that Ariston made violent love to Perictione, then in her bloom, and failed to win her, and that, when he ceased to offer violence, Apollo appeared to him in a dream, whereupon he left her unmolested until her child was born. Apollodorus in his Chronology fixes the date of Plato's birth in the 88th Olympiad, on the 7th day of the month Targelion, the same day on which the Delians say that Apollo himself was born. He died, according to Hermippus, at a wedding feast, in the 1st year of the 108th Olympiad, in his 81st year. Neanthes, however, makes him die at the age of 84. He is thus seen to be 6 years the junior of Isocrates, for Isocrates was born in the archonship of Lysimachus, Plato in that of Amenias, the year of Pericles' death. He belonged to the deme Colitus, as is stated by Antilleon in his second book on dates. He was born, according to some, in Aegina, in the house of Philiades, the son of Thales, as Favorinus states in his miscellaneous history, for his father had been sent along with others to Aegina to settle in the island, but returned to Athens when the Athenians were expelled by the Lacedaemonians, who championed the Aeginetan cause. That Plato acted as choragus at Athens, the cost being defrayed by Dion, is stated by Athenodorus in the 8th book of a work entitled Walks. He had 2 brothers, Adeimantus and Glaucon, and a sister, Potone, who was the mother of Speusippus. He was taught letters in the school of Dionysius, who is mentioned by him in the Rivals, and he learned gymnastics under Ariston, the Argive wrestler, and from him he received the name of Plato on account of his robust figure, in place of his original name, which was Aristocles, after his grandfather, as Alexander informs us in his Successions of Philosophers. But others affirm that he got the name Plato from the breadth of his style, or from the breadth of his forehead, as suggested by Neanthes. Others again affirm that he wrestled in the Isthmian games. This is stated by Dicaearchus in his first book on Lives, and that he applied himself on painting and wrote poems, first dithyrambs, afterwards lyric poems, and tragedies. He had, they said, a weak voice. This is confirmed by Timotheus the Athenian in his book on Lives. It is stated that Socrates in a dream saw a cygnet on his knees, which all at once put forth plumage and flew away after uttering a loud, sweet note. And the next day Plato was introduced as a pupil, and thereupon he recognized in him the swan of his dream. At first he used to study philosophy in the academy, and afterwards in the garden at Colonus, as Alexander states in his Successions of Philosophers, as a follower of Heraclitus. Afterwards, when he was about to compete for the prize with a tragedy, he listened to Socrates in front of the theatre of Dionysus, and then consigned his poems to the flames with the words, "Come hither, O fire god, Plato now has need of thee." From that time onward, having reached his 20th year, so it is said, he was the pupil of Socrates. When Socrates was gone, he attached himself to Cratylus, the Heraclitean, and to Hermogenes, who professed the philosophy of Parmenides. Then at the age of 28, according to Hermodorus, he withdrew to Megara to Euclides, with certain other disciples of Socrates. Next he proceeded to Cyrene, on a visit to Theodorus the mathematician, thence to Italy to see the Pythagorean philosophers Philolaus and Eurytus, and thence to Egypt, to see those who interpreted the will of the gods. And Euripides is said to have accompanied him thither. There he fell sick and was cured by the priests, who treated him with sea water, and for this reason he cited the line, "The sea doth wash away all human ills." Furthermore he said that, according to Homer, beyond all men, the Egyptians were skilled in healing. Plato also intended to make the acquaintance of the Magians, but was prevented by the wars in Asia. Having returned to Athens, he lived in the Academy, which is a gymnasium outside the walls, in a grove named after a certain hero, Hecademus, as is stated by Eupolis in his play entitled Shirkers, in the shady walks of the divine Hecademus. Moreover, there are verses of Timon which refer to Plato. Amongst all of them, Plato was the leader, a big fish but a sweet-voiced speaker, musical in prose as the cicala who, perched on the trees of Hecademus, pours forth a strain as delicate as a lily. Thus the original name of the place was Hecademy, spelt with E. Now Plato was a friend of Isocrates, and Praxiphanes makes them converse about poets at the country seat where Plato was entertaining Isocrates. And Aristoxenus asserts that he went on service 3 times, first to Tanagra, secondly to Corinth, and thirdly at Delium, where also he obtained the prize of valor. He mixed together doctrines of Heraclitus, the Pythagoreans, and Socrates. In his doctrine of sensible things, he agrees with Heraclitus, in his doctrine of the intelligible with Pythagoras, and in political philosophy with Socrates. Some authorities, amongst them Satyrus, say that he wrote to Dion in Sicily, instructing him to purchase 3 Pythagorean books from Philolaus for 100 minae, for they say he was well off, having received from Dionysius over 80 talents. This is stated by Onetor in an essay upon the theme, Whether a Wise Man Will Make Money. Further he derived great assistance from Epicharmus, the comic poet, for he transcribed a great deal from him, as Alcimus says in the essays dedicated to Amyntas, of which there are 4. In the first of them he writes thus: "It is evident that Plato often employs the words of Epicharmus. Just consider, Plato asserts that the object of sense is that which never abides in quality or quantity, but is ever in flux and change. The assumption is that the things from which you take away number are no longer equal nor determinate, nor have they quantity or quality. These are the things to which becoming always and being never belongs. But the object of thought is something constant from which nothing is subtracted, to which nothing is added. This is the nature of the eternal things, the attribute of which is to be ever alike and the same. And indeed Epicharmus has expressed himself plainly about objects of sense and objects of thought. A. But gods there always were. Never at any time were they wanting, while things in this world are always alike, and are brought about through the same agencies. Yet it is said that chaos was the firstborn of the gods. A. How so, if indeed there was nothing out of which or into which it could come first? B. What? Then did nothing come first after all? A. No, by Zeus, nor second either, at least of the things which we are thus talking about now. On the contrary, they existed from all eternity. A. But suppose someone chooses to add a single pebble to a heap containing either an odd or an even number, whichever you please, or to take away one of those already there, do you think the number of pebbles would remain the same? B. Not I. A. Nor yet if one chooses to add to a cubit measure another length, or cut off some of what was there already, would the original measure still exist? B. Of course not. A. Now consider mankind in this same way. One man grows, and another again shrinks, and they are all undergoing change the whole time. But a thing which naturally changes and never remains in the same state must ever be different from that which has thus changed. And even so you and I were one pair of men yesterday, are another today, and again will be another tomorrow, and will never remain ourselves by this argument. Again Alcimus makes this further statement. There are some things, say the wise, which the soul perceives through the body, as in seeing and hearing. There are other things which it discerns by itself without the aid of the body. Hence it follows that of existing things some are objects of sense, and others objects of thought. Hence Plato said that, if we wish to take in at one glance the principles underlying the universe, we must first distinguish the ideas by themselves, for example, likeness, unity and plurality, magnitude, rest and motion. Next we must assume the existence of beauty, goodness, justice and the like, each existing in and for itself. In the third place, we must see how many of the ideas are relative to other ideas, as are knowledge or magnitude or ownership, remembering that the things within our experience bear the same names as those ideas because they partake of them. I mean that things which partake of justice are just, things which partake of beauty are beautiful. Each one of the ideas is eternal, it is a notion, and moreover is incapable of change. Hence Plato says that they stand in nature like archetypes, and that all things else bear a resemblance to the ideas because they are copies of these archetypes. Now here are the words of Epicharmus about the good and about the ideas. A. Is flute-playing a thing? B. Most certainly. A. Is man then flute-playing? B. By no means. A. Come, let me see. What is a flute-player? Whom do you take him to be? Is he not a man? B. Most certainly. A. Well, don't you think the same would be the case with the good? Is not the good in itself a thing? And does not he who has learned that thing and knows it at once become good? For just as he becomes a flute-player by learning flute-playing, or a dancer when he has learned dancing, or a plater when he has learned plating, in the same way, if he has learned anything of the sort, whatever you like, he would not be one with the craft, but he would be the craftsman. Now Plato, in conceiving his theory of ideas, says, since there is such a thing as memory, there must be ideas present in things, because memory is of something stable and permanent, and nothing is permanent except the ideas. For how, he says, could animals have survived unless they had apprehended the idea and had been endowed by nature with intelligence to that end? As it is, they remember similarities and what their food is like, which shows that animals have the innate power of discerning what is similar, and hence they perceive others of their own kind. How then does Epicharmus put it? Wisdom is not confined, Eumaeus, to one kind alone, but all living creatures likewise have understanding. For if you will study intently the hen among poultry, she does not bring forth the chicks alive, but sits clucking on the eggs and wakens life in them. As for this wisdom of hers, the true state of the case is known to nature alone, for the hen has learned it from herself. And again, It is no wonder then that we talk thus and are pleased with ourselves and think we are fine folk, for a dog appears the fairest of things to a dog, an ox to an ox, an ass to an ass, and verily a pig to a pig. These and the like instances Alcimus notes through 4 books, pointing out the assistance derived by Plato from Epicharmus. That Epicharmus himself was fully conscious of his wisdom can also be seen from the lines in which he foretells that he will have an imitator. And as I think, for when I think anything I know it full well, that my words will some day be remembered, some one will take them and free them from the metre in which they are now set, nay, will give them instead a purple robe, embroidering it with fine phrases, and being invincible, he will make every one else an easy prey. Plato, it seems, was the first to bring to Athens the mimes of Sophron, which had been neglected, and to draw characters in the style of that writer. A copy of the mimes, they say, was actually found under his pillow. He made 3 voyages to Sicily, the first time to see the island and the craters of Etna. On this occasion Dionysius, the son of Hermocrates, being on the throne, forced him to become intimate with him. But when Plato held forth on tyranny, and maintained that the interest of the ruler alone was not the best end, unless he were also preeminent in virtue, he offended Dionysius, who in his anger exclaimed, "You talk like an old dotard." "And you like a tyrant," rejoined Plato. At this the tyrant grew furious, and at first was bent on putting him to death. Then, when he had been dissuaded from this by Dion and Aristomenes, he did not indeed go so far, but handed him over to Polis the Lacedaemonian, who had just then arrived on an embassy with orders to sell him into slavery. And Polis took him to Aegina, and there offered him for sale. And then Charmandrus, the son of Charmandrides, indicted him on a capital charge according to the law in force among the Aeginetans, to the effect that the first Athenian who set foot upon the island should be put to death without a trial. This law had been passed by the prosecutor himself, according to Favorinus in his miscellaneous history. But when someone urged, though in jest, that the offender was a philosopher, the court acquitted him. There is another version to the effect that he was brought before the assembly, and being kept under close scrutiny, he maintained an absolute silence, and awaited the issue with confidence. The assembly decided not to put him to death, but to sell him just as if he were a prisoner of war. Aniceris the Cyrenaic happened to be present, and ransomed him for 20 minae, according to others the sum was 30 minae, and dispatched him to Athens to his friends, who immediately remitted the money. But Aniceris declined it, saying that the Athenians were not the only people worthy of the privilege of providing for Plato. Others assert that Dion sent the money, and that Aniceris would not take it, but bought for Plato the little garden which is in the academy. Polis, however, is stated to have been defeated by Chabrias, and afterwards to have been drowned at Helis, his treatment of the philosopher having provoked the wrath of heaven, as Favorinus says in the first book of his Memorabilia. Dionysius indeed could not rest. On learning the facts, he wrote and enjoined upon Plato not to speak evil of him, and Plato replied that he had not the leisure to keep Dionysius in his mind. The second time he visited the younger Dionysius, requesting of him lands and settlers for the realization of his republic. Dionysius promised them, but did not keep his word. Some say that Plato was also in great danger, being suspected of encouraging Dion and Theodotus in a scheme for liberating the whole island. On this occasion, Archytas the Pythagorean wrote to Dionysius, procured his pardon, and got him conveyed safe to Athens. The letter runs as follows. Archytas to Dionysius, wishing him good health. We, being all of us the friends of Plato, have sent to you Lamiscus and Photidas, in order to take the philosopher away by the terms of the agreement made with you. You will do well to remember the zeal with which you urged us all to secure Plato's coming to Sicily, determined as you were to persuade him and to undertake, amongst other things, responsibility for his safety so long as he stayed with you and on his return. Remember this too, that you set great store by his coming, and from that time had more regard for him than for any of those at your court. If he has given you offense, It behoves you to behave with humanity and restore him to us unhurt. By so doing you will satisfy justice and at the same time put us under an obligation. The third time he came to reconcile Dion and Dionysius, but failing to do so, returned to his own country without achieving anything. And there he refrained from meddling with politics, although his writings showed that he was a statesman. The reason was that the people had already been accustomed to measures and institutions quite different from his own. Pamphila, in the 25th book of her Memorabilia, says that the Arcadians and Thebans, when they were founding Megalopolis, invited Plato to be their legislator, but that when he discovered that they were opposed to equality of possessions, he refused to go. There is a story that he pleaded for Chabrias, the general, when he was tried for his life, although no one else at Athens would do so, and that on this occasion, as he was going up to the Acropolis along with Chabrias, Cleobulus the informer met him and said, "What, are you come to speak for the defense? Don't you know that the hemlock of Socrates awaits you?" To this Plato replied, "As I faced dangers when serving in the cause of my country, so I will face them now in the cause of duty for a friend." He was the first to introduce argument by means of question and answer, says Favorinus in the 8th book of his Miscellaneous History. He was the first to explain to Leodamas of Tarsus the method of solving problems by analysis, and the first who in philosophical discussion employed the terms antipodes, element, dialectic, quality, oblong number, and among boundaries, the plane superficies, also divine providence. He was also the first philosopher who controverted the speech of Lysias, the son of Cephalus, which he has set out word for word in the Phaedrus, and the first to study the significance of grammar. And as he was the first to attack the views of almost all his predecessors, the question is raised why he makes no mention of Democritus. Neanthes of Cyzicus says that, on his going to Olympia, the eyes of all the Greeks were turned towards him, and there he met Dion, who was about to make his expedition against Dionysius. In the first book of the Memorabilia of Favorinus, there is a statement that Mithridates, the Persian, set up a statue of Plato in the Academy and inscribed upon it these words: "Mithridates, the Persian, the son of Orontobates, dedicated to the Muses, a likeness of Plato made by Silanian." Heraclides declares that in his youth he was so modest and orderly that he was never seen to laugh outright. In spite of this, he too was ridiculed by the comic poets. At any rate, Theopompus in his Hedicaris says, "There is not anything that is truly one, even the number 2 is scarcely one, according to Plato." Moreover, Anaxandrides in his Theseus says, "He was eating olives exactly like Plato." Then there is Timon, who puns on his name thus, "As Plato plays strange platitudes." Alexis again in the Meropis, "You have come in the nick of time, for I am at my wit's end, and walking up and down like Plato, and yet have discovered no wise plan, but only tired my legs." And in the Ancilion, "You don't know what you are talking about. Run about with Plato, and you'll know all about soap and onions." Amphis, too, in the Amphicrates says, A. "And as for the good, whatever that be, that you are likely to get on her account, I know no more about it, master, than I do of the good of Plato. B. Just attend." And in the Dexidemides, "O Plato, all you know is how to frown with eyebrows lifted high like any snail." Cretinus, too, in the False Changeling, A. "Clearly you are a man and have a soul." B. "In Plato's words, I am not sure but suspect that I have." And Alexis, in the Olympiodorus, A. "My mortal body withered up, my immortal parts sped into the air." B. "Is not this a lecture of Plato's?" And in the Parasite, "Or with Plato to converse alone." Anaxilas, again, in the Botrylion and in Circe, and Rich Women, has a jibe at him. Aristippus, in his 4th book on the luxury of the ancients, says that he was attached to a youth named Aster, who joined him in the study of astronomy, as also to Dion, who has been mentioned above, and as some aver, to Phaedrus too. His passionate affection is revealed in the following epigrams, which he is said to have written upon them: "Star-gazing Aster, Would I were the skies, to gaze upon thee with 1,000 eyes. And another, among the living once the morning star, thou shinest, now dead, like Hesper from afar. And he wrote thus upon Dion, tears from their birth the lot had been of Ilium's daughters and their queen. By thee, O Dion, great deeds done, new hopes and larger promise won. Now here thou liest gloriously, how deeply loved, how mourned by me. This, they say, was actually inscribed upon his tomb at Syracuse. Again, it is said that being enamored of Alexis and Phaedrus, as before mentioned, he composed the following lines. Now when Alexis is of no account, I have said no more than this. He is fair to see, and everywhere all eyes are turned upon him. Why, my heart, do ye show the dogs a bone? And then will you smart for this hereafter? Was it not thus that we lost Phaedrus? He is also credited with a mistress, Archianassa, upon whom he wrote as follows. I have a mistress, fair Archianassa of Colophon, on whose very wrinkles sits hot love. O hapless ye who met such beauty on its first voyage, what a flame must have been kindled in you. There is another upon Agathon. While kissing Agathon, my soul leapt to my lips, as if fain, alas, to pass over to him. And another, I throw an apple to you, and if indeed you are willing to love me, then receive it and let me taste your virgin charms. But if you are otherwise minded, which heaven forbid, take this very apple, and see how short-lived all beauty is. And another, an apple am I, thrown by one who loves you. Nay, Xantippe, give consent, for you and I are both born to decay. It is also said that the epigram on the Eretrians, who were swept out of the country, was written by him. We are Eretrians by race, from Euboea, and lie near Susa, how far, alas, from our native land. And again, thus Venus to the Muses spoke, Damsels, submit to Venus' yoke, or dread my Cupid's arms. Those threats, the virgins 9 replied, may weigh with Mars, but we deride love's wrongs, or darts, or charms. And again, a certain person found some gold, carried it off, and in its stead left a strong halter, neatly rolled. The owner found his treasure fled, and daunted by his fortune's wreck, fitted the halter to his neck. Further, Molon, being his enemy, said, It is not wonderful that Dionysius should be in Corinth, but rather that Plato should be in Sicily. And it seems that Xenophon was not on good terms with him. At any rate, they have written similar narratives, as if out of rivalry with each other, a Symposium, a defense of Socrates, and their moral treatises, or memorabilia. Next, the one wrote a Republic, the other a Cyropedia. And in the Laws, Plato declares the story of the education of Cyrus to be a fiction, for that Cyrus did not answer to the description of him. And although both make mention of Socrates, neither of them refers to the other, except that Xenophon mentions Plato in the 3rd book of his Memorabilia. It is said also that Antisthenes, being about to read publicly something that he had composed, invited Plato to be present. And on his inquiring what he was about to read, Antisthenes replied that it was something about the impossibility of contradiction. How then, said Plato, can you write on this subject? Thus showing him that the argument refutes itself. Thereupon he wrote a dialogue against Plato, and entitled it Sathon. After this they continued to be estranged from one another. They say that on hearing Plato read the Lysis, Socrates exclaimed, By Heracles, what a number of lies this young man is telling about me! For he has included in the dialogue much that Socrates never said. Plato was also on bad terms with Aristippus. At least in the dialogue of the Soul, he disparages him by saying that he was not present at the death of Socrates, though he was no farther off than Aegina. Again, they say that he showed a certain jealousy of Aeschines because of his reputation with Dionysius, and that when he arrived at the court he was despised by Plato because of his poverty, but supported by Aristippus. And Idomenius asserts that the arguments used by Crito, when in the prison he urges Socrates to escape, are really due to Aeschines, and that Plato transferred them to Crito because of his enmity to Aeschines. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 3, Plato, continued. Nowhere in his writings does Plato mention himself by name, except in the dialogue on the soul and the apology. Aristotle remarks that the style of the dialogues is halfway between poetry and prose. And according to Favorinus, when Plato read the dialogue on the soul, Aristotle alone stayed to the end. The rest of the audience got up and went away. Some say that Philippus of Opus copied out the laws, which were left upon waxen tablets, and it is said that he was the author of the Epinomis. Euphorion and Pittacus relate that the beginning of the Republic was found several times revised and rewritten, and the Republic itself, Aristoxenus declares to have been nearly all of it included in the controversies of Protagoras. There is a story that the Phaedrus was his first dialogue, for the subject has about it something of the freshness of youth. Dicaearchus, however, censures its whole style as vulgar. A story is told that Plato once saw someone playing at dice and rebuked him, and upon his protesting that he played for a trifle only, "But the habit," rejoined Plato, "is not a trifle." Being asked whether there would be any memoirs of him as of his predecessors, he replied, "A man must first make a name, and he will have no lack of memoirs." One day, when Xenocrates had come in, Plato asked him to chastise his slave, since he was unable to do it himself because he was in a passion. Further, it is alleged that he said to one of his slaves, "I would have given you a flogging, had I not been in a passion." Being mounted on horseback, he quickly got down again, declaring that he was afraid he would be infected with horse pride. He advised those who got drunk to view themselves in a mirror, for they would then abandon the habit which so disfigured them. To drink to excess was nowhere becoming, he used to say, save at the feasts of the god who was the giver of wine. He also disapproved of oversleeping. At any rate in the laws he declares that no one when asleep is good for anything. He also said that the truth is the pleasantest of sounds. Another version of this saying is that the pleasantest of all things is to speak the truth. Again, of truth he speaks thus in the laws. Truth, O stranger, is a fair and durable thing, but it is a thing of which it is hard to persuade men. His wish always was to leave a memorial of himself behind, either in the hearts of his friends or in his books. He was himself fond of seclusion according to some authorities. His death, the circumstances of which have already been related, took place in the 13th year of the reign of King Philip, as stated by Favorinus in the 3rd book of his Memorabilia. And according to Theopompus, honors were paid to him at his death by Philip. But Muronianus in his Parallels says that Philo mentions some proverbs that were in circulation about Plato's lice, implying that this was the mode of his death. He was buried in the academy, where he spent the greatest part of his life in philosophical study, and hence the school which he founded was called the Academic School, and all the students there joined in the funeral procession. The terms of his will were as follows. These things have been left and devised by Plato. The estate in Ophistiadae, bounded on the north by the road from the temple at Cephesia, on the south by the temple of Heracles in Ophistiadae, on the east by the property of Archestratus of Ferrari, on the west by that of Philippus of Collidae. This it shall be unlawful for anyone to sell or alienate, but it shall be the property of the boy Adeimantus to all intents and purposes. The estate in Iresidae, which I bought of Callimachus, bounded on the north by the property of Eurymedon of Marinus, on the south by the property of Demostratus of Zypete, on the east by that of Eurymedon of Marinus, and on the west by the Cephisus. 3 minae of silver, a silver vessel weighing 165 drachmas, a cup weighing 45 drachmas, a gold signet ring, an earring together weighing 4 drachmas, and 3 obols. Euclides the lapidary owes me 3 minae. I enfranchise Artemis. I leave 4 household servants, Tychon, Pictas, Apollonides, and Dionysius. Household furniture, as set down in the inventory of which Demetrius has a duplicate. I owe no one anything. My executors are Leosthenes, Speusippus, Demetrius, Hegius, Eurymedon, Callimachus, and Thrasybus. Such were the terms of his will. The following epitaphs were inscribed upon his tomb. Here lies the godlike man Aristocles, eminent among men for temperance and the justice of his character, and he, if ever anyone, had the fullest meed of praise for wisdom, and was too great for envy. Next, earth in her bosom here hides Plato's body, but his soul hath its immortal station with the blessed, Ariston's son, whom every good man, even if he dwell afar off, honors because he discerned the divine life. And a third of later date, A. Eagle, why fly you o'er this tomb? Say, is your gaze fixed upon the starry house of one of the immortals? B. I am the image of the soul of Plato, which has soared to Olympus, while his earthborn body rests in Attic soil. There is also an epitaph of my own which runs thus. If Phoebus did not cause Plato to be born in Greece, how came it that he healed the minds of men by letters? As the god's son Asclepius is a healer of the body, so is Plato of the immortal soul, and another on the manner of his death. Phoebus gave to mortals Asclepius and Plato, the one to save their souls, the other to save their bodies. From a wedding banquet he has passed to that city which he had founded for himself and planted in the sky. Such then are his epitaphs. His disciples were Speusippus of Athens, Xenocrates of Chalcedon, Aristotle of Stagira, Philippus of Opus, Hestiaeus of Perinthus, Dion of Syracuse, Amyclus of Heraclea, Erastus and Coriscus of Sepsis, Timolaus of Cyzicus, Euwaeon of Lampsacus, Python and Heraclides of Aenus, Hippothales and Callippus of Athens, Demetrius of Amphipolis, Heraclides of Pontus, and many others, among them 2 women, Lasthenia of Mantinea and Axiothea of Phlius, who was reported by Dicaearchus to have worn men's clothes. Some say that Theophrastus too attended his lectures. Camilleon adds Hyperides the orator and Lycurgus, and in this Polemo agrees. Sabinus makes Demosthenes his pupil, quoting in the 4th book of his Materials for Criticism Nesistratus of Thasos as his authority, and it is not improbable. Now, as you are an enthusiastic Platonist, and rightly so, and as you eagerly seek out that philosopher's doctrines in preference to all others, I have thought it necessary to give some account of the true nature of his discourses, the arrangement of the dialogues, and the method of his inductive procedure, as far as possible, in an elementary manner in the main outline, in order that the facts I have collected respecting his life may not suffer by the omission of his doctrines. For, in the words of the proverb, it would be taking owls to Athens, were I to give you of all people the full particulars. They say that Zeno the Eleatic was the first to write dialogues, but according to Favorinus in his Memorabilia, Aristotle in the 1st book of his dialogue On Poets asserts that it was Alexamenus of Syra, or Teos. In my opinion, Plato, who brought this form of writing to perfection, ought to be adjudged the prize for its invention as well as for its embellishment. A dialogue is a discourse consisting of question and answer on some philosophical or political subject, with due regard to the characters of the persons introduced and the choice of diction. Dialectic is the art of discourse by which we either refute or establish some proposition by means of question and answer on the part of the interlocutors. Of the Platonic dialogues there are 2 most general types, the one adapted for instruction and the other for inquiry, and the former is further divided into 2 types, the theoretical and the practical. And of these the theoretical is divided into the physical and logical, and the practical into the ethical and political. The dialogue of inquiry also has 2 main divisions, the one of which aims at training the mind, and the other at victory and controversy. Again, the part which aims at training the mind has 2 subdivisions, the one akin to the midwife's art, the other merely tentative, and that suited to controversy is also subdivided into one part which raises critical objections, and another which is subversive of the main position. I am not unaware that there are other ways in which certain writers classify the dialogues. For some dialogues they call dramatic, others narrative, and others again a mixture of the 2. But the terms they employ in their classification of the dialogues are better suited to the stage than to philosophy. Physics is represented by the Timaeus, logic by the statesman, Cratylus, Parmenides, and sophist, ethics by the apology, Crito, Phaedo, Phaedrus, and Symposium, as well as by the Menexenus, Cleitophon, the epistles, Philebus, Hipparchus, and the rivals, and lastly politics by the Republic, the laws, Minos, Eponomus, and the dialogue concerning Atlantis. To the class of mental obstetrics belong the 2 Alcibiades, Theages, Lysis, and Laches, while the Euthyphro, Meno, Ion, Charmides, and Theaetetus illustrate the tentative method. In the Protagoras is seen the method of critical objections. In the Euthydemus, Gorgias, and the 2 dialogues entitled Hippias, that of subversive argument. So much then for dialogue, its definition and varieties. Again, as there is great division of opinion between those who affirm and those who deny that Plato was a dogmatist, let me proceed to deal with this further question. To be a dogmatist in philosophy is to lay down positive dogmas, just as to be a legislator is to lay down laws. Further, under dogma 2 things are included, the thing opined and the opinion itself. Of these the former is a proposition, the latter a conception. Now where he has a firm grasp, Plato expounds his own view and refutes the false one. But if the subject is obscure, he suspends judgment. His own views are expounded by 4 persons: Socrates, Timaeus, the Athenian stranger, the Eleatic stranger. These strangers are not, as some hold, Plato and Parmenides, but imaginary characters without names, for even when Socrates and Timaeus are the speakers, it is Plato's doctrines that are laid down. To illustrate the refutation of false opinions, he introduces Thrasymachus, Callicles, Polus, Gorgias, Protagoras, or again Hippias, Euthydemus, and the like. In constructing his proofs, he makes most use of induction. Not always in the same way, but under 2 forms. For induction is an argument which by means of certain true premises properly infers a truth resembling them. And there are 2 kinds of induction, the one proceeding by way of contradiction, the other from agreement. In the kind which proceeds by contradiction, the answer given to every question will necessarily be the contrary of the respondent's position, e.g., my father is either other than or the same as your father. If then your father is other than my father, by being other than a father he will not be a father. But if he is the same as my father, then by being the same as my father he will be my father. And again, if man is not an animal, he will be either a stick or a stone. But he is not a stick or a stone, for he is animate and self-moved. Therefore he is an animal. But if he is an animal, and if a dog or an ox is also an animal, then man by being an animal will be a dog and an ox as well. This is the kind of induction which proceeds by contradiction and dispute, and Plato used it, not for laying down positive doctrines, but for refutation. The other kind of induction by agreement appears in 2 forms, the one proving the particular conclusion under discussion from a particular, the other proceeding by way of the universal, by means of particular facts. The former is suited to rhetoric, the latter to dialectic. For instance, under the first form, the question is raised, did so-and-so commit a murder? The proof is that he was found at the time with stains of blood on him. This is the rhetorical form of induction. Since rhetoric also is concerned with particular facts and not with universals, it does not inquire about justice in the abstract, but about particular cases of justice. The other kind, where the general proposition is first established by means of particular facts, is the induction of dialectic. For instance, the question put is whether the soul is immortal, and whether the living come back from the dead. And this is proved in the dialogue on the soul, by means of a certain general proposition, that opposites proceed from opposites. And the general proposition itself is established by means of certain propositions which are particular, as that sleep comes from waking and vice versa, the greater from the less and vice versa. This is the form which he used to establish his own views. But just as long ago in tragedy the chorus was the only actor, and afterwards, in order to give the chorus breathing space, Thespis devised a single actor, Aeschylus a second, Sophocles a third, and thus tragedy was completed. So too with philosophy. In early times it discoursed on one subject only, namely physics. Then Socrates added the second subject, ethics, and Plato the third, dialectics, and so brought philosophy to perfection. Thales says that he published his dialogues in tetralogies, like those of the tragic poets. Thus they contended with 4 plays at the Dionysia, the Leonia, the Panathenaea, and the Festival of Chytri. Of the 4 plays, the last was a satiric drama, and the 4 together were called the tetralogy. Now, says Thales, the genuine dialogues are 56 in all, if the Republic be divided into 10, and the laws into 12. Favorinus, however, in the 2nd book of his miscellaneous history, declares that nearly the whole of the Republic is to be found in a work of Protagoras, entitled Controversies. This gives 9 tetralogies, if the Republic takes the place of one single work and the laws of another. His first tetralogy has a common plan underlying it, for he wishes to describe what the life of the philosopher will be. To each of the works Thrasyllus affixes a double title, the one taken from the name of the interlocutor, the other from the subject. This tetralogy then, which is the first, begins with the Euthyphro, or On Holiness, a tentative dialogue. The Apology of Socrates, an ethical dialogue, comes second. The third is Crito, or On What is to be Done, ethical. The fourth Phaedo, or On the Soul, also ethical. The second tetralogy begins with Cratylus, or On Correctness of Names, a logical dialogue which is followed by Theaetetus, or On Knowledge, tentative. The Sophist, or On Being, a logical dialogue. The Statesman, or On Monarchy, also logical. The third tetralogy includes first Parmenides, or On Ideas, which is logical. Next Philebus, or On Pleasure, an ethical dialogue. The banquet, or on the good, ethical. Phaedrus, or on love, also ethical. The fourth tetralogy starts with Alcibiades, or on the nature of man, an obstetric dialogue. This is followed by the second Alcibiades, or on prayer, also obstetric. Then comes Hipparchus, or the lover of gain, which is ethical, and the rivals, or on philosophy, also ethical. The fifth tetralogy includes first Theages, or on philosophy, an obstetric dialogue. Then Charmides, or on temperance, which is tentative. Laches, or on courage, obstetric. And Lysis, or on friendship, also obstetric. The sixth tetralogy starts with Euthydemus, or the heuristic, a refutative dialogue, which is followed by Protagoras, or sophists, critical. Gorgias, or on rhetoric, refutative, and Meno, or on virtue, which is tentative. The seventh tetralogy contains first two dialogues entitled Hippias, the former on beauty, the latter on falsehood, both refutative. Next Ion, or on the Iliad, which is tentative, and Menexenus, or the funeral oration, which is ethical. The eighth tetralogy starts with Cleitophon, or introduction, which is ethical, and is followed by the Republic, or on justice, political. Timaeus, or on nature, a physical treatise, and Critias, or a story of Atlantis, which is ethical. The ninth tetralogy starts with Minos, or on law, a political dialogue, which is followed by the laws, or on legislation, also political, Epinomis, or nocturnal council, or philosopher, political, and lastly the epistles, 13 in number, which are ethical. In these epistles his heading was welfare, as that of Epicurus was a good life, and that of Cleon all joy. They comprise 1 to Aristodemus, 2 to Archytas, 4 to Dionysius, 1 to Hermias, Erastus and Coriscus, 1 each to Leotimus, Dion and Pittacus, and 2 to Dion's friends. This is the division adopted by Thrasyllus and some others. Some, including Aristophanes the grammarian, arranged the dialogues arbitrarily in trilogies. In the first trilogy they placed the Republic, Timaeus and Critias. In the second the Sophists, the statesman and Critylus. In the third the laws, Minos and Epinomis. In the fourth Theaetetus, Euthyphro, and the Apology. In the fifth, Crito, Phaedo, and the Epistles. The rest follow as separate compositions in no regular order. Some critics, as has already been stated, put the Republic first, while others start with the greater Alcibiades, and others again with the Theages. Some begin with the Euthyphro, others with the Cleitophon, some with the Timaeus, others with the Phaedrus, others again with the Theaetetus, while many begin with the Apology. The following dialogues are acknowledged to be spurious: the Medon, or horse breeder, the Eryxius, or Erasistratus, the Alcyon, the Acephali, or Sisyphus, the Axiochus, the Phaeacians, the Demodocus, the Calydon, the Seventh Day, the Epimenides. Of these, the Alcyon is thought to be the work of a certain Leon, according to Favorinus in the 5th book of his Memorabilia. Plato has employed a variety of terms in order to make his system less intelligible to the ignorant, but in a special sense he considers wisdom to be the science of those things which are objects of thought and really existent, the science which, he says, is concerned with God, and the soul is separate from the body. And especially by wisdom he means philosophy, which is a yearning for divine wisdom. And in a general sense all experience is also termed by him wisdom, e.g., when he calls a craftsman wise, when he applies the same terms but very different meanings. For instance, the word phanlos, slight, plain, is employed by him in the sense of aplomb, simple, honest, just as it is applied to Heracles in the Lysimnius of Euripides in the following passage. Plain, phanlos, unaccomplished, staunch to do great deeds, unversed in talk, with all his store of wisdom curtailed to action. But sometimes Plato uses this same word, phanlos, to mean what is bad, and at other times for what is small or petty. Again, he often uses different terms to express the same thing. For instance, he calls the idea form eidos, genus, genos, archetype, paradigma, principle, arche, and cause, aetion. He also uses contrary expressions for the same thing. Thus he calls the sensible thing both existent and non-existent. Existent inasmuch as it comes into being, non-existent because it is continually changing. When he says the idea is neither in motion nor at rest, that it is uniformly the same and yet both one and many, and it is his habit to do this in many more instances. The right interpretation of his dialogues includes three things. First, the meaning of every statement must be explained. Next, its purpose, whether it is made for a primary reason or by way of illustration, and whether to establish his own doctrines, or to refute his interlocutor. In the third place, it remains to examine its truth. And since certain critical marks are affixed to his works, let us now say a word about these. The cross X is taken to indicate peculiar expressions and figures of speech, and generally any idiom of Platonic usage. The dipole calls attention to doctrines and opinions characteristic of Plato. The dotted cross denotes select passages and beauties of style. The dotted dipole, editor's corrections of the text. The dotted obelisk, passages suspected without reason. The dotted antisigma, repetitions and proposals for transpositions. The serranium, the philosophical school. The asterisk, an agreement of doctrine. The obelisk, a spurious passage. So much for the critical marks in his writings in general. As Antigonus of Charistus says in his Life of Zeno, when the writings were first edited with critical marks, their possessors charged a certain fee to anyone who wished to consult them. The doctrines he approved are these. He held that the soul is immortal, that by transmigration it puts on many bodies, and that it has a numerical first principle, whereas the first principle of the body is geometrical. And he defined soul as the idea of vital breath diffused in all directions. He held that it is self-moved and tripartite, the rational part of it having its seat in the head, the passionate part about the heart, while the appetitive is placed in the region of the navel and the liver. And from the center outwards it encloses the body on all sides in a circle, and is compounded of elements, and being divided at harmonic intervals, it forms two circles which touch one another twice, and the interior circle, being split 6 times over, makes 7 circles in all. And this interior circle moves by way of the diagonal to the left, and the other by way of the side to the right. Hence also the one is supreme, being a single circle, for the other interior circle was divided. The former is the circle of the same, the latter that of the other, whereby he means that the motion of the soul is the motion of the universe together with the revolutions of the planets, and the division from the center to the circumference which is adjusted in harmony with the soul being thus determined. The soul knows that which is, and adjusts it proportionately because she has the elements proportionately disposed in herself. And when the circle of the other revolves aright, the result is opinion. But from the regular motion of the circle of the same comes knowledge. He set forth 2 universal principles, God and matter, and he calls God mind and cause. He held that matter is devoid of form and unlimited, and that composite things arise out of it, and that it was once in disorderly motion, but, inasmuch as God preferred order to disorder, was by him brought together in one place. This substance, he says, is converted into the 4 elements, fire, water, air, earth, with which the world itself and all that therein is are formed. Earth alone of these elements is not subject to change, the assumed cause being the peculiarity of its constituent triangles, for he thinks that in all the other elements the figures employed are homogeneous, the scalene triangle out of which they are all put together being one and the same, whereas for earth a triangle of peculiar shape is employed. The element of fire is a pyramid, of air an octahedron, of water an icosahedron, of earth a cube. Hence earth is not transmuted into the other 3 elements, nor these 3 into earth. But the elements are not separated each into its own region of the universe, because the revolution unites their minute particles, compressing and forcing them together into the center, at the same time as it separates the larger masses. Hence, as they change their shapes, so also do they change the regions which they occupy. And there is one created universe, seeing that it is perceptible to sense, which has been made by God, and it is animate because that which is animate is better than that which is inanimate. And this piece of workmanship is assumed to come from a cause supremely good. It was made one and not unlimited, because the pattern from which he made it was one. And it is spherical because such is the shape of its maker. For that maker contains the other living things, and this universe the shapes of them all. It is smooth and has no organ all round because it has no need of organs. Moreover, the universe remains imperishable because it is not dissolved into the deity, and the creation as a whole is caused by God, because it is the nature of the good to be beneficent, and the creation of the universe has the highest good for its cause, for the most beautiful of created things is due to the best of intelligible causes, so that, as God is of this nature, and the universe resembles the best in its perfect beauty, it will not be in the likeness of anything created, but only of God. The universe is composed of fire, water, air, and earth, of fire in order to be visible, of earth in order to be solid, of water and air in order to be proportional, For the powers represented by solids are connected by two mean proportionals in a way to secure the complete unity of the whole. And the universe was made of all the elements in order to be complete and indestructible. Time was created as an image of eternity, and while the latter remains forever at rest, time consists in the motion of the universe. For night and day and month and the like are all parts of time, for which reason, apart from the nature of the universe, time has no existence. But so soon as the universe is fashioned, time exists. And the sun and moon and planets were created as means to the creation of time. And God kindled the light of the sun in order that the number of the seasons might be definite, and in order that animals might possess number. The moon is in the circle immediately above the earth, and the sun in that which is next beyond that, and in the circles above come the planets. Further, the universe is an animate being, for it is bound fast in animate movement. And in order that the universe which had been created in the likeness of the intelligible living creature might be rendered complete, the nature of all other animals was created. Since then its pattern possesses them, the universe also ought to have them, and thus it contains gods for the most part of a fiery nature. Of the rest there are three kinds, winged, aquatic, and terrestrial. And of all the gods in heaven the earth is the oldest, and it was fashioned to make night and day. And being at the center, it moves round the center. And since there are two causes, it must be affirmed, he says, that some things are due to reason and others have a necessary cause, the latter being air, fire, earth, and water, which are not exactly elements, but rather recipients of form. They are composed of triangles, and are resolved into triangles. The scalene triangle and the isosceles triangle are their constituent elements. The principles, then, and causes assumed are the two above mentioned, of which God and matter are the exemplar. Matter is of necessity formless, like the other recipients of form. Of all these there is a necessary cause, for it somehow or other receives the ideas, and so generates substances, and it moves because its power is not uniform, and, being in motion, it in turn sets in motion those things which are generated from it. And these were at first in irrational and irregular motion, but after they began to frame the universe, under the conditions possible they were made by God symmetrical and regular. For the two causes existed even before the world was made, as well as becoming in the third place, but they were not distinct, merely traces of them being found, and in disorder. When the world was made, they too acquired order, and out of all the bodies there are, the universe was fashioned. He holds God, like the soul, to be incorporeal, for only thus is he exempt from change and decay. As already stated, he assumes the ideas to be causes and principles whereby the world of natural objects is what it is. End of section 32. Section 33 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 3. Plato. Continued. On good and evil he would discourse to this effect. He maintained that the end aimed at is assimilation to God, that virtue is in itself sufficient for happiness, but that it needs, in addition, as instruments for use, first bodily advantages like health and strength, sound senses, and the like, and, secondly, external advantages such as wealth, good birth, and reputation. But the wise man will be no less happy, even if he be without these things. Again, he will take part in public affairs, will marry, and will refrain from breaking the laws which have been made. And as far as circumstances allow, he will legislate for his own country, unless in the extreme corruption of the people he sees that the state of affairs completely justifies his abstention. He thinks that the gods take note of human life, and that there are superhuman beings. He was the first to define the notion of good as that which is bound up with whatever is praiseworthy and rational and useful and proper and becoming, and all these are bound up with that which is consistent and in accord with nature. He also discoursed on the propriety of names, and indeed he was the first to frame a science for rightly asking and answering questions, having employed it himself to excess. And in the dialogues he conceived righteousness to be the law of God, because it is stronger to incite men to do righteous acts, that malefactors may not be punished after death also. Hence to some he appeared too fond of myths. These narratives he intermingles with his works in order to deter men from wickedness, by reminding them how little they know of what awaits them after death. Such, then, are the doctrines he approved. He used also to divide things, according to Aristotle, in the following manner. Goods are in the mind, or in the body, or external. For example, justice, prudence, courage, temperance, and such like are in the mind. Beauty, a good constitution, health and strength in the body, while friends, the welfare of one's country and riches, are amongst external things. Thus there are three kinds of goods: goods of the mind, goods of the body, and external goods. There are three species of friendship. One species is natural, another social, and another hospitable. By natural friendship we mean the affection which parents have for their offspring and kinsmen for each other. And other animals besides man have inherited this form. By the social form of friendship we mean that which arises from intimacy, and has nothing to do with kinship. For instance, that of Pylades for Orestes. The friendship of hospitality is that which is extended to strangers owing to an introduction or letters of recommendation. Thus friendship is either natural or social or hospitable. Some add a fourth species, that of love. There are 5 forms of civil government. One form is democratic, another aristocratic, a third oligarchic, a fourth monarchic, a fifth that of a tyrant. The democratic form is that in which the people has control, and chooses at its own pleasure both magistrates and laws. The aristocratic form is that in which the rulers are neither the rich nor the poor nor the nobles, but the state is under the guidance of the best. Oligarchy is that form in which there is a property qualification for the holding of office, for the rich are fewer than the poor. Monarchy is either regulated by law or hereditary. At Carthage the kingship is regulated by law, the office being put up for sale. But the monarchy in Lacedaemon and in Macedonia is hereditary, for they select the king from a certain family. A tyranny is that form in which the citizens are ruled either through fraud or force by an individual. Thus civil government is either democratic, aristocratic, oligarchic, or a monarchy or a tyranny. There are 3 species of justice. One is concerned with gods, another with men, and the third with the departed. For those who sacrifice according to the laws and take care of the temples are obviously pious towards the gods. Those again who repay loans and restore what they have received upon trust act justly towards men. Lastly, those who take care of tombs are obviously just towards the departed. Thus one species of justice relates to the gods, another to men, while a third species is concerned with the departed. There are 3 species of knowledge or science, one practical, another productive, and a third theoretical. For architecture and shipbuilding are productive arts, since the work produced by them can be seen. Politics and flute playing, harp playing, and similar arts are practical, for nothing visible is produced by them, yet they do or perform something. In the one case the artist plays the flute or the harp, in the other the politician takes part in politics. Geometry and harmonics and astronomy are theoretical sciences, for they neither perform nor produce anything. But the geometer considers how lines are related to each other. The student of harmony investigates sounds, the astronomer stars in the universe. Thus some sciences are theoretical, others are practical, and others are productive. There are 5 species of medicine. The first is pharmacy, the second is surgery, the third deals with diet and regimen, the fourth with diagnosis, the fifth with remedies. Pharmacy cures sickness by drugs, surgery heals by the use of knife and cautery. The species concerned with diet prescribes a regimen for the removal of disease. That concerned with diagnosis proceeds by determining the nature of the ailment, that concerned with remedies by prescribing for the immediate removal of the pain. The species of medicine, then, are pharmacy, surgery, diet and regimen, diagnosis, prescription of remedies. There are 2 divisions of law, the one written and the other unwritten. Written law is that under which we live in different cities, but that which has arisen out of custom is called unwritten law. For instance, not to appear in the marketplace undressed or in women's attire. There is no statute forbidding this, but nevertheless we abstain from such conduct, because it is prohibited by an unwritten law. Thus law is either written or unwritten. There are 5 kinds of speech, of which one is that which politicians employ in the assemblies. This is called political speech. The second division is that which the rhetors employ in written compositions, whether composed for display or praise or blame, or for accusation. Hence this division is termed rhetorical. The third division of speech is that of private persons conversing with one another. This is called the mode of speech of ordinary life. Another division of speech is the language of those who converse by means of short questions and answers. This kind is called dialectical. The 5th division is the speech of craftsmen conversing about their own subjects. This is called technical language. Thus speech is either political or rhetorical. or that of ordinary conversation, or dialectical, or technical. Music has 3 divisions. One employs the mouth alone, like singing. The second employs both the mouth and the hands, as is the case with the harper singing to his own accompaniment. The third division employs the hands alone, for instance, the music of the harp. Thus music employs either the mouth alone, or the mouth and the hands, or the hands alone. Nobility has 4 divisions. First, when the ancestors are gentle and handsome and also just, their descendants are said to be noble. Secondly, when the ancestors have been princes or magistrates, their descendants are said to be noble. The third kind arises when the ancestors have been illustrious, for instance, through having held military command, or through success in the national games, for then we call the descendants noble. The last division includes the man who is himself of a generous and high-minded spirit. He too is said to be noble, and this indeed is the highest form of nobility. Thus, of nobility, one kind depends on excellent ancestors, another on princely ancestors, a third on illustrious ancestors, while the fourth is due to the individual's own beauty and worth. Beauty has 3 divisions. The first is the object of praise, as a form fair to see. Another is serviceable. Thus, an instrument, a house, and the like are beautiful for use. Other things again which relate to customs and pursuits, and the like, are beautiful because beneficial. Of beauty, then, one kind is matter for praise, another is for use, and another for the benefit it procures. The soul has 3 divisions. One part of it is rational, another appetitive, and a third irascible. Of these, the rational part is the cause of purpose, reflection, understanding, and the like. The appetitive part of the soul is the cause of desire of eating, sexual indulgence, and the like, while the irascible part is the cause of courage, of pleasure and pain, and of anger. Thus one part of the soul is rational, another appetitive, and a third irascible. Of perfect virtue there are 4 species: prudence, justice, bravery, and temperance. Of these, prudence is the cause of right conduct, justice of just dealing in partnerships, and commercial transactions. Bravery is the cause which makes a man not give way but stand his ground in alarms and perils. Temperance causes mastery over desires, so that we are never enslaved by any pleasure, but lead an orderly life. Thus virtue includes first prudence, next justice, thirdly bravery, and lastly temperance. Rule has 5 divisions. One, that which is according to law, another according to nature, another according to custom, a fourth by birth, a fifth by force. Now the magistrates in cities, when elected by their fellow citizens, rule according to law. The natural rulers are the males, not only among men, but also among the other animals. For the males everywhere exert wide-reaching rule over the females. Rule according to custom is such authority as attendants exercise over children, and teachers over their pupils. Hereditary rule is exemplified by that of the Lacedaemonian kings, for the office of king is confined to a certain family, and the same system is enforced for the kingdom of Macedonia, for there too the office of king goes by birth. Others have acquired power by force or fraud, and govern the citizens against their will. This kind of rule is called forcible. Thus rule is either by law, or by nature, or by custom, or by birth, or by force. There are 6 kinds of rhetoric. For when the speakers urge war or alliance with a neighboring state, that species of rhetoric is called persuasion. But when they speak against making war or alliance, and urge their hearers to remain at peace, this kind of rhetoric is called dissuasion. A third kind is employed when a speaker asserts that he is wronged by someone whom he makes out to have caused him much mischief. Accusation is the name applied to the kind here defined. The fourth kind of rhetoric is termed defense. Here the speaker shows that he has done no wrong, and that his conduct is in no respect abnormal. Defense is the term applied in such a case. A fifth kind of rhetoric is employed when a speaker speaks well of someone and proves him to be worthy and honorable. Encomium is the name given to this kind. A sixth kind is that employed when the speaker shows someone to be unworthy. The name given to this is invective. Under rhetoric, then, are included encomium, invective, persuasion, dissuasion, accusation, and defense. Successful speaking has 4 divisions. The first consists in speaking to the purpose, the next to the requisite length, the third before the proper audience, and the fourth at the proper moment. The things to the purpose are those which are likely to be expedient for speaker and hearer. The requisite length is that which is neither more nor less than enough. To speak to the proper audience means this: when addressing persons older than yourself, the discourse must be made suitable to the audience as being elderly men, whereas in addressing juniors, the discourse must be suitable to young men. The proper time in speaking is neither too soon nor too late, otherwise you will miss the mark and not speak with success. Of conferring benefits there are 4 divisions, for it takes place either by pecuniary aid, or by personal service, by means of knowledge or of speech. Pecuniary aid is given when one assists a man in need, so that he is relieved of all anxiety on the score of money. Personal service is given when men come up to those who are being beaten and rescue them. Those who train or heal, or who teach something valuable, confer benefit by means of knowledge. But when men enter a law court, and one appears as advocate for another, and delivers an effective speech on his behalf, he is benefiting him by speech. Thus benefits are conferred by means either of money, or of personal service, or of knowledge, or of speech. There are 4 ways in which things are completed and brought to an end. The first is by legal enactment, when a decree is passed, and this decree is confirmed by law. The second is in the course of nature, as the day, the year, and the seasons are completed. The third is by the rules of art, say the builder's art, for so a house is completed. And so it is with shipbuilding, whereby vessels are completed. Fourthly, matters are brought to an end by chance or accident, when they turn out otherwise than is expected. Thus the completion of things is due either to law, or to nature, or to art, or to chance. Of power or ability there are 4 divisions. First, whatever we can do with the mind, namely, calculate or anticipate. Next, whatever we can effect with the body, for instance, marching, giving, taking, and the like. Thirdly, whatever we can do by a multitude of soldiers or a plentiful supply of money. Hence a king is said to have great power. The 4th division of power or influence is doing, or being done by, well or ill. Thus we can become ill or be educated, be restored to health, and the like. Power, then, is either in the mind or the body, or in armies and resources, or in acting and being acted upon. Philanthropy is of 3 kinds. One is by way of salutations, as when certain people address everyone they meet, and, stretching out their hand, give him a hearty greeting. Another mode is seen when one is given to assisting everyone in distress. Another mode of philanthropy is that which makes certain people fond of giving dinners. Thus philanthropy is shown either by courteous address, or by conferring benefits, or by hospitality and the promotion of social intercourse. Welfare, or happiness, includes 5 parts. One part of it is good counsel, a second soundness of the senses and bodily health, a third success in one's undertakings, a fourth a reputation with one's fellow men, a fifth ample means in money, and in whatever else subserves the end of life. Now deliberating well is a result of education and of having experience of many things. Soundness of the senses depends upon the bodily organs. I mean, if one sees with his eyes, hears with his ears, and perceives with his nostrils and his mouth the appropriate objects, then such a condition is soundness of the senses. Success is attained when a man does what he aims at in the right way, as becomes a good man. A man has a good reputation when he is well spoken of. A man has ample means when he is so equipped for the needs of life that he can afford to benefit his friends, and discharge his public services with lavish display. If a man has all these things, he is completely happy. Thus of welfare or happiness, one part is good counsel, another soundness of senses and bodily health, a third success, a fourth a good reputation, a fifth ample means. There are 3 divisions of the arts and crafts. The first division consists of mining and forestry, which are productive arts. The second includes the smith's and carpenter's arts, which transform material. For the smith makes weapons out of iron, and the carpenter transforms timber into flutes and lyres. The third division is that which uses what is thus made, as horsemanship employs bridles, the art of war employs weapons, and music flutes and the lyre. Thus of art there are 3 several species, those above mentioned in the first, second, and third place. Good is divided into 4 kinds. One is the possessor of virtue, whom we affirm to be individually good. Another is virtue itself and justice. These we affirm to be good. A third includes such things as food, suitable exercises, and drugs. The 4th kind, which we affirm to be good, includes the arts of flute playing, acting, and the like. Thus there are 4 kinds of good: the possession of virtue, virtue itself, thirdly, food and beneficial exercises, lastly, flute playing, acting, and the poetic art. Whatever is either evil or good or indifferent. We call that evil which is capable of invariably doing harm. For instance, bad judgment and folly and injustice and the like. The contraries of these things are good. But the things which can sometimes benefit and sometimes harm, such as walking and sitting and eating, or which can neither do any benefit nor harm at all, these are things indifferent, neither good nor evil. Thus all things whatever are either good or evil, or neither good nor evil. Good order in the state falls under 3 heads. First, if the laws are good, we say that there is good government. Secondly, if the citizens obey the established laws, we also call this good government. Thirdly, if without the aid of laws, the people manage their affairs well under the guidance of customs and institutions, we call this again good government. Thus 3 forms of good government may exist. 1. When the laws are good. 2. When the existing laws are obeyed. 3. When the people live under salutary customs and institutions. Disorder in a state has 3 forms. The first arises when the laws affecting citizens and strangers are alike bad. The second, when the existing laws are not obeyed. And the third, when there is no law at all. Thus the state is badly governed when the laws are bad or not obeyed, or lastly, when there is no law. Contraries are divided into 3 species. For instance, we say that goods are contrary to evils, as justice to injustice, wisdom to folly, and the like. Again, evils are contrary to evils. Prodigality is contrary to niggardliness, and to be unjustly tortured is the contrary of being justly tortured, and so with similar evils. Again, heavy is the contrary of light, quick of slow, black of white, and these pairs are contraries, while they are neither good nor evil. Thus, of contraries, some are opposed as goods to evils, others as evils to evils, and others as things which are neither good nor evil are opposed to one another. There are 3 kinds of goods: those which can be exclusively possessed, those which can be shared with others, and those which simply exist. To the first division, namely, those which can be exclusively possessed, belong such things as justice and health. To the next belong all those which, though they cannot be exclusively possessed, can be shared with others. Thus we cannot possess the absolute good, but we can participate in it. The third division includes those goods the existence of which is necessary, though we can neither possess them exclusively nor participate in them. The mere existence of worth and justice is a good, and these things cannot be shared or had in exclusive possession, but must simply exist. Of goods, then, some are possessed exclusively, some shared, and others merely subsist. Counsel is divided under 3 heads. One is taken from past time, one from the future, and the third from the present. That from past time consists of examples. For instance, what the Lacedaemonians suffered through trusting others. Counsel drawn from the present is to show, for instance, that the walls are weak, the men cowards, and the supplies running short. Counsel from the future is, for instance, to urge that we should not wrong the embassies by suspicions, lest the fair fame of Hellas be stained. Thus counsel is derived from the past, the present, and the future. Vocal sound falls into 2 divisions according as it is animate or inanimate. The voice of living things is animate sound. Notes of instruments and noises are inanimate. And of the animate voice, part is articulate, part inarticulate, that of men being articulate speech, that of the animals inarticulate. Thus vocal sound is either animate or inanimate. Whatever exists is either divisible or indivisible. Of divisible things, some are divisible into similar, and others into dissimilar parts. Those things are indivisible which cannot be divided, and are not compounded of elements. For example, the unit, the point, and the musical note. Whereas those which have constituent parts, for instance syllables, concords in music, animals, water, gold, are divisible, if they are composed of similar parts, so that the whole does not differ from the part except in bulk, as water, gold, and all that is fusible, and the like. Then they are termed homogeneous. But whatever is composed of dissimilar parts, as a house and the like, is termed heterogeneous. Thus all things whatever are either divisible or indivisible, and of those which are divisible, some are homogeneous, others heterogeneous in their parts. Of existing things some are absolute, and some are called relative. Things said to exist absolutely are those which need nothing else to explain them, as man, horse, and all other animals, for none of these gains by explanation. To those which are called relative belong all which stand in need of some explanation, as that which is greater than something, or quicker than something, or more beautiful and the like, for the greater implies the less, and the quicker is quicker than something. Thus existing things are either absolute or relative, and in this way, according to Aristotle, Plato used to divide the primary conceptions also. There was also another man named Plato, a philosopher of Rhodes, a pupil of Panaetius, as is stated by Seleucus the grammarian in his first book On Philosophy. Another a peripatetic and pupil of Aristotle, and another who was a pupil of Praxiphanes. And lastly, there was Plato, the poet of the Old Comedy. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1, by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 4, Chapter 1. Speusippus. Circa 407 to 339 BC. Head of the Academy, 347 to 339 BC. The foregoing is the best account of Plato that we were able to compile after a diligent examination of the authorities. He was succeeded by Speusippus, an Athenian and son of Eurymedon, who belonged to the deme of Myrinus, and was the son of Plato's sister Petone. He was the head of the school for 8 years, beginning in the 108th Olympiad. He set up statues of the Graces in the Shrine of the Muses, erected by Plato in the Academy. He adhered faithfully to Plato's doctrines. In character, however, he was unlike him, being prone to anger and easily overcome by pleasures. At any rate, there is a story that in a fit of passion he flung his favourite dog into a well, and that pleasure was the sole motive for his journey to Macedonia to be present at the wedding feast of Cassandra. It was said that among those who attended his lectures were the 2 women who had been pupils of Plato, Lasthencia of Mantinea and Axiathea of Phylos. And at the time, Dionysius, in a letter, says derisively, "We may judge of your wisdom by the Arcadian girl who is your pupil. And whereas Plato exempted from all fees all who came to him, you levy tribute on them, and collect it whether they will or no." According to Diodorus in the first book of his Memorabilia, Speusippus was the first to discern the common element in all studies, and to bring them into connection with each other so far as that was possible. And according to Cneius, he was the first to divulge what Isocrates called the secrets of his art, and the first to devise the means by which faggots of firewood are rendered portable. When he was already crippled by paralysis, he sent a message to Xenocrates, entreating him to say that, as he was being conveyed into the Academy in a tiny carriage, he met and saluted Diogenes, who replied, "Nay, if you can endure to live in such plight as this, I decline to return your greeting." At last, in old age, he became so despondent that he put an end to his life. Here follows my epigram upon him. Had I not learnt that Speusippus would die thus, no one would have persuaded me to say that he was surely not of Plato's blood, for else he never would have died in despair for a trivial cause. Plutarch, in the lives of Lysander and Sulla, makes his malady to have been morbius pedicularis. That his body wasted away is affirmed by Timotheus in his book On Lives. Speusippus, he says, meeting a rich man who was in love with one who was no beauty, said to him, "Why, pray, are you in such need of him? For 10 talents, I will find you a more handsome bride." He has left behind a vast store of memoirs and numerous dialogues, among them Aristippus the Cyrenaic. On wealth, 1 book. On pleasure, 1 book. On justice, on philosophy, on friendship, on the gods, the philosopher, a reply to Cephalus, Clinomachus or Lysias, the citizen, of the soul, a reply to Gryllus, Aristippus, criticism of the arts, each in 1 book, memoirs in the form of dialogues, treatises on the system in 1 book, dialogues on the resemblances in science in 10 books, divisions and hypotheses relating to the resemblances, on typical genera and species, a reply to the anonymous work, eulogy of Plato, epistles to Dion, Dionysius, and Philip, on legislation, the mathematician, Mandrobolus, Lysias, definitions, arrangements of commentaries. They comprise in all 43,475 lines. To him, Timonides addresses his narrative in which he related the achievements of Dion and Bion. For Vorenus, also in the 2nd book of his Memorabilia, relates that Aristotle purchased the works of Speusippus for 3 talents. There was another Speusippus, a physician of Alexandria, of the school of Herophilus. End of chapter 34.
Section 35 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ehsan. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 1 by Diogenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 35. Xenocrates, 396 to 314 BC. Head of the Academy, 339 to 340 BC. Xenocrates, the son of Agathenor, was a native of Chalcedon. He was a pupil of Plato from his earliest youth. Moreover, he accompanied him on his journey to Sicily. He was naturally slow and clumsy. Hence Plato, comparing him to Aristotle, said, "The one needed a spur, the other a bridle." And again, "See what an ass I am training, and what a horse he has to run against." However, Xenocrates was, in all besides dignified and grave of demeanor, which made Plato say to him continually, "Xenocrates, sacrifice to the Graces." He spent most of his time in the academy. And whenever he was going to betake himself to the city, it is said that all the noisy rabble and hired porters made way for him as he passed, and that once the notorious Phryne tried to make his acquaintance and, as if she were being chased by some people, took refuge under his roof, that he admitted her out of ordinary humanity and, there being but one small couch in the room, permitted her to share it with him. And at last, after many importunities, she retired without success, telling those who inquired that he whom she quitted was not a man but a statue. Another version of the story is that his pupils induced Laius to invade his couch, and that so great was his endurance that he many times submitted to amputation and cautery. His words were entirely worthy of credit. So much so that although it was illegal for witnesses to give evidence unsworn, the Athenians allowed Xenocrates alone to do so. Furthermore, he was extremely independent. At all events, when Alexander sent him a large sum of money, he took 3,000 Attic drachmas and sent back the rest to Alexander, whose needs, he said, were greater than his own, because he had a greater number of people to keep. Again, he would not accept the present sent him by Anticipator, as Myronianus attests in his Parallels. And when he had been honored at the court of Dionysius with a golden crown as the price for his prowess in drinking at the feast of pitchers, he went out and placed it on the statue of Hermes, just as he had been accustomed to place there garlands of flowers. There is a story that when he was sent, along with others also, on an embassy to Philip, his colleagues, being bribed, accepted Philip's invitation to feasts and talked with him. Xenocrates did neither the one nor the other. Indeed, on this account, Philip declined to see him. Hence, when the envoys returned to Athens, they complained that Xenocrates had accompanied them without rendering any service. Thereupon the people were ready to fine him. But when he told them that now more than ever they ought to consider the interests of the state, for, said he, Philip knew that the others had accepted his bribes, but that he would never win me over. Then the people paid him double honors. And afterwards Philip said that of all who had arrived in his court, Xenocrates was the only man whom he could not bribe. Moreover, when he went as an envoy to Antipater to plead for Athenians taken prisoners in the Lamian War, being invited to dine with Antipater, he quoted to him the following lines: "O sirs, what righteous man would have the heart to taste meat and drink ere he had redeemed his company and beheld them face to face? and so pleased Antipater with his ready wit that he at once released them. When a little sparrow was pursued by a hawk and rushed into his bosom, he stroked it and let it go, declaring that a suppliant must not be betrayed. When bantered by Bion, he said he would make no reply, for neither, said he, does tragedy design to answer the banter of comedy. To someone who had never learned either music or geometry or astronomy, but nevertheless wished to attend his lectures, Xenocrates said, "Go your ways, for you offer philosophy nothing to lay hold of." Others report him as saying, "It is not to me that you come for the carding of a frieze." When Dionysius told Plato that he would lose his head, Xenocrates, who was present, pointed to his own and added, "No man shall touch it till he cut off mine." They say too that when Antipater came to Athens and greeted him, he did not address him in return until he had finished what he was saying. He was singularly free from pride. More than once a day he would retire into himself, and he assigned, it is said, a whole hour to silence. He left a very large number of treatises, poems, and addresses, of which I append a list. On nature, 6 books. On wisdom, 6 books. On wealth, 1 book. The Arcadian, 1 book. On the indeterminate, 1 book. On the child, 1 book. On continence, 1 book. On utility, 1 book. On freedom, 1 book. On death, 1 book. On the voluntary, 1 book. On friendship, 2 books. On equity, 1 book. On that which is contrary, 2 books. On happiness, 2 books. On writing, 1 book. On memory, 1 book. On falsehood, 1 book. Callicles, 1 book. On prudence, 2 books. On householder, 1 book. On temperance, 1 book. On the influence of law, 1 book. On the state, 1 book. On holiness, 1 book. That virtue can be taught, 1 book. On being, 1 book. On fate, 1 book. On emotions, 1 book. On modes of life, 1 book. On concord, 1 book. On students, 2 books. On justice, 1 book. On virtue, 2 books. On forms, 1 book. On pleasure, 2 books. On life, 1 book. On bravery, 1 book. On the one, 1 book. On ideas, 1 book. On art, 1 book. On the gods, 2 books. On the soul, 2 books. On science, 1 book. The statesman, 1 book. On cognition, 1 book. On philosophy, 1 book. On the writing of Parmenides, Archidemus, or concerning justice, 1 book. On the good, 1 book. Things relating to the understanding, 8 books. Solution of logical problems, 10 books. Physical lectures, 6 books. Summary, 1 book. On genera and species, 1 book. Things Pythagorean, 1 book. Solutions, 2 books. Divisions, 8 books. Thesis, in 20 books, 30,000 lines. The study of dialectic, in 14 books, 12,740 lines. After these come 15 books and then 16 books of studies relating to style, 9 books on ratiocination, 6 books concerned with mathematics, 2 other books entitled Things Relating to the Intellect, on geometers 5 books, commentaries 1 book, contraries 1 book, on numbers 1 book, theory of numbers 1 book, on dimensions 1 book, on astronomy 6 books, elementary principles of monarchy in 4 books dedicated to Alexander, to Erebus, to Hephaestion, on geometry 2 books. These works comprise in all 224,239 lines. Such was his character, and yet When he was unable to pay the tax levied on resident aliens, the Athenians put him up for sale, and Demetrius of Phalerum purchased him, thereby making twofold restitution, to Xenocrates of his liberty and to Athenians of their tax. This we learn from Myronianus of Amastris in the first book of his chapters on historical parallels. He succeeded Speusippus and was head of the school for 25 years from the archonship of Lysimacheides, beginning in the second year of the 110th Olympiad. He died in his 82nd year from the effects of a fall over some utensils in the night. Upon him I have expressed myself as follows. Xenocrates, that type of perfect manliness, stumbled over a vessel of bronze and broke his head, and, with a loud cry, expired. There have been 6 other men named Xenocrates. 1. A tactician in very ancient times. 2. The kinsman and fellow citizen of the philosopher. A speech by him is extant entitled the Arsinoeti, treating of a certain deceased Arsinoe. 4. A philosopher and not very successful writer of elegies. It is a remarkable fact that poets succeed when they undertake to write prose, but prose writers who essay poetry come to grief, whereby it is clear that the one is a gift of nature and the other of art. 5. A sculptor. 6. A writer of songs mentioned by Aristoxenus. End of section 35.